We're just a little bit late getting on. We had trouble with the feed, so welcome to the second day of racing here at Paulding. Unfortunately, we did miss the first race, but Ashley kind of caught the stretch drive on her phone, so at some point we will be able to show you that stretch drive. So, like I said, welcome. Second race is going to come up next. We can give you the results of the first. That was a 2-year-old filly trot. Viva Magenta was your winner. Rosie Weaver trains and Drew Neal drove, and that mile went in 2:10 and 1. From the top down, if you have your program, which you can get at harnessracingohio.com, from the top down, Town Gal was 5th, Topville Lady 2nd, Lynn Range 6th, Viva Magenta your winner, Tango L 4th, and Grapevine Disaster 3rd. Fractions were 33. 107 and 1, 139 and 210 and 1.
So that was just of course, the first race, the first division of 2-year-old filly trotters. We have a lot of filly trotters here today. I think there's a total of 5 divisions for those freshman fillies, so we'll have plenty of time to catch up. But again, I did kind of catch that. It's not a great video because it is on a cell phone, but did catch maybe the last eighth of a mile or so of that finish. So we will get that posted a little bit later. But 19 races on the docket today. Lots of horses, lots of trainers. Another beautiful day here in Paulding County.
And we want to give kudos to Gus and Bruce. They are on the speed committee, and they were up at 6 o'clock this morning and got some of the limestone off the track. They had fixed some drainage issues that they had earlier or last week, and they put just a little bit too much material on the track. So they were up early scraping that all off and hauling it and spreading it on the rest of the track. So the track's going to be a little bit different today. It was really quite deep right in front of the winner's circle, but that's all been taken care of. I said the advantages of having horsemen on your fair board, that's for sure.
So we will definitely, I'm assuming we'll see some faster miles because of that today, but they still went fast enough yesterday. I believe our last, or it was maybe our very final race, but it was the last division of the 3-year-old Colt Pacers took the fastest time yesterday in 2:01 and a piece.
Yeah, they were plenty quick for everybody's first, all the 2-year-olds for their first time out. So it's been an exciting couple of days. Beautiful day out today too, just absolutely beautiful. Everybody comes and say they can't believe how nice it is here, and just a very great day. The second race coming up is a 2-year-old, first division of the 2-year-old Colt Pace. And they're going to go for a purse of $38.40, $3,840. We thought that we were getting the post parade, but it's the payouts from the first race. So we should be having the post parade pretty soon. But as you said, we got 19 races. We've got a signature, along with our stake races, we've got a signature pace and a couple of overnights, non-winners of 1,000. So those will be some nice to get a horse started, and those overnights also.
When we're thinking about track records, we have some pretty long-standing ones here at Paulding. The all-age track record for pacers was set in 2001. It was a Jimmy Mullinex trainee, Jess Cash, on 155 and 4. That is our all-age pace record here, 155 and 4. All-age trotters was set just last year, Tulsa Bell, in 159. So we did not remotely get close to breaking a track record yesterday, but hey, you never know. We've worked on the track all day long, and every year these horses get more impressive no matter what time of year, especially considering this is so early in the season.
Absolutely. Looks like they're coming out. I know that there's not quite enough stalls here for all the horses that are entered today, but a lot of people prefer to race out of their trailers. I know the Levans, the Cleggs, Rosie Weaver, they all season long, when they've got a bunch of them, they just race out of their trailers. I think you don't have to unload all that stuff and walk it to the barn and then put it all back. Everything's real convenient.
first division of the 2-year-old colt pace, going for a purse of $3,840 and a blanket courtesy of Paulding County Ag Society. Number 1 is the Ebony Dragon, owned by Suzanne Bates of Gibsonburg, Ohio, and Cedar Point Beach Racing of Fremont, Ohio, trained by Ty Bates, the driver Drew Neal. Number 2 is Western Classic, owned by Phil King of Windham, Ohio, trained by Larry Foose, the driver is Joe Cramp. Number 3 is Believe Jerry, owned by Jerry Migel of Westland, Michigan, trained by Steve Novak, the driver Greg Bateson. Number 4 is Nighthawk Racer, owned by Ivy Holdings of Apple Creek, Ohio, trained by Robbie Brooks, the driver Pierce Henry. Number 5 is T-Degs, owned by Nicesonger Stable LLC of Lebanon, Ohio, and Allison Tups of Cuttington, Ohio, trained and driven by Jeff Nicesonger. And number 6 is Working Up a Lather, owned by Kimber Clegg of Matamoros, Pennsylvania, trained by Betty Clegg, the driver Nick Clegg. Horses will take one long score and go to the gate. Mute your windows closing in 4 minutes. There's win, place.
All right, so we'll take a quick look of our first division of 2-year-old colt pacers, a purse of $3,840, a field of 6. We do only score 5 wide here at Paulding, so with that 6 horse will start from the second tier. On the rail is the Ebony Dragon, Drew Neal, now in the bike for Tyler Bates. This is a brown 2-year-old colt by Fear the Dragon out of Glorious Virgin, always a virgin mare. Susan Bates and Cedar Point Beach Racing do own this colt. The mare, Glorious Virgin, did make $253,000 in her racing career with a lifetime mark of 150-4. The Ebony Dragon also is a full sibling to Kylie Cash, who is just now a 3-year-old that we will see later in today in the 11th race. Kylie Cash has already made $68,000 in her racing career, and the Ebony Dragon was a purchase of $12,000 out of the Buckeye Classic.
From the 2-hole Western Classic and Joseph Cramp, her trainer Larry Foos, Philip King from Windham, Ohio, the owner. This is a Western Fame out of Mach 3 mare Classy Chapel N. This is the first foal from Classy Chapel, and she herself had a mark as a 5-year-old of 52-1, made $260,000, and she is a full sister to Electric Chapel, made $137,000.
Greg Bateson will be behind the lines for Believe Jerry. This is a Steve Novak trainee. This is a gelding by Summa Cum Laude out of Believe in Waco, a Believe in Bruiser mare. Gerald Migel of Michigan does breed and does still own this gelding. The mare, Believe in Waco, another one that made quite a bit of money, $232,000 in her career with a mark in 153 and a piece. This is her first colt. Believe in Jerry is a half sibling to Believe in Tom, who just last year finished 4th in the Buckeye Stallion Series final and 2nd in the Fair Consolation.
Nighthawk Racer and Pierce Henry from the 4-hole for trainer Robert Brooks. Owner is Ivy Holdings from Apple Creek, Ohio. This is a Racing Hill out of the mare Dance with the Stars, who was by 4 Star Shark. That mare, Dance with the Stars, had a mark as a 3-year-old of 48-4, made $919,000, and her foals have earned over $1.4 million.
Leaving from the outside, we have T. Deggs in our 5th post position. Jeff Nicesonger trains and drives this colt by Fear the Dragon out of a Cam Luck mare, Goldie's Cam. Nicesonger stable, and Allison Toops of Cardington, Ohio do own this colt. He was a $6,000 purchase out of the Ohio selected sale. The mare, Goldie's Cam, made $155,000 in her career. Her first 4 foals made over $125,000 apiece. 2 of those made over $200,000.
And starting from the second tier, Nick Clegg and Working Up a Lather. Betty Clegg trains. Kimber Clegg are the owner. This is a lather-up colt out of Beach Work, who is a Some Beach Somewhere. It's making this horse a half-brother to Beach Cruiser, who has a 3-year-old mark of 52-1. Second dam produced winners over $1 million, and this colt was sold at the Ohio Selected Sale for $5,000.
So there we go, a field of 6. We've had very full fields. I think we will continue all day. Maybe 5 might be the smallest field that we will see. I didn't print out our alphabetical list, but I'm going to go on a limb here and assume the Cleggs probably have the most trainees in today, as they did yesterday. Their rigs are parked coming out of the first turn right over there. You can see all the red red hay bags hanging out of their trailer. I had never, gone over the backside and seen how the Clegg's set up, but I got to venture over yesterday and how big their trailers are, which you have to when you have that many in, right?
Yeah.
But oh my goodness, they had multiple trailers and they were huge.
Yep, Betty Clegg has 8 in today, and Rosie Weaver 11.
So Rosie's
takes
got
it.
more.
And we did get to see Bolt in the winner's circle for today. We didn't see him all day yesterday, but he was over in the first race today. I've been over by Rosie's trailer when she comes in, and she even has a generator that she's making hot water so the horses can have nice baths when they get done.
I'd say both for Rosie, it's a haul. The Cleggs are up in Northfield as well. Like, people travel quite a ways to get to the very first fair of the year.
Yeah. Well, everybody wants to see what their colt is like.
You know, when I was talking to Nick very quickly yesterday, he's like, yeah, we don't really know how fast they'll go. That's just not how they train. They don't train them down as fast as they can possibly go. I'm assuming just because they know that they're going to have a long season ahead of them.
Yeah.
So he's like, yeah, I ride, everybody else has been, they're going in, 2.5, 2.2, 2 minute, whatever it may be. And he's like, I don't know what my horses will go. That's what we're going to find out here. I was like, hey, and it works for him.
Yeah. I think we're waiting for somebody. I thought I saw somebody go back. Oh, here comes somebody back out.
It is the Cleggs, a 6-horse. I'd say I thought I saw it too, but I couldn't tell if he had a saddle pad on or not.
Yeah.
And
Must have went back in to get something adjusted. I want to thank everybody for their comments. I mentioned both Ashley and Matt. I was looking at my phone yesterday. I must have had the comments turned off, and I thought, nobody's saying anything. Why isn't anybody? But when I got home last night, I looked, and I could see everybody's comments. So thank you all for that. It's nice to be interacting with you guys again.
so we had a couple different check-ins. I did notice on our first live stream that unfortunately we went down on. We had lots of people from Ohio. Always appreciate that. But I did see, I can go back and try to find it. Some international fans, as always. We love hearing from you guys. A couple from New York. I know I saw, Scotland. We did have a Scotland view already today. That's what I was thinking of.
That New York one must be the guy from Cheektowaga, home of Frank Frost.
Yeah. So we have Australia checking in already. 5:30 a.m. on Wednesday. Susan, we've had quite a handful of people already come up for passport stickers.
Mm-hmm.
That's, I say we'll show a commercial in a little bit. I'm not sure when, but if somebody's not familiar with that program, if anybody happens to be at any of our Racing County fairs, make sure you come say hi. Grab a passport from us. This is the second year for that program, and it's just a fun way to get everybody out and kind of a friendly competition, right?
Yes. And it's just fun to meet everybody too when they come up and get their passports, and we get to meet you. It's a neat program.
Here we go. We're going to move in behind the Mike Webkenberg starting gate now. Our field of 6 for the first division of 2-year-old colt pacers from the rail out. We have the Ebony Dragon, Western Classic, Believe in Jerry, Nighthawk Racer, T-Deggs, and rounding out from that second tier will be the 6, Working Up a Lather. So let's go ahead and hand it over to Bill. This will be our first division purse of $3,840.
There they come. Here, off and pacing the first horse away at the rail is the Ebony Dragon. Right there, close second is Working Up a Lather. Dropping in the third is Believe Jerry. Ranging up on the outside fourth, that is T-Deggs. At the rail fifth is Western Classic. The last horse off stride is Nighthawk Racer. As they head down the backside to race over that quarter-mile mark, Drew Neal has the Ebony Dragon on top by 2 lengths. Racing in there second is Working Up a Lather, driven by Nick Clegg. Third, it is Believe Jerry, driven by Greg Bateson. Racing fourth is Western Classic, driven by Joe Crail. Racing in there fifth is T-Dags, driven by Jeff Nightonger. The last horse is Nighthawk Racer, driven by Pierce Henry. First quarter is paced in 32 and 2/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time, that's the Ebony Dragon by half a length. On the outside now pouring on the pressure is Working Up a Lather. Racing third, Believe in Jerry. Fourth is Western Classic. Racing fifth as they come down to the half-mile mark is T-Dags, and the last horse is Nighthawk Racer. At the half-mile mark now, Working Up a Lather is taken over by a length and a half over the Ebony Dragon, and still racing third, Believe Jerry. First half paced in 103 and 1/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. On to catch is Working Up a Lather. 2 lengths back second, that's the Ebony Dragon. Racing in there third is Believe Jerry. On the back fourth is Western Classic. Up on the outside fifth, T-Dags, the last horse, Nighthawk Racer. Going to the 3/4 mile mark, that's Working Up a Lather by a length and a half over the Ebony Dragon. Still racing third is Believe Jerry. Fourth, along the way of Western Classic, and on the outside fifth is T-Dags. 3/4 is in 133 and 4/5. As they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt, that's still Working Up a Lather a little late, but edging up on the outside second now comes the Ebony Dragon. As they race for home, that's Working Up a Lather at the rail. The Ebony Dragon on the outside. Working Up a Lather and the Ebony Dragon as they race through the lane. Working Up a Lather and the Ebony Dragon. It's going to be the Ebony Dragon, and here they all come. Working Up a Lather up for place. Looked like maybe Believe Jerry wound up third.
204 and 4.
A mile and 204 and 4/5.
2:04 and 4/5. I'm going to say we're going to see some faster miles for sure today. Was the Ebony Dragon, followed by Working Up a Lather, but it was very close for show.
It was. I could not pick out who exactly it was.
I think it might have been the 3 over the 5, but the 5 was coming, so I don't know. We'll leave that up to the race officials.
Speaking of race officials, we had presiding judge Paul Combs come down here before and say hi to us, and we wish them a safe and uneventful day, and the same with us.
Right. Another big crowd behind us in the grandstands. We mentioned yesterday I was impressed with how many people show up for the harness racing, but not even in the grandstands. People are lined up around this first turn, whether they're sitting in the back of their pickup trucks or have their chairs pulled out. Guess we're all ready for the 2025 season.
Into the winner's circle, where the winners go. Coming in from Gibsonburg in Fremont, Ohio, comes number 1, the Ebony Dragon. Owned by Suzanne Bates in the Cedar Point Beach Racing, trained by Ty Bates, and driven to victory this afternoon by Drew Neal. The blanket for this race is courtesy of Paulding County Egg Society.
Yep. Mutuals 163 official.
Bates, Drew Neal, and the Ebony Dragon, and the Paulding County Egg Society, the donors of the blanket.
As we wait for that final rundown, remember that the Ebony Dragon is a full sibling to Kylie Cash, who the Cleggs actually do. Let's give it back to Bill for a minute.
For 1, the Ebony Dragon was the winner. Number 2, Western Classic was 5th. Number 3, Believe Jerry was 3rd. Number 4, Nighthawk Racer was 6th. Number 5, T-Dags was 4th. And number 6, Working Up a Lather was 2nd. Time of the first quarter was 32 and 2/5. The half was in 103 and 1/5. The 3/4 in 133 and 4/5, with a mile in 204 and 4/5. From the top it should read 153 6:42, a mile and 2:04 and 4/5.
As I was saying, the Ebony Dragon, our winner of the second race, is a full sibling to Kylie Cash, who the Cleggs do still have. She's a 3-year-old filly pacer, and she'll be in the 11th this evening.
I think we had that yesterday too. A Wild Child Annie and a sibling were both in, so that's we talk about a lot of times about the family aspects of harness racing in humans, but it's the same way with the horses. You know, if you have really good success with one, you're more than likely going to try and buy that horse's yearling brother or sister.
We are in the daily stable. We are definitely have fallen victim to that a handful of times. We actually have a 2-year-old now that we just liked her brother and going to give her a go too. And you know, Susan, we do a lot of research for especially our 2-year-olds this early in the season because we have not a whole lot to talk about.
Right.
We don't know what we're expecting. So earlier this morning, I'm sure we were both doing it, taking a look, seeing what was going on and talking about families. We'll get to it way later in the card, but I actually stumbled upon a second dam that when I was 5 years old, my dad had. Was a phenomenal mare, and I didn't realize that she went on to be an even better brood mare.
Wow.
So we'll talk about that later. But moving now on to the third race, it'll be the first division of 3-year-old filly pacers, a full field of 5. Susan and I will introduce you after a brief message.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year. Our expert team of boarded surgeons, sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sport horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661. When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1976, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com for fast shipping. Most orders ship that day. Or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
Thanks for joining us. Day 2 of 2 up north in the Paulding County Fair. This is part of the Ohio Fair Racing Conference, OFRC for short. Susan, you handle a lot of the OFRC stuff just because it's in-house at the OHHA, but if somebody's joining us that's not familiar with Ohio racing, we have 4 racing conferences throughout the state, and OFRC is the largest. I believe it is 22 or 23 member fairs. 22, I think.
22, yeah.
22. And, of course, Paulding kicks us off.
So it's interesting how that the 4 fair circuits work and how they each have their own kind of area. It's a little bit geographically, but not entirely
kind
geographically.
But yeah.
Majority. But it's just what is so great is that how the 4 circuits all work together, help each other out. Sometimes people will nominate a horse and they'll make mistakes and they'll send it to the wrong circuit, or they'll just do things like that. And the 4 circuits work so well together in order to straighten all that stuff out and share information, share ideas. It really makes it nice.
And I wouldn't say that there's one circuit that's better than any others.
Nope.
Truly. Just because there's 22, this is the biggest, there's 22 member fairs here doesn't mean that OFRC is better than the rest by any means. I grew up in the Ohio Colt Racing Conference, and that's another large one. But they, like you said, they all work together. There isn't necessarily a whole lot of difference in purses. But, as we see more divisions,
right.
That's as we talked about a little bit yesterday. We are seeing some smaller pursers here today, around $3,000-$4,000. As we go on the season, we'll lose some horses to the pari-mutuels. Maybe some need to just take their 2-year-old year and grow up, whatever it may be. As we lessen horse entries, that's when our purses will go up. But yeah,
we have sort of a perfect storm coming later on in July where we have more fairs racing at a certain time, and as you said, some horses are moving up, some horses are done for the year, so then those purses will raise a lot.
Last year, in the whole state of Ohio, our largest fair as far as horse entries and races was Marion County, and that, I believe, is the very last day of June. Yes, so June 30th and July 1st is Marion County, and I'm interested to see our statistics this year, if that's going to hold up, or if maybe Ottawa, or who knows, maybe even Paulding could have even been the most entries.
In Ottawa has Lisa Schwartz, who does the nominations for the Ohio Colt Racing Association. She said that Ottawa had 50 more horses nominated to it than that did last year. So that speaks well of how many horses we can expect. In fact, she said, make sure you bring your jammies, because that's a 5 o'clock post and it's a long ways. So probably end up staying overnight up there, because it's going to be a late one.
Saying, with my family and how we've chosen over the years to train horses, Ottawa was generally our first fair. It was the end of June. We really wouldn't start, even though it's only a 2-week difference. This is a long season for these horses. We talk about there's 4 different conferences, but at the end of the year, all of them will come together for the fair final. And that's about, I think it's the 3rd Saturday of October this year, maybe the 18th or something. Susan's going to check that. But
it is October 11th.
October 11th. So they all come together. All these fairs were competing, of course, not for purses, but, in addition to purses, for points for that final. Was it about 50,000? Is that what their final is? Yes,
50,000 per division, and it's a hard fight to get to it.
Absolutely.
You have to have a number. We have to do really well in order to get into that final, because when you think about that, there's 66 fairs and all those divisions and all these, like today there's 5 divisions of the 2-year-old Philly Trot. So you need to do well all summer long in order to get into that final, but it's well worth it.
And it
50,000.
does. It makes for a very long season for these 2-year-olds.
Yeah.
And some of them get sore, some of them get tired, and if we're starting today, we got to make it a handful of more months before we have any kind of downtime.
But it always amazes me how these horsemen handle their horses. They know when they need a little bit of time off. Maybe they'll have a couple of weeks where they won't race, so they freshen up a little bit. I think a lot of horses, more than it used to be 20 years ago, a lot of horses get turned out now into small paddocks, and that helps them refresh. So we're ready for the post-parade for race 3.
Paulding County Egg Society. Number 1 is Jewel Said, owned, trained and driven by Ed Conrad of Perrysburg. Number 2 is Admiral's Charm, owned by Ron Davis of Coopersville, Michigan, trained and driven by Greg Bateson. Number 3 is Cinderella, owned by Gary Gillen of Molina, trained by Chad Williamson, the driver Pierce Henry. Number 4 is Juicy Gossip Girl, owned by Myron Kester of Sydney, trained by Brian Georges, the driver Jeff Nysonger. Number 5 is Bluey, owned by Tom Phillips of Davisburg, Michigan, trained and driven by Mike Durrance. Horses will take 1 long score and go to the gate. Mutual.
Before we run down with these horses, somebody just asked who won race 1, and that was Viva Magenta, and Rosie Weaver trainee, Drew Neal drove. That was in 2:10-1. We'll take a little look at the horses in this race. There's 5 in it. From the rail, we have Jewel Said. Ed Conrad will drive, also trains and owns. This is a well-said filly out of a Liz Marie mare. Canbeck Jewel has had 8 starts this year, 1 win. That was 58-2 at Northfield Park. 9 starts as a freshman and 3 wins. The fastest of those was 2-1-4 at Hicksville.
Leaving from the second post position is Admiral's Charm. Greg Bateson trains and drives this filly by Fool Me Once out of Admiral's Lady Di and Admiral's Galley mare. Ronald Davis of Michigan does own. This filly is still looking for her first lifetime win. This is her very first start of the season. She did a little bit of Ohio Fair racing last year, but it looks like 8 of her starts total and some of those were up in Michigan. Her last start was actually the end of September up in Ludington, Michigan, and she ended up second in that race.
Cinderbella and Mark St. Louis Jr. from the 3-hole for trainer Chad Williamson. Gary Gilliand is the owner. This is a Western Terror filly out of a Cambess mare, Cinda Sun Rose. Has been lately raced as a 2-year-old. Just had 6 starts with 1 win. That was at Upper Sandusky. But finished off the year really strong last year. Had that win at Upper and then finished second at Delaware in the Fair Conference races. Paced her mile in 56-4, came home in 29-2 there for her final race of her 2-year-old season.
Brian George's trains our 4-horse, Juicy Gossip Girl. Jeff Neisonger in the bike. This is a filly by Western Vintage out of Bellflower, a fly Buckeye mare. She has raced 6 times in 2025, however, has yet to hit the board. She's put a couple miles in 156 up at Scioto in recent days. However, last year, we should mention, she had 17 starts as a freshman. 4 of those were wins, 5 seconds, and 3 thirds. So this was a name I remembered by all means. She was pretty nice on the fair circuit last year. She made $19,000. And moving on to our 5-horse.
From the extreme outside, Bluey with Michael D. Runts. Michael also is the trainer for Thomas Phillips. This is a Fear the Dragon filly out of a Shadow Play mare, quarter blue chip. Sold the Ohio selected sale for $7,000. Had 11 starts last year with 3 wins. The fastest of those, 54 at Scioto Downs. Has had 5 starts this year, been racing at Northfield Park and pacing in 57-3, 58, 58-2.
There, off and pacing the first horse away on the outside is Juicy Gossip Girl. Down at the rail second is Jewel Said. Between horses third is Cinderbella. In their fourth is Bluey. And the last horse is Admiral's Charm. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Ed Conrad has Jewel Said on top. Pouring on the pressure on the outside second, that's Juicy Gossip Girl, driven by Jeff Neisonger. In there at the third, racing at the rail third, heading down the backside is Cinderbella, driven by Pierce Henry. Fourth is Bluey, driven by Mike Durrance. The last horse is Admiral's Charm, driven by Greg Basin. First quarter paced in 30 1/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time, that's Jewel Said by a length and a half over Juicy Gossip Girl. Still racing third is Cinderbella. In their fourth is Bluey, and the last horse is Admiral's Charm. 5 horses in straight alignment as they race down to the half. That's Ed Conrad and Jewel Said bringing the horses down to the half. Racing right there, a close second is Juicy Gossip Girl. Cinderella is third. Mike Durrance now moves up on the outside with Bluey, and that last horse is Admiral's Charm. First half paced in 1:02. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over to that 3/4 mile mark. That's Jewel Said along the rail with the lead. Juicy Gossip Girl second at the rail. Bluey on the outside third. Cinderbella paces in there at the rail fourth, and the last horse is Admiral's Charm. Going toward that 3/4 mile mark, that's Jewel Said now by 2 lengths. Still racing second, Juicy Gossip Girl with Bluey on the outside third. Cinderbella right there close fourth, followed by Admiral's Charm. 3 quarters paced in 1:32 4/5. As I race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt, Ed Conrad's asking a little more of Jewel Said, and she's giving it to him. She's responding and bringing her right along. Opening up about 4 lengths now on Juicy Gossip Girl. Moving up on the outside third is Cinderbella. Bluey drops back fourth. The last horse, Admiral's Charm. As they race for home, it's going to be Jewel Said, and here the outcome. Cinderbella up for place, while third horse is Juicy Gossip Girl.
203 and 3.
A mile in 2:03 3/5.
Well, Ed Conrad definitely wanted the front. There was a little bit of a battle going to the quarter, but he knew he wanted the front, and he was going to stay right there. Ended up winning that race. Ed Conrad and Jewel Said in 2, 3, and 3.
Say, on his behalf, he probably made the right choice. She looked tons the best. If you want to dive in a little bit deeper into the program, just based on this year's performances, Jewel Said's very last start was a Buckeye Stallion Series. She didn't hit the board, but she was fourth, so in the money in 158 in a piece, and he just knew what he was doing, knew what he had on behind the lines of.
Nice mile in 2, 3, and 3 off a half in 102. So in the last half in 101 and 3. Nice, very nice mile. This is the first of 4 divisions of the 3-year-old filly Pacers.
I do have them unofficially across the wire, 1-3-4-2-5.
I'm so proud of myself. In the beginning of the season, I keep really good notes on trainers and drivers, and after about a couple weeks in, I just don't do that anymore.
Once we start having multiple fairs in a day, or even just multiple fairs, like there's stretches of time where we quite literally will go 5, 6, 7 days in a row, and just trying to have the time to prep for the current fair and then keep track of everything that's happened, it can get a little tough.
Go. Coming in from Perrysburg, Ohio, comes number 1, Jules Said. On train and everyone victory by Ed Conrad.
Go ahead when you're ready. All right, here we go.
The blanket for this race is courtesy of Paulding County Egg Society. Jules Said doesn't like the winner's circle. I remember last year at Hicksville, we had a lot of problems with her in the winner's circle. She can win, but she doesn't like the winner's circle.
There. Take it.
That's a big hand here for Ed Conrad and Jules Said and the Paulding County Egg Society, the donors of the blanket.
Up, down.
Around, doesn't she? Now she said, as long as I can walk
She
along,
just
I'm
wants to
okay.
keep moving. I can't blame her for that. Just go a mile like that and then have to stand still.
Number 1, Jules Said was the winner. Number 2, Admiral's Charm was 4th. Number 3, Cinderella was 2nd. Number 4, Juicy Gossip Girl was 3rd. Number 5, Bluey was 5th. Time of the first quarter was 30 and 1/5. The half was in 102. The 3/4 in 132 and 4/5, with a mile in 203 and 3/5. From the top, it should read 1, 4, 2, 3, 5 on the bottom. The mile in 203 and 3/5.
Okay, coming up next, our 4th race will be the 2-year-old filly trot. This will be the 2nd division. We've got 6 in it, and we'll be back to talk about those horses right after this.
Midland Acres is proud to stand the prominent stallions, TCI, Long Tom, Ready for Money, Monty Mickey, Summa Cum Laude, and Bit of a Legend. With such great pedigree and speed in the stallion barn, Midland Acres will provide a diverse group of top yearlings in the sale ring for 2025. Visit us this fall at our consignments at the Blooded Horse Sale on August 26th, the Ohio Select Jug Sale on September 12th, and the Lexington Select Sale on September 29th through October 3rd. Let Midland Acres' experience in the industry lead you to the winner's circle.
Who feeds your need for new ideas for your family's best farm future? Ohio Farm Bureau. We work with our members to shape ag policy that will positively impact our industry. Farm Bureau is advancing business solutions to give you a competitive advantage. We help you gather information to stay ahead of important topics and technologies. Plus, Ohio Farm Bureau creates opportunities for growth. Ohio Farm Bureau, feeding your need for new ideas.
Okay, welcome back to Paulding. We want to give a thank out to Terry Adams. You see him out in the winner's circle at a lot of different fairs, and he's a great help out there. Because he's a horseman, he always knows before he throws a blanket on them, he knows if they're going to be a little bit naughty or something, and he's always very careful. It's nice to have a good guy like that out in the winner's circle helping out.
Say Terry's done a great job, but I have to say, Susan, call it my bias, but the best blanket thrower we've ever seen is Jimmy Byers out of Urbana.
Yep, I have to agree with that. He absolutely is. I have never seen a crooked blanket in a winner's picture.
Ever.
Nope.
Say Jimmy was actually introduced. He trains couple. You'll see him around the paramutuals more than anything. He's got some older horses, but he was actually introduced to the sport by my grandpa. He's my neighbor, and so he's around Urbana, but we got to see him at Delaware.
Yes.
He got to throw blankets at Delaware and did a very impressive job. I wonder if Jay Wolf is listening to us today, if he can comment on that.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's a thrill to get to do anything at Delaware, you know, but to be in the winner's circle, throw those blankets on the horses, I mean, it's kind of the epitome of what you are, whatever section you're in, whether you're a driver, trainer, a groom, a commentator. For us, it's so special. I know that Matt gets really excited every time he goes because to be able to work at Delaware is just special.
I say, we just talked about it yesterday, and it feels so far away. That's a week of for us. Yeah. It's a lot of planning, and we enjoy every single fair. We try hard for every single fair, but Delaware is different. I agree.
To tell you how different it is and how much we have to plan for it, Ashley has already scheduled Delaware production meetings.
Yes.
She started scheduling them already. I think there's one in June.
We were supposed to have one in June, and then we already got behind on getting these fairs, our early fairs, together. But we do take a lot of pride in all of our work, by all means. So
and we have some new employees at OHHA, so we're going to have a little extra help this year, and that's really nice. We've got Wes Mayberry, who is doing a lot of writing now for us, doing some press releases. We've got Stephen Taylor, who's a multimedia specialist. He's going to be doing take some of the burden off of Matt, where he's going to be able to do some content. And then we have Samantha Mayhew, who is our summer intern, and she's just been rocking it with everything that we've asked her to do. So.
Yeah, and our two new full-time employees, Wes and Steven, do not come from a harness racing background, do not come from an ag background.
Right.
And they've been very impressive. By all means, they've been so much fun to work with, and I'm sure they think sometimes when I'm talking to them, they have no idea what I'm spouting off about, but they've picked it up. They've picked this stuff up very quickly.
Yeah. It's a lot of fun.
We had Steven here yesterday with us, just kind of trying to learn the ropes from Matt. He jumped on air when I stepped off, Susan. What did you get to talk about with Steven?
Well, he just talked a little bit about his background, and he's had a lot of schooling in here. He is also a veteran. He was in the Marine Corps. He was in the Marine Corps band, which I think that kind of being in that band also got him to do some of the video and multimedia content that he can do. So nice guys. And Wes comes from a sports background. He was at the small college, I think Division II or Division III college, so he did a lot of writing and everything for that. So kind of just slipped over into racing. Sports is sports, right? Sports is sports.
And that's how truthfully for me, and how I don't know, maybe this makes sense. How I personally choose to market is as a sport. Like, these are athletes, you know, even our drivers. Like, a lot of these guys, I think of Austin Hanners, who is very up and coming. I think he's 20, maybe 26, 27. A couple years ago, he started getting really, really serious, lost a bunch of weight, got in the gym, right? These horses work very hard, but so do our drivers, and, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. As we said, it's a beautiful day. You can see when the horses are in the winner's circle that it's a little bit windy. The wind has died down a little bit now because it's blowing those blankets all around. We've got blankets hanging out so we can see who donated the blankets, and there's quite a few blanket clamps on them to hold them onto that fence. I want to remind you that coming up next week is Pickaway County Fair. They had a flash flood come through there yesterday. yesterday or maybe very early, very early Monday morning. And did get some flooding there in some of the barns, so they're starting to dry those out. I heard that they've got great big fans in the barns. They had to move some of the horses that were in those barns out to other areas, so we'll keep tuned for what's going to go on at the Pickaway County Fair, but that's always a great fair. They do such a good job there.
So that's not even next week, Susan. That's this weekend.
Oh, that's right. It's this week, yeah.
Because aren't you there?
Yeah.
So after this, we do wrap up here today at Paulding, but after this, our next fair is Pickaway County in Circleville, and that is Saturday, June 14th, post time at 1 p.m., and then we will return Sunday, June 15th, post time, 1 p.m. Finally, we are gathering for the post parade, so we'll give it over to Bill Peters.
Number 1 is Dublin's Dina, owned and trained by John Payne of Toledo. The driver is Greg Bateson. Number 2 is Flirtin' Tommy, owned by Jay Burkholder of Apple Creek, Ohio, and Joe Burkholder of Holmesville, Ohio, trained by Herman Hagerman, the driver Emmanuel Miller. Number 3 is Supreme Dance, owned, trained and driven by Rosie Weaver of Beach City. Number 4 is Peachalicious, owned by Suzanne Bates of Gibsonburg, trained by Ty Bates, the driver Drew Neal. Number 5 is 10 Times Harder, owned by Chris Beaver of Radnor, Ohio, Steve Z. Handler of Worthington, Ohio, and Leo Fleming of Ontario, trained and driven by Chris Beaver. Now, number 6 is Hang Tight Honey L, owned by LeVan Stables of Woodstock, Ohio, Darnell Racing Enterprises, Sylvania, Ohio, Hurley Racing of Dublin, Ohio, and Megan LeVan of Woodstock, trained and driven by Hank LeVan. Horses will take one long score and go to the gate. Mutual windows closing in 4 minutes. Hurry and don't be shut out. Okay, Matt.
Okay.
So there is our field of 6 for the second division of 2-year-old filly trotters, a purse of $3,172 on the rail. Greg Bateson now behind the lines for trainer John Payne, who also owns our rail horse, Dublin's Dina. None of her siblings have raced, but the mare did make $240,000 in her racing career. Dublin's Dina was a $6,500 purchase out of the Blooded Horse sale and was originally bred by Dublin Valley Farm.
The 2, Flirtin' Tommy, Emmanuel Miller will drive for trainer Herman Hagerman and owners Jay Burkholder and Joseph Burkholder. This is a long Tom filly out of a muscle massive mare, Flirtin' Flair. And Flirtin' Flair had a mark as a 3-year-old of 2 minutes flat, and she is a half-sister to Lifelong Victory, who made $350,000. Flirtin' Tommy sold at the Buckeye Classic sale for $8,500.
Supreme Dance will be trained and driven by owner Rosie Weaver. This is a 2-year-old filly by Full Count out of Supreme Day, a Like a Prayer mare. She hasn't produced much. Supreme Day hasn't. However, the second dam is Supreme Dish, and that mare produced Market Rally, who was a $700,000 winner and just raced 2 years from 2013 to 2015. Supreme Dance was an $8,000 purchase out of the Blooded Horse.
Peachalicious and Drew Neal from the 4 for trainer Tyler Bates and owner Suzanne Bates. So What the Hill filly out of an Uncle Peter mare. She's just a peach. First foal from this mare, but she's just a peach, is a half-sister to Up Blueberry Hill, who made $204,000. This was an $11,000 purchase at the Buckeye Classic sale.
So I remember Peachalicious from the Salina matinee. She had a pretty impressive start about a month ago up there. So our 5 horse is 10 Times Harder. Chris Beaver trains and drives. Is he on to drive? I didn't even pay attention to the post parade. All right, Chris Beaver will be driving. This is a 2-year-old filly by Muscle Up the Goal out of I'm Da Bomb, an Explosive Matter mare. This is the first foal for I'm Da Bomb, but her second dam is Supreme Dish as well. So I just mentioned Supreme Dish was the second dam of Supreme Dance, our 3 horse. Also is for our 5 horse. So that was kind of fun to see.
Hang Tight Honey L, Hank Levan up. Hank is also the trainer for Levan Stables, Darmaful Racing, Hurley Racing, and Megan Levan. This is an in-range filly that they purchased at the Lexington Selected Sale for $30,000. It's out of a mare called Mother Lynn, who's by Father Patrick, and this is just her second foal. So they are headed, coming out of the turn, and we're going to turn it over to Bill Peters for the call of this, the fourth race from Paulding.
Is Hang Tight Honey L. Racing in their fifth is Peach Alicious, and the last horse off stride is Dublin's Dina. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Rosie Weaver has Supreme Dance on top, but she now goes off stride, and taking over is 10 Times Harder, driven by Chris Beaver. Racing in their second is Peach Alicious, as Flirt and Tommy, driven by Emmanuel Miller. Racing third, Hang Tight Honey L, driven by Hank Levan. Racing fourth is Peach Alicious, driven by Drew Neal. Up on the outside fifth, now comes Supreme Dance, driven by Rosie Weaver. Farther back six, off stride, is number one, Dublin's Dina, driven by Greg Bateson. First quarter was trotted in 33 and 4/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time, that's 10 Times Harder by a length and a half over Flirt and Tommy. Racing in their third, that's Peach Alicious. Hang Tight Honey L is racing third. Racing in their fourth is Supreme Dance. Racing fifth is Peach Alicious. Past the half-mile mark, that's still 10 Times Harder with the lead. First half trotted in 102 and 4/5. As they round a turn now to head down the backside, race over to that 3/4 mile mark. With the lead, that is still 10 Times Harder. That halftime should have been 107 and 4/5. 107 and 4/5 at the half. Heading down the backside over to the 3/4 mile mark. That's 10 Times Harder with the lead. Hang Tight Honey L in there second. Racing third along the rail is Flirt and Tommy. Moving in there fourth, that is Supreme Dance. Past the 3/4 mile mark. Now 10 Times Harder opens up about 3 lengths. 3/4 in 140 and 1/5. Racing around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's still 10 Times Harder with a but flying up on the outside comes Hang Tight Honey L. And right there third is Flirt and Tommy. As they race through the lane, that's 10 Times Harder and Hang Tight Honey L. 10 Times Harder and Hang Tight Honey L. Hang Tight Honey L and 10 Times Harder. It's Hang Tight Honey L. Up for place was 10 Times Harder, the third horse, Flirt and Tommy. A mile in 2:10 and 1/5.
Good. Well, that was a great finish. 3 across the wire like that. I believe it was Hang Tight Honey L and Hank Levan, though, for the that's what I had for the win. Chris Beaver and 10 Times Harder second, and Flirt and Tom third.
Say truly, I thought there for a moment 10 Times Harder was the clear winner. Kind of started pulling away, but Hang Tight Honey didn't have the easiest trip. Hank had her first up, but she dug in, got it done. So the only miscue we did have was Dublin's Dina did make a handful of breaks. That is probably the 2-year-old filly trotter, first time out in her.
There's so much to see and so much to absorb on their first start. Lots of things blowing, flags blowing, banners blowing around. So it looks like Greg Bateson has given that filly one more time around just to make sure she's okay, and probably for next time. See the Dharma Falls, who are part owners in Hang Tight Honey L. They're out in the winner's circle, and they are one of the major sponsors here for harness racing at the Paulding County Fair.
Circle where all the winners go. Coming in from Woodstock, Sylvania, and Dublin comes number 6, Hang Tight Honey L. All by Levan Stables, Darmafall Racing, Hurley Racing, and Megan Levan, and trained in for victory by Hank Levan. Now again, the Milan Center feed and grain blanket will be placed on Hang Tight Honey Owl for a picture to be taken. We'll have to decide, find out which horse goes to the fastest division. Currently, the two have had the identical time of 2:10 and 1/5. Both divisions have raced at both in 2:10 and 1/5. Let's have a big hand here for Joe and friend Darleful, Hank Levan, and Hang Tight Honey Owl, and the Milan Center feed and grain, the donors of the blanket.
She seems to be a pretty big 2-year-old filly.
Yes.
Sometimes
Yeah.
I feel like my perception is distorted because of, I guess, where we're located versus whatever.
Dublin's Dino was 6th. Number 2, Flirtin' Tommy was 3rd. Number 3, Supreme Dance was 4th. Number 4, Peach Alicious was 5th. Number 5, 10 Times Harder was 2nd. And number 6, Hang Tight Honey Owl was the winner. Time of the first quarter was 33 and 4/5. The half was in 107 and 4/5. The 3 quarters in 140 and 1/5, with a mile in 2:10 and 1/5. From the top it should read 6:34, 5:21, a mile in 2:10 and 1/5.
That was a pretty nice last quarter.
It was. I wonder if they still have a tie at the end. Maybe they can do it by last quarter. Who went the fastest last quarter gets the blanket, right? There is just one blanket for all 5 divisions of the 2-year-old filly trot, so have to divide that up somehow.
Next,
Go ahead.
Next, we're going to head into the second division of 2-year-old Colt Pacers, right? Yes, second division of the 2-year-old Colt Pacers. It'll be a nice purse, $3,840. It is a full field of 6. Join us back here in just a moment.
Cool Winds Farm in Lima, Ohio is a full-service standardbred breeding farm. Cool Winds stands the popular dancing Yankee, a 2-time world champion, along with 2019 Jug winner Southwind Ozzy, the son of Some Beach Somewhere. Cool Winds also stands the royally bred $2 million earning Western Fame. Be sure to inspect the Cool Winds yearlings at the Ohio Selected Jug Sale at Pickaway on Friday, September 13th.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year. Our expert team of boarded surgeons, sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sport horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
We always get, always like to see who's here from other fairs. Yesterday, Roger Wilkins was here. Oh, he's here again today from Van Wert. And Rusty Voorhees here from Salina. Got Doug Ballinger here enjoying the races today. Probably one of the only days all summer that Doug's not either announcing or broadcasting with us. He's got a very full card this summer. So nice to see all those guys here. A bunch of guys came from Salina. Everybody loves racing that's in this business.
I say right before we hopped on, we were talking to Bob and Chris Geist. They're also from Salina, but Bob is kind of he was the spearhead. He created the Signature Series, and I'm sure it's kind of cool for him to see, we have a Signature Series. I believe that is our very last race today is our Paulding County Pace. And it's all for aged horses if somebody's not familiar with that. But it's kind of a program that pops throughout all 4 circuits. It's all over the place, and there are 36 different fairs that participate in that. Lisa Schwartz is fantastic. She manages that mostly now. But Bob, I'm sure it's pretty cool for him to see how that's grown.
And, grown a lot, because what did it start out with? 6 maybe?
It was very small.
Fairs. Yeah. So it's just been a great, and all this stuff is a labor of love from these guys, because it's like Gus Paulding and Bruce Farquhar are out here at 6 o'clock this morning getting the track fixed up. Just that's what these guys love.
So we can kind of recap yesterday for you. just a little bit. We had 16 races. Let me pull it up. So Hank Levan just won our last race. He also had a good day yesterday. He led all of our drivers. He had 3 wins as a driver and 2 training victories yesterday. One of his trainees, a 3-year-old colt, also produced the fastest mile. 2:01 and 4 was Eddie Nine Toes. So further than that, we did have Nick Clegg. Somebody else. We had a few people. There we go. We had Nick Clegg, Manny Miller, Drew Neal, Luke Hanners, and Mark St. Louis Jr. also all doubled up in driving victories. Rosie Weaver yesterday led us for trainers. She also scored a triple, and then Tyler Bates, Betty Clegg, and Jeff Nicehunger had doubles. So we were kind of spreading the love yesterday across our 16 race card.
That's one thing about these big race cards. It does give everybody a chance to do well. I mentioned before that last race that the Darmoffels were a big sponsor, and hanging on the winner's circle fence is Integrity Ford, Stick Maine and from Paulding, and Trueland Equipment, and then of course the Darmoffels and Gus, I keep calling him Gus Paulding. Gus Davis from Paulding wanted to express his thanks to those people and to all of the fair sponsors for stepping up and really doing a great job with sponsorships at this fair. This is a free fair. You don't have to pay to come in. So everybody in the county, everybody from every place gets to come in and enjoy the fair for free.
I know that was something I was kind of taken aback by yesterday. It's my very first year up here at Paulding, and I came through with my little fair manager's card ready to show somebody to come and work, and there was nobody at the gates. And then we had that conversation yesterday with Gus, and it's great. There's plenty of families who have multiple kids that maybe can't afford to come and show the animals and take a look around, and it's quite nice.
Yeah. And there's somebody out on that list, and I'm going to be mad because I can't remember who it is, but a couple weeks before the fair in the local newspaper here, they have a coupon, and if you come to this certain stand, you get a free sausage sandwich, and one of those sponsors out there picks up the tab for all that. So everybody in the county can come and have a free sausage sandwich. So you get in for free, have a free sandwich.
What more do you need?
Yeah. Come here and watch the races, look at some cows being showed. Pretty good day.
And say I was talking to the Jim in our photo finish right before we went on air too, and I was like, well, this is a pretty quiet fair. It's kind of small. It's not huge. And he's like, oh, I prefer it. He's like, I'm not fighting people, fighting traffic to get close and unload all of our equipment. Oh, man, there's plenty of fairs where we're getting here early enough to just drive up on the track to get as close to the grandstand as we can to unload everything. And this year we don't have near as much heavy equipment as previously. But
well, we're hoping that there's a lot of equipment to haul around and a lot of equipment to keep in good shape because of all the dust and everything, and just being out in the weather
and the rain. Tough. Unfortunately, we've had plenty of encounters with that. My very first fair last year when I came back to OHHA full time was Lebanon, and it was a torrential downpour. Frank was shooting, and I had just met Michael Langer, who you will see plenty of in the upcoming months. He's going to do some great work with us again. But we got through maybe a couple of races, and then we were grabbing tarps. There's no grandstand anymore at Lebanon. Unfortunately, they did tear down that a handful of years ago. So we're just kind of up on a wagon, and we tried to be under a tent, and we were grabbing tarps, and oh my goodness, we've had some adventures with weather and the county fairs and trying to broadcast from them, that's for sure. We are looking for 6 horses on the track. I don't think we're all out yet. I think we've got 4. I see 5.
We've got Matt Richardson's here again today, entertaining the crowd. He does quite a few of the fairs in this northwestern corner of the state and comes around, sets up his equipment. He's got like a portable amplifiers and portable speakers and sings, usually sets up in one side or the other, and entertains the crowd, so it's nice to have.
Blanket courtesy of Kaiser Trucking Service. Number 1 is Captain Said, owned by Deer Lake Stables LLC of Osseo, Michigan, trained by Thad Doty, the driver, Drew Neal. Number 2 is Rated PJ, owned by Dave and Patricia Jury of Bucyrus, Ohio, trained by Robbie Brooks, the driver, Pierce Henry. Number 3 is Southwind City, owned, trained and driven by Ronnie Gillespie of Macon, Mississippi. Number 4 is Seaside L, owned by Levan Stables of Woodstock, Ohio, Darrowfall Racing of Sylvania, Ohio, Richard Fries of Northfield, Ohio, and Megan Levan of Woodstock, Ohio, trained and driven by Hank Levan. Number 5 is Zuma World, owned by Kathy Gorby of Huntsville, Ohio, Neissanger Stable of London, Ohio, Our Three Sons Stable of Atlanta, Georgia, and B. Roth of New Albany, Ohio, trained and driven by Jeff Neissanger. At number 6 is Zeke's Rock, owned by Jason Elser of Montpelier and Jalen Towers of Wauseon, trained by Jason Elser, the driver, Emmanuel Miller. Horses will take one.
All right, we'll take a look at the field for the 5th, the second division of 2-year-old colt pacers. Our first division went in 2:04 and 4, so that is a time we are gunning for. On the rail, we have Captain Said, Drew Neal in the bike for Thad Doty. This is a 2-year-old gelding by Well Said out of a Captain Treacherous mare, Enchanted Path. The mare did not make any money. However, there is an older sibling as well to Captain Said that hasn't raced. We're not quite sure what to expect. It was a $5,000 purchase out of the Blooded Horse Sale Deer Lake Stables of Michigan owns.
Rated PJ and Pierce Henry from the 2-hole for trainer Robert Brooks. David and Patricia Jury from Bucyrus are the owners. This is a summa cum laude gelding out of a sports writer mare, Alfie's Girl. This is the first foal out of this mare, Alfie's Girl, who had a record of 156. She is a half-sister to Try and Keep Up, who made $109,000. Was purchased at the Ohio Selected Sale for $20,000.
Ronnie Gillespie owns, trains, and will drive the 3 Southwind City. This is a colt down by the seaside out of a Better's Delight mare, Sister's Delight. This was a $15,000 purchase out of the Lexington Select. Southwind City does have a half sibling that made $113,000 with a mark in 150 and 4. However, what I know, Ronnie's bought into something. I know to look a little bit further into the pedigree. So the second dam to Southwind City produced Fast and First, which made almost $350,000 in its racing career with another mark in 150 and 2.
Hank Levan drives and trains Seaside L. This is another down by the seaside of an Art Major mare, Grizzly Mama. Levan Stables, Darmafall Racing, R. Fries, and Megan Levan all own this colt. $22,000 purchase at the Buckeye Classic sale, and this horse is a half or full brother to 2 in 152.
Sumo World is trained and driven by Jeff Neissanger. This is a colt by Summa Cum Laude out of Show the World, a Western Ideal mare owned by Kathy Gorby. Neissanger Stable, Our Three Sons Stable, and B. Roth of New Albany, Ohio. Sumo World was a $32,000 purchase out of the Buckeye Classic sale and has 3 siblings that have made over $120,000, including an earner of $376,000 with a mark in 151 flat.
Zeke's Rock, leaving from the second tier for Emmanuel Miller. Jason Elsner is the trainer and also co-owns this horse along with Jalen Towers. This is a pet rock out of a Mach 3 mare. The mare had a 2-year-old mark of 55 and 2, made $136,000, making Zeke a half-brother to 2 of them who have earned over $130,000. Let's turn it over to Bill Peters for the call of the 5th.
They're off and pacing. The first horse away in the middle of the track is Southwind City. At the rail second, that's Rated PJ. Now Rated PJ takes over. On the outside second, Southwind City. At the rail third, that's Seaside L. Moving up fourth is Zeke's Rock. Racing up on the outside fifth, On the backside, that's Zuma World. And the last horse is Captain Sid. Heading down the backside over the 3/4 mile mark, Pierce Henry has rated PJ on top by 3.5 lengths. Pacing second, Southwind City, driven by Ronnie Gillespie. Third is Seaside Owl, driven by Hank Levan. Fourth is Zeke's Rock, driven by Emmanuel Miller. Fifth, it is Zuma World, driven by Jeff Nicehonger. And the last horse, Captain Sid, driven by Drew Neal. First quarter was paced in 30 3/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time. That's rated PJ with the lead. About 5 lengths back second, that's Southwind City. Racing third, coming to the half, is Seaside Owl. Racing fourth is Zeke's Rock. Fifth is Zuma World, and the last horse, Captain Sid. First half was paced in 1 minute and 4/5 seconds. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is rated PJ. The closest horse second is Southwind City. Third is Seaside Owl. Fourth is Zeke's Rock. On the outside, fifth, and moving up now is Zuma World, and the last horse, Captain Sid. Going toward that 3/4 mile mark. That's still rated PJ with the lead. Closing in second, that's Southwind City. Flying up now. Second on the outside comes Zuma World. 3/4 in 1:32 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's rated PJ at the rail. Now taking over on the outside is Zuma World. That's Zuma World with the lead. Dropping back second, rated PJ. Moving up third now is Captain Sid. Racing at the rail fourth is Southwind City. As they race for home, that's Zuma World and rated PJ. It's going to be Zuma World, and here the outcome. Rated PJ up for place. Up for third is Captain Sid. 1 mile in 2:03 2/5.
Jeff Nicehonger made that look real easy.
Ooh, big move up the backside.
Huge, smooth move too.
Yeah.
That horse ended up going 3 wide to get around. Headed in, well, I say clean on the backside. Wasn't quite headed into the final turn yet, but once he cleared, made no hiccup, no mistake whatsoever. It was a nice mile, 2:03 2. That so far is our faster division of the ones that have gone forth here this afternoon.
Well, it just went faster than the 3-year-old Philly Pacers went. Just a tick, but
I was still very impressed. Who cut our mile? That was rated PJ. Our 2-horse cut the mile.
Yep.
I couldn't tell. Pierce seemed to have his hands full.
Absolutely.
So I'm sure, we went to the quarter. Opening quarter was in 30 3, almost identical. We went to the half in 1 minute and 4. And so I don't know. He just kind of maybe had a hard time rating him a little bit, but he's still big, strong, good-looking colt too.
yeah, absolutely. Both of those were like you said, Pierce had his hands full. It looked like he was just trying to sit real quiet and calm that horse down, but the horse, he wanted to go.
I think it was their 3-horse, Southwind City, did make a very late break, was on a break, cross the wire, but I still think he was not going to interfere with our top 4 finishers.
And Matt, you said that was rated PJ was at Bucyrus?
Yeah, he had his hands full then.
Circle where the winners go, coming in from Huntsville, Lebanon, and New Albany, Ohio, and Atlanta, Georgia, comes number 5, Zuma World, owned by Kathy Gorby, Nicehonger Stable, R3 Sun Stable, and B. Roth, trained into a victory by Jeff Nicehonger. The blanket for this race is courtesy of Kaiser Trucking Service.
Majors 521 official.
Big hand here for Zuma World and all concerned, and to Kaiser Trucking Service, the donors of the blanket. For race 5 from the top. Number 1, Captain Sid was third. Number 2, rated PJ was second. Number 3, Southwind City was 6th. Number 4, Seaside Owl was 4th. Number 5, Zuma World was the winner. And number 6, Zeke's Rock was 5th. Time of the first quarter was 30 3/5. The half was in 1 minute and 4/5. The 3/4 in 1:32 with 1 mile in 2:03 2/5. From the top it should read 3:26.415, 1 mile in 2:03 2/5.
So that is Jeff Nicehonger's first driving win of the meet, but his 3rd training win. He had 2 training wins yesterday.
I say I'm sure because Jeff was down on a few to drive yesterday, a few of his own, and he ended up, I'm sure maybe he was up at Northfield for the Buckeye Stallion
Probably.
Series. I didn't look at those results too in depth, but I'm sure he had a few in up there.
Okay, so next race coming up is a 6th race, the 3-year-old filly Pace. This will be the 2nd division of that. We've got a couple driver changes to let you know about. The 1, Nefarious Niblet, will be driven by Travis Boring. And the number 4, Ma Honey, drew Neil up. So we're going to take a short break, and then we'll be right back.
Bell Fountain, the county seat of Logan County, 48 miles northwest of Columbus, is home to Campbell Hill, which at 1,549 feet above sea level is the highest point in Ohio. The name means beautiful spring in French, as the original travelers found lots of springs in the area. With over 56 newly renovated buildings downtown, in 2023, the city of over 14,000 was named one of the best hometowns in Ohio. There are numerous golf courses and camping sites, and it's a perfect starting point for your adventures. Visit Ohio Cabins in nearby Libertyville as you descend 40 feet underground and see stones that glow in the dark. Or take a day at the 5,100-acre Indian Lake. Built in the 1850s and the second largest man-made reservoir in Ohio, is a great time to be had by boating and fishing. In downtown Bell Fountain, it's a short walk, and I do mean a short walk, on McKinley Street, which, at a total of 20 feet, 6.1 meters for you metric chaps, is the shortest street in America. Then stop by Court Avenue, the oldest concrete street in the United States, set in 1891. A quick stroll brings you to a fully restored hall and theater, which has been host to performances since the 1930s. This all comes together at the Logan County Fair, which runs from July 7th to July 12th, and be sure to catch the thrills and excitement of the Ohio Fair Racing Conference stake races on Monday, July 7th and Tuesday, July 8th. Host time at 6 p.m. It's all Bella Bella and Bell Fountain.
So I wanted to, I forgot to introduce you to that little tourism bit. You probably thought we pressed the wrong button, or you're listening to the wrong station, as we are not in Bell Fountain, we are in Paulding. But we're going to try something this year. We picked out about 10 fairs that we're going to do some tourism spots. Introduce you a little bit more to what's in the area besides just the racing. Of course, that's the most important thing that's at these fairs, but we're going to let you know. So if you're interested, you can hear a little bit about Bell Fountain. Maybe you'll want to come and spend a couple days in Bell Fountain. Ashley can tell you the great pineapple story, because that was pretty interesting. But we're going to try this. Tom Pye's done those for us. We're calling them Eye on Ohio. So there'll be a few different ones, about 10 different ones for this summer.
That's what I was going to mention. Tom, in his little piece, mentioned that Bell Fountain is home to the oldest concrete street, and that street is located right beside our pineapple fountain that we talked about yesterday. There's kind of a funny story behind that. We had an oops in Bell Fountain. They accidentally got a pineapple to sit on top of their fountain, like a concrete pineapple, not a real pineapple, to sit on top of their fountain, and they just kept it. And you should all. I'm trying to think of where the fairgrounds is in location, and I'm to downtown where the pineapple and the street are, and I'm drawing a blank.
I don't think it's
not super close,
right.
Yeah.
But so they were supposed to get a bust of someone.
Oh, I guess, I can retell the story.
Yeah.
Sorry if somebody's listened to it a couple of times. So Bell Fountain wanted a bust of a man, to sit on top of their fountain in front of their courthouse in downtown. Ordered it from a company. Company made an oops, and they accidentally sent Bell Fountain's bust to Hawaii, and Bell Fountain got Hawaii's pineapple to sit on top of the fountain. Instead of, fixing the mistake, they just rolled with it, and you can see that pineapple still sitting in front of the courthouse. It's been up there for many years, and the whole town, downtown, especially during the summertime, you'll walk through, and the whole town, all these little businesses have just latched on to the pineapple, and it is seen in their promotional materials outside of the shops everywhere. It's just a fun little quirk that has become part of the community there.
Mm-hmm. So lots of fun things to do in Bell Fountain. So like I said, you come for the races, stay a couple days, and visit all the other things. So that's our little Ohio State tourism bits for you that Tom Pye's doing.
And Susan, we're doing a handful of them.
Yeah.
Is it 10 or 11?
I believe it's going to be 10.
10, and they're all different circuits.
Mm-hmm.
Was there any rhyme or reason to which ones we picked this year?
Not really. We just kind of picked them that were, a couple weeks apart each one so that we could preview them so people would have time to hear about it and say, well, 7-10 days, that's when that fair is. I'm going to go. That's what our hope is. And hopefully if everybody likes them, we'll do more next year. It'll only take us 6.6 years to get through them all.
And with that, because we know that people travel from all over, not necessarily just in the state of Ohio to come watch some of this fair racing, but if you're, coming for some tourism, you might as well grab a passport.
Yes.
That's a program that is back this year. It's our second year doing it. It is free for everybody to participate. Just come up to us in the grandstand, any single fair. We're at every single racing fair. Come up to us in the grandstand. It's hard to miss us. We're big with a camera. And ask for a passport. We'll give you a sticker at every single fair you attend. And at the end of the year, you turn it in for a chance to win some really cool prizes. Last year, Roy won, I think it was like a 55 or 65-inch TV, somewhere in between there, but that wasn't the cool part. We're giving him a couple of tickets. I believe it's Wednesday and Thursday, pavilion tickets to hang out at the Little Brown Jug.
And everybody that showed up at the Delaware week with their passport got a T-shirt. So we have lots of fun things. Our fantasy stable is well underway. The deadline for that has passed, but everybody that's in the fantasy stable, they pick 6 horses and they see how much money their horses can make and keep an eye on them all summer. It adds a little bit of a layer that say that's my horse and his winnings are going to count for something, and those have prizes. I think the winning stable gets $2,500 at the end of the year. So we're going to. You can always find some information on that at harnessracingohio.com. There's a tab on the menu. There's a tab for the Fantasy League. Like I said, it is closed this year already, but find out about it. You might want to get in it next year.
Mark it on your calendars. Usually end of April, very beginning of May at the latest is when those entries are due. And it's fun to participate. It just gives you another reason to keep up with everybody in Ohio, whether that's fair racing or Ohio Sire Stakes, BSS, and as our breed continues to grow, especially our breed in Ohio, and those Grand Circuit events too.
Going for a purse of $3,724 and a blanket courtesy of Paulding County Egg Society. One is Nefarious Niblet, owned by Travis Boring of Clayton, Michigan, trained by Brian Boring, the driver, Travis Boring. Number 2 is Hold My Halo, owned by Myron and Sharon Kester of Sydney, Ohio, trained by Brian Georges, the driver, Jeff Nysonger. Number 3 is Call Me Over the Hill, owned by Stephen Reese of Republic and JNR Racing, Rising Sun, Ohio, trained by Jamie Weller, the driver, Rod Adams Jr. Number 4 is Ma Honey, owned by Sean McGee of Swanton and Suzanne Bates of Gibsonburg, trained by Ty Bates, the driver, Drew Deal. Number 5 is Sweetens Cove, owned by Kurt Schaub of Attica, and Becky Nichols, also of Attica, trained by Robbie Brooks, the driver, Pierce Hendry. And number 6 is Ramble on Strawber, owned by Gail Carson of Conover, Ohio, Marjorie Pohamus of Ludlow Falls, Ohio, and Doug Carson of Conover, Ohio, trained by Dan O'Mara, the driver, Joe Cramp. Horses will take one long score.
All right, our second division of 3-year-old filly pacers. The first division went in 2:03 and 3. So we're going to see if we can get that done even faster with this group of 6. The purse of $3,724 on the rail. We have Nefarious Niblet. Brian Boring trains for breeder, owner, and driver Travis Boring. This is a 3-year-old filly by Do Me That Again out of Impressive Liz, a jet lag mare. She did not start at all as a 2-year-old. This is her very, very, very first lifetime start.
Hold My Halo and Jeff Nysonger from the 2-hole for trainer Brian Georges. Myron and Sharon Keister from Sydney, Ohio are the owners. This is a Fear the Dragon filly out of a Better's Delight mare, Barbuda Babe. Has had 8 starts already this year, winning 2 of those. Fastest one was 1:53.3 at Hoosier Park. Has been racing at Hoosier Park in fillies and mares, non-winners of 4, condition claimers. Had 22 starts as a 2-year-old. Got a mark there of 1:56 again at Hoosier Park. So looks like Hold My Halo likes it at Hoosier Park.
Big track, not as many turns. We'll see how that translates over to our half mile today. But our 3-horse is Call Me Over the Hill. Rod Allums Jr. will drive. Jamie Weller trains this filly by Racing Hill out of Call Me Little Terror, a Western Terror mare. This is another one that did not start at all as a 2-year-old, but already has 2 starts under his belt as a 3-year-old. Excuse me, her belt as a 3-year-old. She did have a 3rd place finish. Her very last start out up at Northfield Park went in 1:59 flat. She was a $4,500 purchase from the Blooded Horse a couple of years ago.
Ma Honey from the 4-hole. Drew Neal drives for Tyler Bates. Sean McGee and Suzanne Bates are the owners of this Well Said. Out of a Your Nemesis mare, Mary Celeste. We saw this horse a lot in the winner's circle last year. She had 14 starts as a 2-year-old, 7 wins. The fastest of those was 1:54 at Scioto Downs.
Our 5-horse is Sweetens Cove. Robert Brooks trains Pierce Henry in the bike. This is a homebred for a handful of current owners. Last start out went in 1:53.1. Still looking for a first seasonal win.
Ramble On Strawberry, Kim Pluta up for trainer Dan O'Mara, Gail Carsons, Marjorie Prohamas, and Doug Carson. Just raced 3 starts as a 2-year-old, her first start as a 3-year-old.
Here, off and pacing the first horse away on the outside is Ma Honey. At the rail second, that's Hold My Halo. Up on the outside third is Sweetens Cove. At the rail fourth is Nefarious Niblet. Racing fifth is Call Me Over the Hill. And the last horse is Ramble On Strawberry. As they make the turn now, heading down the backside to race over to that quarter-mile mark. With the lead is Ma Honey, driven by Drew Neal. At the rail second, Hold My Halo, driven by Jeff Neisauger. On the outside third, racing down the backside, that's Sweetens Cove, driven by Pierce Henry. At the rail fourth, Nefarious Niblet, driven by Travis Mooring. Fifth is Call Me Over the Hill, driven by Rod Adams. The last horse, Ramble On Strawberry, driven by Joe Cramp. First quarter paced in 31 and 4/5 seconds. As they race around the upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time, that's Ma Honey with the lead. 2 lengths back second. That is coming down to the half is Hold My Halo. Racing third is Sweetens Cove. Fourth is Nefarious Niblet. Racing fifth is Call Me Over the Hill. And the last horse, Ramble On Strawberry. First half paced in 1:01 as they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. With the lead, that's Ma Honey, now by 2.5 lengths. Racing second, Hold My Halo. Sweetens Cove is in their third. Nefarious Niblet fourth, flying up on the outside fifth. Now fourth comes Call Me Over the Hill. The last horse, Ramble On Strawberry. Going to the 3/4 mile mark. That's Ma Honey with the lead, but closing on the outside second, that's Hold My Halo. Racing third, Sweetens Cove, and pacing fastest of all is Call Me Over the Hill fourth. 3/4 in 1:31 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. With the lead along the rail, that's Ma Honey, but still on the outside second, not going away is Hold My Halo. Third is Sweetens Cove, and Call Me Over the Hill is fourth. As they race toward home, that's Ma Honey and Hold My Halo. Ma Honey at the rail, Hold My Halo closing fast on the outside. Ma Honey and Hold My Halo. I believe Ma Honey held her off to win over Hold My Halo. Up for third was Sweetens Cove. 1 mile and 2:02 and 1/5.
2:02.1. Ma Honey holds on for her first win of the season. I think she was waiting for that finish line, though. You could tell she was getting pretty tired. Nice closing effort, though, by Hold My Halo and Jeff Neisonger. Happy to see Ma Honey with her first season win. She was a very nice 2-year-old.
Yeah.
She was pretty prominent on that mid-tier last year, that Buckeye Stallion series, so has had some tough luck recently. And it is hard, you know, Susan, it's something we haven't talked about. We've been focusing a lot on our 2-year-olds, but it's very hard for those 3-year-olds sometimes to come back.
Yeah, that transition to 3-year-old year is very tough. 2-year-olds are still babies, and you can always catch some easy races, but the 3-year-olds, they're all kind of tough.
say at this point in their 3-year-old season, like they're expected to be aged professionals. And they do a lot of growing still. Like these horses are not fully grown. When you look, here's my Bachelor of Science coming out in me. Like horses really are not fully grown. Their backs aren't going to fuse until 4 to 5 years old. So these guys can, different 3-year-olds can kind of struggle with that. But I'm happy to see her back headed into the winner's circle.
A good mile, 2, 2, and 1. A very nice mile out here.
Was that our faster 3-year-old filly pace division?
Yep. First division went in 2, 3, and 3.
Say we took a lot of material off the track coming into today, and I'm sure it'll help just getting it tightened up as more races go along.
Track into the winner's circle where the winners go. Coming in from Swanton and Gibsonburg comes number 4, My Honey. All by Sean McGee and Suzanne Bates, trained by Ty Bates, and driven to victory this afternoon by Drew Neal. Blanket for this race is courtesy of Paulding County Egg Society.
Yeah, we'll take it.
Hand for Ty Bates, Drew Neal, and My Honey, and the Paulding County Egg Society, the donors of the blanket.
So as we wait for those final fractions and official results, is that Ty's second training victory today? And I think that is Drew's second driving at least, but I think he might have been with Rosie.
Yeah, Ty Bates has had two yesterday, and so far he's got 2 today, training wins. And Drew has 2 wins yesterday and 3 today.
3 today. Here are official.
Furious Niblet was 6th. Number 2, Hold My Halo was 2nd. Number 3, Call Me Over the Hill was 4th. Number 4, My Honey was the winner. Number 5, Sweetens Cove was 3rd. And number 6, Ramble on Strawberry was 5th. Time of the first quarter was 31 4/5. The half was in 1:01. The 3/4 in 1:31 with a mile in 2:02 1/5. From the top it should read 6:24 1:35, a mile in 2:02 1/5.
As we said, a very nice mile, 2, 2, and 1. It is our, let's see, looking at the miles yesterday, that is our fastest mile of the meet so far. Oh, nope, I'm sorry. The 3-year-old co-pacers yesterday went 2, 1, and 4. So our second fastest mile of the meet. 7th race coming up is a 2-year-old filly trot. This is the 3rd of 5 divisions. So we got 3 driver changes, so I'm going to give you those now. Passing with a Sign, the 2-horse will be driven by Jeff Nysonger. Moon Dancin' will be driven by Drew Neal, and the 4 Lilla Flicka will be driven by Greg Bateson. So we'll come back to talk about all 6 of those horses after these messages.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1976, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com for fast shipping. Most orders ship that day. Or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
The roots of harness racing are born at the county fair. For over 150 years, people have gathered to watch horses battle it out for fame and glory. Catch the thrills this summer at an Ohio Fair Racing Conference County Fair. The OFRC races at 22 fairs in 20 Ohio counties. Trotters and pacers put it all on the line to be called the best in the Buckeye State. The Ohio Fair Racing Conference, where the path to greatness begins.
Welcome back to Paulding, Ohio, the Paulding County Fair. Not only the first harness racing fair, but also the very first fair of the year in Ohio. Always has been. So it's, I think they're kind of proud of that they get this in first. Very nice fair. As we talked about earlier today, it is a free fair. There is no gate admission to come in. So you can come here and enjoy yourself at the fair all day. They do charge for certain activities in the grandstand, such as the demo derby and things like that. But otherwise, the harness racing grandstand is free, and like we said, free to get in the gate. 19 races today. We've got a couple of overnights. We've got some non-winners of 1,000 lifetime, also eligible maidens. We've got one field of 5. And then we've also got a field behind it. 14th race, we've got a field now that is scratched down to 3, but gives some of these horses that maybe haven't been able to do very well. So non-winners of 1,000 lifetime, also eligible maidens, gives them a place to go. We also have our last race of the day is the Signature Series Pace. We've got a full field of 7 horses in there, and we've got some really nice horses. We've got horses that have got records of 51, 52, 53. They had a lot of starts, a lot of money. We've got a horse that's got 228 lifetime starts, 238 lifetime starts, 186, and then we've got one that's just got 24 lifetime starts. So it's going to be quite the race for that one. These Signature Series Paces are always very exciting and a great addition to the fair. Ashley was talking about it earlier that Bob Geist had a big hand in creating that series and started out with just a few fairs, and this year it's 36, you said?
I think it is 36. I don't know if we've added any. Usually Lisa adds a couple every year, but I don't know if anybody's new this year. But we added a lot last year, and I think it's up to 36.
And the interesting part about these races, too, is that a lot of them, the purse is supplemented by what we call feature race grants. And if you're on a fair board or you know somebody on a fair board, you can apply for a feature race grant from OHHA. You have to have that in by end of October each year for the next year. But those race grants go from anywhere from $500 all the way up to $10,000. And some even the Little Brown Jug, of course, a little bit more. We supplement that also. But it's a great way to get your purse up a little bit on a race that you're putting, and typically what we would call an overnight race. That is not a stake race. And a lot of the fairs use it to name after somebody who has been a big person at their fair, a superintendent of speed, or somebody who just really, really liked the races. So they name those races after them and get a little extra money, and it brings more horses to your fair.
Say, because when it comes to the fairs, we really just have our 2- and 3-year-olds, but it was a great addition to have another source for those older horses to do something outside of the pari-mutuels.
And we should talk about the graduate series that
that's new. Yes.
Home Talent Colt Stakes started it last year. This year there's some Ohio Colt Racing Association races, so that's again for older horses, and that's a separate point-based system, and then those horses get to race at Northfield Park.
Yep, and so the graduate series, I believe, was brand new last year, and it was just Home Talent.
Yes.
Started Home Talent. Now it has expanded into Southern Valley. There's a total of 25 county fairs that participate now in that graduate series, and that's always a really nice race. That final held up at Northfield. For the Signature Series, the final is held at the Delaware County Fair.
Mm-hmm. So this gives those horses, all of them, a little chance to have another big race.
They're competitive. Like
Yeah,
these are not really just like, your fair horse. Some of the overnights are kind of cheaper classes. Signature Series is not like that.
Right.
It is very competitive, and they've done a good job. Like we won the final with Rose Run Ulysses maybe 3 years ago now. That's an open level horse at the time. So they bring out the best of the best, and it just makes it that much more exciting.
Looks like the horses are gathering up for the post parade.
Postword for race 7. This is the third division of the 2-year-old filly trot. Going for a purse of $3,172 and a blanket courtesy of Milan Center Feed and Grain. Number 1 is Bianca, 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 owned by Kimber Clegg of Matamoros, Pennsylvania, trained by Betty Clegg, the driver Nick Clegg, and Bianca, Bianca, Bianca is wearing trotting hobbles. Number 2 is Passin' with a Sigh, owned and trained by Urban Schwartz of Decatur, Indiana, the driver Jeff Nysonger. Number 3 is Moon Dancin', owned by Rosie Weaver of Beach City, Ohio, and Courtney Stockmaster of Bellevue, Ohio, trained by Rosie Weaver, the driver Drew Neal. Number 4 is Little Flicka, owned and trained by Greg Diamond of Bell, Florida, the driver Greg Bateson. Number 5 is Hillcat, owned by Bruce Walls and Dalton Walls of Greenville, Ohio, and Gina Boolman of Westerville, Ohio, trained by Bruce Walls, the driver Pierce Henry. And number 6 is Legal Tender, owned by Chris Beaver of Radnor, Ohio, Martin D. Yoder of Mount Eaton, Ohio, VIP Internet, Pisatani, New Jersey, trained by Chris Beaver, the driver Clifton Bell. Horses will take one long score and go to...
So that is a quick look at our field of 6 for the third division of the 2-year-old filly trotters, a purse of $3,172 on the rail. Nick Clegg will be behind. Bianca, 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 trained by Betty Clegg. This is a filly by Uncle Peter out of Katie, a Master Levesque mare. Now, we did see a full sibling to Bianca, Petra race yesterday right here at Paulding. Bianca also has another additional half sibling that's made $124,000 in its racing career. And now this filly was purchased out of the Buckeye Classic sale for $9,000 and is owned by Kimber Clegg.
Passing with a Sigh from the 2-hole Jeff Nysonger will have the lines for Irvin Schwartz. Irvin is also the owner. He is from Decatur, Indiana. This is a long Tom filly out of Jane Eyre, who is by Groton Hall. And something that I found interesting, this Jane Eyre has a 3-year-old mark of 55-1, made $173,000, but there have been 4 mares named Jane Eyre in history, in USTA history. The foal of 2012, which is this mare, also a foal of 1951, one of 1890, and then the other one did not have any foaling date. But Jane Eyre was a novel written in 1847, so I'm sure that's where the name has come from. And since you can rename a horse after so many years, there are 4 named Jane Eyre.
Drew Neal will drive the 3-horse Moon Dancin' for Rosie Weaver. Weaver does also co-own this filly with Courtney Stockmaster. This is a filly by Marseille out of X's and O's, a Conway Hall mare. X's and O's did make $146,000 in her racing career, and Moon Dancin' is her first foal. Moon Dancin' was bred by Mervyn Burkholder and Jay Burkholder and was sold at the Ohio Selected Sale for $15,000.
Little Flicka, Greg Bateson from the 4-hole. Gregory Diamond is the trainer and also owns this filly. Gregory is from Bell, Florida. This is another long Tom out of M.L. Brown Sugar, who is by Band's Gold Chip. Purchased at the Buckeye Classic sale for $9,000. M.L. Brown Sugar, the mare, had a 7-year-old record of 155-2 and made $318,000.
Hillcat is leaving from the far outside. Pierce Henry in the bike for Bruce Walls. This is a filly by What the Hill out of a Dewey. I can't even, that's a lot of letters and too small for my
Dewey, Cheatham and
eyes.
Howe.
I'm so glad you can read that. Anyway, owned by Bruce Walls, Gina Bullman, and Dalton Walls of Greenville. All of Hillcat's siblings have made money. And going a little bit further back, the second dam produced a $249,000 earner and a $689,000 earner. And that one raced just 2 years, 2012 to 2014.
And from the second tier, Clifton Bell and Legal Tender. Chris Beaver trains Chris also owns this horse along with Dee Yoder and the VIP Internet Stable from New Jersey. This was a $19,000 purchase at the Lexington Select Sale, a ready for money out of Winsong's legacy mare Winning Bat. This making legal tender a half-sister to Paricio, 154-4, who made $167,000. Horses are headed into the lane, so we're going to turn it over to Bill Peters for the call of the 7th at Paulding.
Off and trotting, the first horse away is Passing with a Sigh. On the outside, second is Moon Dancing. And their third is Bianca. Racing fourth is Hillcat. And fifth and off stride is Little Flicka. And the last horse is Legal Tender. Now off stride goes Bianca. As they head down the backside to race over that quarter-mile mark, Jeff Nicehonger has Passing with a Sigh on top by a length and a half. Dropping in there second, that's Moon Dancing, driven by Drew Neal. Third is Hillcat, driven by Pierce Henry. Fourth is Little Flicka, driven by Greg Mason. Racing fifth, Bianca, driven by Nick Clegg. And farther back, sixth is Legal Tender, driven by Clifton Bell. First quarter was trotted in 33 and 4/5 seconds. As they race around the upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time, that's Passing with a Sigh by a length and a half over Moon Dancing. Racing third is Hillcat. Fourth, it is Little Flicka. Racing fifth is Bianca, and then farther back is Legal Tender. Front three pretty well bunched as they come to the half-mile mark. That's Passing with a Sigh by 2 lengths. Racing second is Moon Dancing, and right there third is Hillcat. First half trotted in 107 and 1/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Passing with a Sigh. Racing right there close second at the rail. That is Moon Dancing. Racing third is Hillcat. Fourth, closing trotting fastest of all at this point is Little Flicka. Off stride fifth is Bianca. Going to the 3/4 mile mark. Now on the outside with the lead, that is Moon Dancing. Dropping back second is Passing with a Sigh. 3/4 in 140. As they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's Moon Dancing with the lead. Moving up on the outside second now. That is Hillcat. Moving up third is Little Flicka. As they turn for home, that is still Moon Dancing with the lead. Closing on the outside is Hillcat. That's Moon Dancing and Hillcat. It's going to be Moon Dancing. And here the outcome. Hillcat up for place. Up for third is Little Flicka. 1 mile in 2:10 and 2/5.
2:10 and 2 for our third division of those freshman filly trotters. It was Moon Dancing and Drew Neal cruising across that finish.
This is the filly 2-year-old filly trotters. They went 2:10 and 1, 2:10 and 1, and now 2:10 and 2. So they're all kind of right there.
At least we know the track is consistent.
Yes. That's Drew Neal's 4th win of the day with 2 yesterday. So that's 6 wins. And Rosie Weaver, that is her 5th win of the meet. I don't think Legal Tender finished. He must have pulled up.
So he was on a break and having some issues before. I don't know if he really even made the gate, to be honest. And then also our one horse, Bianca, that's a lot of tongue tie for that one, was on some pretty hard breaks as well.
Yeah.
All learning experiences, especially these trotters.
So here comes Moon Dancing and Drew Neal back to the winner's circle. Looks like co-owner Courtney Stockmaster there in the black top. Courtney was at one time superintendent of speed at Attica.
Winner's circle, where will the winners go? Coming in from Beach City in Bellevue, Ohio, comes number 3, Moon Dancing, owned by Rosie Weaver and Courtney Stockmaster, trained by Rosie Weaver, and driven to victory this afternoon by Drew Deal. Blanket for this race, courtesy of Milan Center Feed and Grain. Let's have a big hand here for Courtney Stockmaster, Rosie Weaver, Drew Deal, and Moon Dancing. Now, there's only one blanket for these, so this horse has no chance of winning the blanket.
No chance.
That was a way to put it.
It's kind of a nice winner circle. The horse got some pets, and Rosie got a hug, so everybody was happy.
Do unofficially have them across the wire 3-5-4-2.
From the top, number 1, Bianca was 5th. Number 2, Passin with a Sigh was 4th. Number 3, Moon Dancing was the winner. Number 4, Little Flicka was 3rd. Number 5, Hillcat was 2nd. And number 6, Legal Tender did not finish. Time of the first quarter was 33 4/5. The half was in 107 1/5. The 3 quarters in 140 with a mile in 210 2/5. From the top it should read 5, 4, 1, 3, 2, DNF, a mile in 210 2/5.
So I need somebody to help me remember. So Moon Dancin' just won our 7th race a couple of years ago out of the, I believe it was Randy Smith, trained a Dancin' Moon. Does that ring a bell with that? I say yeah. Say, so I'm not delusional. I thought that name was kind of remember, but it was just or familiar, just some, a different order, I guess. We are going to roll next into the 8th race, so we are trying to approach our halfway mark. We've got 19 on the docket here this afternoon. Our 8th race is the first division of 3-year-old colt trotters, going for a purse of $4,520. It's a field of 5, and I actually talked Doug Ballinger to hopping on air for a moment, so you will be introduced to this field after a brief message.
Midland Acres is proud to stand the prominent stallions, TCI, Long Tom, Ready for Money, Monty Mickey, Summa Cum Laude, and Bit of a Legend. With such great pedigree and speed in the stallion barn, Midland Acres will provide a diverse group of top yearlings in the sale ring for 2025. Visit us this fall at our consignments at the Blooded Horse Sale on August 26th, the Ohio Select Jug Sale on September 12th, and the Lexington Select Sale on September 29th through October 3rd. Let Midland Acres' experience in the industry lead you to the winner's circle.
Make summer memories this year at the Ohio County Fairs. The Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association will be live streaming every race this year, and we want you to be there. Be a part of the excitement with the 2025 Ohio County Fair Racing Passport. Stop by the OHHA broadcast location in the grandstand to pick up your passport and stamp. Get stamps at every fair you attend. Prizes will be awarded to those that attend the most racing programs. Get your passport at the first fair you attend or call the OHHA office at 614-221-3650. Harness Racing, the fastest ride at the fair.
We're joined up at the booth with Doug Ballinger here on your day off.
Probably the only day that I'll go watch a county fair race without working.
Yeah, well, that's what we thought. There's not many days that you're not working, either announcing or with us.
So we started, my first call will be at Circleville. I've called some this year at Miami Valley. The other night I stopped at Scioto going to the airport. Rickenbacker picked my son and his family up, and Barry had me call a couple to tune up, I guess, for the fair season. So I called a couple the other night at Scioto unexpectedly.
Well, that's good. That's always kind of nice, but I don't think that you really need any warm-up. You're good all the time, no matter what. And it doesn't seem to matter what size track, what anything you have called at Hoosier Park.
Yes.
Right? So half mile, 5/8 mile track doesn't really matter to you. What's your favorite?
Naturally the half, because that's all I do,
Yeah.
mainly.
We have decided that you are banned from the passport contest.
Okay.
Just so you know.
Yeah.
I just didn't want you to try and sneak one in there.
I'll be at 31 fairs this year altogether with, I think, 18 calling and whatever, 13 with the OHHA.
Yeah.
I think 64 sessions of racing.
Wow.
I'll be at, so.
That's a lot of racing. What's the first fair you did?
The first fair my first call actually was in 1970 at the Lima Driving Club matinee at Lima. They had a matinee, and they had I always wanted to be an announcer, I guess, because I had heard Roger Houston in '69 and just couldn't believe that voice I'd hear, and I wanted to pattern myself after him. And everything fell in place. The horse I was taking care of that night at Urbana won. He sent a tape recording out, and I got a hold of it. The winners, he called the race.
Mm-hmm.
And I would just try to mimic him, and we'd race our bicycles around the fairground in Salina when I was 16 years old.
Wow.
And I went to the matinee that year, and Ralph Beckstead, I went with him and his son Gary and probably his son Dan. And the announcer was so bad. It was just somebody trying to do it. He was a disc jockey and didn't know anything about horses, so Ralph introduced me to Dave McLean and said, I think this guy will do a good job. And I called the rest of them that day after about the third race.
Wow.
I can still phone call was one of the horses. I can go back that
Oh,
far.
really? Oh, my gosh.
But the first, and I did the Lima Fair, I think, maybe that year, but before that, it was in late August. I think my first official paying job was at Wilmington. Roger sent me there for 2 nights. Back then we raced 4 there and 4 at Urbana, and it would overlap with Urbana. And the 2 nights he couldn't be at Wilmington because he was at Urbana, I would go to Wilmington. And I can remember, I did that for several years. I remember in 1974, my wife rode along with me. And in the infield, I think there's a lot of trees there. I probably haven't been there in years at Wilmington. But she would write our wedding invitations out because we were going to get married that December.
Oh, my gosh.
So, my first official call was at Lima at the matinee in 1970. But I called a lot of qualifiers that summer in 1970 at Scioto. That's where Roger really heard me. And, I guess everything was supposed to fall in place for me to become an announcer. I had no idea that night I went in 69 to Urbana to take care of a horse, and I listened to Roger Houston, a voice like no other, and just loved the way he would call a race. And never knowing him, the following summer, I was at Scioto Downs taking care of horses with a trainer by the name of Irv Samples from Salina. He was the leading driver back then at Scioto. And Roger just happened to be there, so I was supposed to become an announcer, I guess. He was jogging horses for a guy by the name of Mark Ferguson. And I was ready to walk out of the announcer's booth up at the grandstand there at Scioto. Back then they would just wear head numbers. Drivers would have no colors, no jumpsuits like they do now, no saddle pads, just a head number. And I thought I was pathetic, but Roger made his way over, introduced himself. I was ready to walk out, and he said, "Were you the one calling the race?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "Where are you going?" I said, "I'm no good. I give up." He said, "Get back in there." He said, and I remember these words to this day. He said, "I'll give you all the help you want, but you got to really want to do it." And
oh gosh!
And he wanted my phone number, and about 2 or 3 weeks later, Putnam County Fair, I overlapped with Lebanon Fair in the afternoon, and he called me and he said, "I got to be at Lebanon in the afternoon and try to get to Ottawa at night." And he said, "I don't know if I'm going to be there." So he said, "Would you go and fill in until I get there?" And I said yes. So I did the post parade for the first, and here he come walking across the infield. And I thought to myself, I'm not going to get a call race night. And he said, "You post paraded the first. You post paraded it. Now you got to call it." So I called it, and he said, "Well, you did a great job." He said, "Now I want you to call the second," and that's how it began.
Wow.
And then I think we're getting ready for a post parade.
Yeah, let's do the post parade.
Jimmy Smith. Number 2 is Silverton, owned by Rosie Weaver of Beach City, Ohio, and David Jury of Bucyrus, Ohio, trained by Rosie Weaver, the driver Drew Neal. Number 3 is Jars Shinnon, owned by Chris Beaver of Radnor, Ohio, and Carolina Acosta, also of Radnor, Ohio, trained and driven by Chris Beaver. Number 4 is Raining Dollars, trained and driven by John Kineski III of Pemberville.
And number 5 is I'll Be Seeing You. All by Joe Cramp of Northfield, Ohio, and Michael Mitch of Sagamore Hills, Ohio, trained and driven by Joe Cramp. Horses will take one long score.
Make sure you tell Rusty I bought those, Doug.
Rusty bought for us up there, the ice cream, yeah.
Yeah, they came with the Paulding ice cream again. Yeah. So what did you think of the young fellow that did it yesterday? He's 20 years old, has no background in harness racing at all. Says he's wanted to be an announcer since he was 6.
Yeah, I thought he did a great job. On a scale of 1 to 10, he was a 10. Oh. I mean, he didn't flub up at all. I didn't really know he was nervous, but I heard he is a nervous Nelly.
Yeah.
But 2 years ago, we were a bunch of us at Hoosier Park one night watching races, and we was going to stay for 7 or 8. And I think he called 7 and 8 that night.
Oh, okay.
At Hoosier, and I wanted to meet him and get his phone number in case I need help or let him call some. And he never did come down from upstairs, and so we left. And then I knew last night when he said he called 2 races at Hoosier, that's the boy it would have been. But no, he did a great job. He did a great interview. Yeah. I'm sure he'll be, the way it sounds, he's going to do some TV work over there at Horseshoe, Indiana. Mm-hmm. And I can't think of the announcer's name there, but if that announcer had to have a night off, I would have no problem having that kid fill in.
He could just jump right in, yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's what he wants to get into is thoroughbreds.
Yes. Maybe we can nudge him a little bit this way. He did seem to enjoy it. He enjoyed being here. So
yeah.
So that's really how you would get started, right?
Oh, yeah.
Somebody's going to have to let you do that.
Yeah.
We're always in need of any kind of officials, announcers.
Oh, we're going to need announcers. This is my 56th year. I'm 72, and I know I'm going another 4 to hit 60, and after that it'll probably be year to year. But you know, I'm sure I'll go. Another 8. I don't know if I can go 10 to catch Bill Peters and Roger Hughes or not. They got 66. Now they're tough cookies.
Is that what they're
both at 66.
Wow.
Each 66. I'm 56. That's unheard of.
Yeah.
That's probably 180 years of announcing together.
Wow.
And probably Roger's called 185,000, and Bill and I probably close to 35 to 40. I don't keep track like Roger, but I got an idea what I've called. But you know, that 70, that'd be 250,000 race calls between us three. You know,
and mostly all in Ohio.
Well, Roger was at the Meadows and Pompano.
Yeah. Okay, I'll just give you a quick rundown from the rail out because they are headed to the gate for the 3-year-old colt trot. Mars Vic and Jimmy Smith from the rail. Silverton with Drew Neal up. Jars Shinen, Chris Beaver. Raining Dollars, John Konetsky III. And I'll Be Seeing You with Joseph Cramp. And I hope these 3-year-old colt trotters headed into the lane. So we're going to turn over to Bill Peters for the call.
Off and trotting at Silverton, going out after the lead. Up on the outside second is I'll Be Seeing You. At the rail third is Mars Vic. In their fourth is Jars Shinen, and the last horse is Raining Dollars. As they make the turn now to head down the backside, the race over toward that quarter-mile mark. That's Silverton on top by 2.5 lengths. Racing in there second, that's I'll Be Seeing You, driven by Joe Cramp. Moving up third is Jars Shinen, driven by Chris Beaver. Fourth is Raining Dollars, driven by John Konetsky. The last horse is Mars Vic, driven by Jimmy Smith. Going to that quarter-mile mark, Drew Neal has Silverton on top by a length and a half. Past that quarter-mile mark, that's Silverton with the lead. I'll Be Seeing You right there second, and closing in third is Jars Shinen. First quarter trotted in 32 3/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stand for the first time, that's Silverton by 2 lengths. I'll Be Seeing You trotting in there second, Jars Shinen third. Raining Dollars is fourth. The last horse is Mars Vic. No change as they come to the half-mile mark. That's Drew Neal and Silverton bringing the horses to the half. Sitting in the golden chair second, that's Joe Cramp with I'll Be Seeing You. Third, it is Jars Shinen. First half trotted in 104, excuse me. The first half in 104. as they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over to that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Silverton. The closest horse second is I'll Be Seeing You. George Shannon is racing third. Raining Dollars is fourth. Offstride fifth is Mars Vic. Going toward that 3/4 mile mark now. Chris Beaver's out and on the move with George Shannon. Still with the lead is Silverton. At the rail second, I'll Be Seeing You on the outside third. That's George Shannon. Raining Dollars racing fourth. The last horse Mars Vic. 3/4 trotted in 1:35 and 1/5. As they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt, that's still Silverton with the lead, but I'll Be Seeing You is closing in second. Dropping back third is George Shannon. As they race toward home, that's Silverton at the rail. On the outside second is I'll Be Seeing You. Silverton and I'll Be Seeing You. Silverton at the rail. I'll Be Seeing You on the outside. It's going to be Silverton wire to wire, and here the outcome. I'll Be Seeing You up for place. Up for third is George Shannon. 1 mile in 2:05 and 3/5.
Nice mile, 2, 5, and 3. Silverton with Drew Neal driving for Rosie Weaver.
Drew Neal having a good night. I know that's probably 3 or 4, definitely 3 wins.
Yep.
Wouldn't surprise me. The fair driving title this year could very well go to Drew Neal. He's going to be 1, 2, or 3 when it's all said and done, but he's got some live mounts with the Rosie Weaver stable, looks like, all through the summer.
Yeah, he's got 5 wins today, and he had 2 yesterday, so he's doing...
He had 5 yesterday, 2, 3, how many today? 3?
5 today and 2 yesterday.
5 today.
5 today, yep. Yeah, and Rosie's got 3 wins, 3 wins both days so far, so nice... Yeah, he's going to have some nice mounts if he sticks with Rosie. Gives him some good horses to drive, that's for sure. Do you prefer trotters to pacers?
It really doesn't matter to me.
No.
2-year-old trotting race, probably fillies, is tough to call at a fair because you have a lot of breakers early on. But, when you get after they get 5 starts under the belt, they're all about the same. But
Silverton, owned by Rosie Weaver and David Jury, trained by Rosie Weaver, and driven to victory this afternoon by Drew Neal. The blanket for this race is given in memory of E.E. Buck Hardesty and Merrill Miller. Both of them were longtime horse fans here in the Paulding County area.
Angels 253 official.
All right, the official is 253. Thank you.
Let's have a big hand here for David Jury, Rosie Weaver, Drew Neal, and Silverton, and to the family of Buck Hardesty and Merrill Miller for giving us blanket in their memories.
Oh, we'll get the rundown here from Bill, the official rundown. Always nice to see the memorial blankets in there and have the families all come. I think it means a lot to those families.
I think Paulding does quite a few memorial blankets.
Yeah. So that was our first division of the 3-year-old colt trot.
Number 2, Silverton was the winner. Number 3, George Shannon was third. Number 4, Raining Dollars was fifth. Number 5, I'll Be Seeing You was second. Time of the first quarter was 32 and 3/5. The half was in 1:04. The 3/4 in 1:35 and 1/5, with a mile in 2:05 and 3/5. From the top, it should read 4:13.52 on the bottom, a mile in 2:05 and 3/5.
Real nice last half for those trotters too. Came 1, 1, and 3 came last half. So.
So it's on to the 9th, Susan. This is a condition pace. Field of 5. Dharma Fall Racing Enterprises is the blanket sponsor. Joe and Fran Dharma Fall do so much for harness racing.
They do. I'm glad that I know he's always been a big car racing fan.
Yeah.
But I'm sure glad that he switched over to harness racing because, he's been, personally buying horses, a lot of partnerships he's in, owns a lot of horses, but the support that he gives to the fairs is incredible. And they are here all the time. So they're just...
Oh, yeah, especially this part of this up northern, Wauseon. I know they always come to Mercer County. You'll see them at all Glades County. But it's mainly up north here, Wauseon, Montpelier.
Yeah, and they do believe in entertaining the crowd, so they a lot of times will fund the singer that's here. Matt Richardson comes to, I don't know, a handful of fairs in this area. So it's just...
one of my favorite weekends is actually Labor Day when I go to Wauseon for the OHHA. Just a big crowd. It's a great fair. I'd never been there till... This might be my 4th year in a row there with the OHHA. But that is a fantastic fair. I think I worked with you there one day last year.
Yeah, it is a great fair. It's just...
But every fair is something unique about it. Here, it's definitely the ice cream.
Yeah.
But I do some neat fairs. I think I do some of the best fairs, in the state. That's my opinion. I'm just going to name a few of them. Uniqueness is Croton. It sets out in no man's land. You're there usually every year. Have a little pond in the infield. That's a unique fair. Wauseon's very unique, and Greenville, Urbana.
Yeah.
My hometown, Salina. That's just naming a few. Every fair has something special about it.
Yeah. Yeah, and here I think we talked about earlier. We talked to Gus Davis yesterday about him taking care of the track and everything, and I think a lot of those fairs have horsemen on their fair boards, and that means so much.
Oh, yes. And it's getting less and less of that. In the old days, somebody had a racehorse, they was on the fair board and the speed committee.
Yeah.
I was talking to Randy Leopard the other day at Mike Wepkenberg's school there for officials at Urbana a couple weeks ago, and he said they've always at Urbana had somebody... All fair board members run the races. And a lot of fairs they hire, like Greenville, Tim Harless.
Yeah.
Now it's Tom Hope. They hire somebody to be the speed superintendent. But at Urbana, he said forever they've always had somebody on the fair board that has something to do with racehorses or has an interest. So, and that means a lot. But Gus does a great job here.
Yeah, absolutely. They were out here at 6 o'clock this morning working on the track because they had a little bit too much limestone down there on the rail because they had a drainage problem here, so they had to fix it, and they put down a little bit. So they were out here at 6 o'clock this morning scraping it off and getting it ready for today. So
now that your next fair will be Circleville?
Circleville, yeah.
You'll be there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
I'll be calling the races there. An interesting story. This will be my 56th year of calling races. But on my 50th year, I'd been there on my first or second. Well, it was my first year I called races there also. I can remember Bob Steele at Scioto Downs calling the qualifiers there. Bob Steele was the general manager. And he came back to the barn one day and asked Irv Samples, guy I was working for, he said, is there a guy by the name of Doug Ballinger back here? When Bob Steele says that looking for you and you're a groom on the backside, you might have got in trouble.
Oh, no.
I'm not saying I didn't get in trouble back then, but he wanted me to, he was a judge here and he wanted me to go there. They needed an announcer and he recommended me. So I'd go over there and park at the office at, where his office was, the green block office, like it's still there. And I would ride to Circleville with him. I think back then we raced 4 days. But I just did it 1 year because I got a job and they raced a lot of afternoons back then, I think. But how ironic it is, 50 years later, I go back now to call the races at Circleville.
Wow.
So it'll be a fun weekend. I hope the weather cooperates right now.
Yeah.
I think Circleville's had a lot of rain.
They have. They had some flooding there early yesterday morning. They had a couple of the barns got flooded, so they had to move horses out.
But the weather right now doesn't look the best. I mean, they're calling 75% of chance of rain both Saturday and Sunday. And we'll have a lot of races, I'm sure. They do a great job there.
They do. Really good job. But 75% chance, there's 25% chance it won't rain.
Yep. Maybe it'll rain after the races.
Yeah. It'd be nice. I don't know how close. Do we have time to sneak in some a commercial, or should we wait? Okay. Ninth race coming up. As we said, there's going to be there's two of these non-winners of $1,000 paces today. It seems like it's harder and harder for fairs to have overnights.
Yes, because, well, you can pretty much, the fairs get, 12 to 15,000, all depends on how many days they race.
Yes.
And if they, most fairs, it doesn't cost them anything to have harness racing.
Right.
I mean, it all depends on what they do. But I know that, for instance, you have 8 stakes that you got to pay into 2-year-old fillies, colts and fillies, same as 3-year-olds. They got to put so much of that into that purse. Am I correct?
Right. Correct.
And then they do have to write one overnight.
Yes. They have to do one, but if they do more than one, that's because the fair really wants to have a little more signature series of help those two.
Yes.
By having so many of those.
And they get, I don't know if you'd call it a grant, like for the Regal and some of the in Salina they put the Bates Memorial on. That's spatial money from the OHHA, correct?
That's those feature race grants that the fair has to apply for those, and I'll tell you a secret though: the fair committee doesn't turn anybody down, as long as you can prove that you're doing that.
The safety thing for a gate or something, what they do.
Yeah, those capital improvement grants are very important. So we'll take a look at these non-winners of $1,000 lifetime horses.
$100 in a blanket courtesy of Dharma Fall Racing Enterprises. Number 1 is ATI Time for Trouble, owned by Isaiah Shrake in Navarre, Ohio, and Natalie Darnell of Massillon, Ohio, trained by Isaiah Shrake, the driver Emmanuel Miller. And that horse is in to be claimed for $15,000. Number 2, Wyatt Said, has been drawn. Number 3 is Rockin' Rachel Wolf, owned by Kimber Clegg of Matamoros, Pennsylvania, trained by Betty Clegg, the driver Nick Clegg. Number 4 is Mr. Bubbly, owned by Heather Wilkinson of Allegan, Michigan, trained by Ryan Verhaeg, the driver Drew Neal. Number 5 is PBR Knight, owned by Emily and Colton Hay of Salina, trained by Emily Hay, the driver Derek Flowers. Horses will take one score.
Well, that was interesting. He said that horse was in to be claimed. So the pace non-winners of $1,000 lifetime, also eligible maidens.
Must have been. Wonder where they came up with the claim at.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
It's not in the Huff Guide that way?
Nope, not in the conditions, so I'm not sure about that. But
he wasn't scratched his last start, or was he?
Yes. Yeah, that's why. You're right. Good call, Matt.
Oh, okay. That match should be an official.
He should. No, he can't.
He can't?
He's got to stay here. But yeah, that ATI
okay.
Time for Trouble was scratched out of a $10,000 claimer at Northfield his last start. So when he comes back in, he has to be in to be claimed for the same amount. So even though he was in for a 10 because he's a 3-year-old, he gets that allowance.
Now, what horse are we talking about
the
here?
One horse.
The one.
Yeah.
Yeah, now, but he still has to kind of fit the condition. I would have to think.
Yes.
But he is claimed for 15, what Matt said, because he scratched from that last time.
Yep, so he is, that horse has had 10 lifetime starts and has not won a race yet. The 2-horse Wyatt Said is a scratch. Rockin' Rachel Wolf, another 3-year-old out of the Clegg stable, has had 15 lifetime starts, has not won yet, but does have $15,000 in earnings, so fits that because of the maidens. So it's always interesting why they fit.
Yep.
Why these different horses do fit.
And Susan the 5, PBR Knight, Emily and Colton Hay, is out of Royal Delta. And Royal Delta raced last night here in the ladies' race.
I had wondered about that. That was something I was going to look up on that horse, because that horse has not raced much in the last 5 years.
Yes,
a couple
heard,
times.
Yes.
But I guess if she took time out to have a baby, that's probably why. And by Night Pro, who is a good old horse.
Yeah, well, Emily was driving Night Pro a lot in, I don't know if it was in the ladies' series. She would drive him a few years back, I think.
Nice horse that kept racing all the time, was breeding mares and kept racing. A really good horse out of Michigan.
Were you excited to get here last night to kick things off?
Yes, and I was telling on the air, we got here about 1:45, Races started at 4, and there was a lot of people already here. You could tell the fans were excited to be here. It's just kind of a nice feeling. So it looks like they are heading into the lane. The ATI Time for Trouble and Manny Miller, Rockin' Rachel Wolf, Nick Clegg, Mr. Bubbly, and Drew Neal, and Derek Flowers with PBR Knight. Let's turn it over to Bill.
Here, off and pacing the first horse away is Rockin' Rachel Wolf. At the rail second is ATI Time for Trouble. And their third is PBR Knight, and the last horse is Mr. Bubbly. As they make the turn now to head down the backside, the race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Emmanuel Miller has ATI Time for Trouble on top by 3.5 lengths. Pacing in there second, that's Rockin' Rachel Wolf, driven by Nick Clegg. Third is PBR Knight, driven by Derek Flowers. And the last horse is Mr. Bubbly, driven by Drew Neal. Going to the quarter-mile mark, there's no change. That's still ATI Time for Trouble on top by 2.5 lengths. Closing in second, that's Rockin' Rachel Wolf. First quarter paced in 32 3/5 seconds. Horses are beginning to bunch up a little bit now as they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time. That's ATI Time for Trouble with the lead. Racing second is Rockin' Rachel Wolf. Third is PBR Knight, the last horse, Mr. Bubbly. Approaching the half-mile mark, that's Emmanuel Miller and ATI Time for Trouble, bringing the horses to the half. 2 lengths back second is Rockin' Rachel Wolf, followed by PBR Knight and Mr. Bubbly. First half paced at a leisurely 106 1/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. That's ATI Time for Trouble with lead. Here comes PBR Knight from far back flying up. He's now second and going after the leader. As they race down the backside, that's ATI Time for Trouble with lead. PBR Knight on the outside second. Along the rail third, Rockin' Rachel Wolf, and up on the outside fourth comes Mr. Bubbly. 4 pacers well buzzed, but now Mr. Bubbly goes off stride. Past the 3/4 mile mark. That's still ATI Time for Trouble with the lead. 3/4 in 138 1/5. As they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's still ATI Time for Trouble with the lead. Regaining second along the rail is Rockin' Rachel Wolf. On the outside third, PBR Knight. As they race through the lane, that's ATI Time for Trouble and Rockin' Rachel Wolf. ATI Time for Trouble and Rockin' Rachel Wolf. It's going to be ATI Time for Trouble. And here the outcome. Up for second is Rockin' Rachel Wolf. Up for third, PBR Knight. A mile in 2:08 2/5.
Well, they got a little spread out down the lane at that last quarter in 30 1.
Yeah, they pretty much walked at a half in 6 1.
Yeah.
Came a pretty good back half, 2 1 for these non-winners and maidens.
That PBR Knight, for a very first lifetime start, hung in pretty tough with those horses.
Raced very well, I can remember, at Urbana Matinee. Cut the mile. Got him to the half pretty decent. Got a little tired at the matinee, but looked good. And looked good here again today, PBR Knight.
Like we said, nice to have a spot for these horses that they're not eligible. Either they're not Ohio sired or they weren't paid into anything. So we've got come back on the 14th with the other division of that. That'll be just a 3-horse race because we got one scratched in there. But nice to give these horses a chance to race.
And in the 13th, our good friend Roger Houston has a Glamorous Pete in.
He's been scratched.
He's been scratched.
Yep, they said he was scratched. So.
That's the only reason I came over is watch Roger's horse race.
Doggone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The winners go. Coming in from Navarre and Massillon comes number 1, ATI Time for Trouble. Owned by Isaiah Shrake and Natalie Darnell. Trained by Isaiah Shrake and driven to victory this afternoon by Emmanuel Miller. Now the blanket for this race is courtesy of Dharma Fall Racing Enterprises. There's 2 divisions of this race. We only have the 1 blanket, so the blanket will go to the winner of the faster division here of this Pace for Non-Winners of $1,000 lifetime. And Joe Dharma Fall is in the winner's circle for the trophy presentation. Let's have a big hand here for Isaiah Shrake, Emmanuel Miller, and ATI Time for Trouble, and Dharma Fall Racing Enterprises, the donors of the blanket.
One of my favorite scenes at the fair when you get a little kid in the race bike and they got a big grin on their face.
Time for Trouble was the winner. Number 2, Wyatt Said had been drawn. Number 3, Rockin' Rachel Wolf was second. Number 4, Mr. Bubbly was fourth. And number 5, PBR Knight was third. Time of the first quarter was 32 3/5. The half was in 106 1/5. The 3 quarters in 138 1/5. With a mile in 208 2/5. From the top it should read 1 scratch 2 4 3 on the bottom, a mile in 208 2/5.
He's not eligible anyway, Matt.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, we've got to cut it off with some of these guys that come to every single fair, right?
Yeah. He'll win enough of that cold of his.
He's an OHHA director.
Oh, yeah.
So
Yeah,
I wouldn't
right.
think he'd be eligible.
No,
that's right.
That's
not
Rusty Voorhees.
No wonder he was buying the ice cream.
He bought the ice cream, yeah. He forgot you guys down here, though.
Oh, well, sure. Yeah.
Now, we had some yesterday. We were good. Okay, I think we're going to take a short break, and then we're going to be back for the 10th.
The Ohio equine industry needs your help. I'm Scott Mogan, president of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. With over 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. That means jobs that pump millions of dollars into the local economy and support thousands of families. For Ohio's equine industry to remain strong, we need to send a clear message to our legislators about the important role that the agricultural small businesses play in Ohio's economy. To do that, we need your help. PACER, the Political Action Committee for Equine Racing, helps support and inform on issues that could positively affect Ohio harness racing. Please consider a donation to PACER. To donate, visit our website at ohha.com or call 614-221-3650. Your donation will help keep harness racing strong in Ohio. Thank you for your support.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1976, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com for fast shipping. Most orders ship that day. Or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year. Our expert team of boarded surgeons, sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sport horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
Welcome back to Paulding County, day 2 here. Ashley Daly back on air. Doug, what did I miss the last 2 races?
Oh, some good races. Were you just sitting back there daydreaming?
Kind of taking a break. Susan's going to take a short break with us. We're headed next into the 3rd division of the 2-year-old Colt Pacers. We've been putting up some miles today.
Yes. They got to the half pretty good, that one 2-year-old pace. Oh, 2-year-olds anymore, they'll go in another month, 5-6 weeks. They'll be going in 2 minutes, 4/5, 2-1.
Right.
I don't know if the 2-year-olds, I'm sure, anymore going 59 if it's set up right for them at county fairs.
It's kind of amazing, honestly. We, in our office barn at Urbana, have a lot of big pictures of our Sire Stake winners, Triple Crown winners, whatever, over the years, and we're looking back maybe 10 years, maybe not even 10 years. And the Philly Trotters, that was kind of what my dad really liked and was known for. 202 used to win a Sire Stake at Scioto Downs, and now it's like, nah, those Philly Trotters need to go about 57, maybe. Like, it's insane. But it's quite, I mean, it's remarkable how much this breed has exploded in the last 5
They
years.
just get faster
even.
and faster.
I mean,
who would ever dream? What is, if they went in 45-4, 46-1, what is a world's record for pace?
45 and.
Is it 45 and change?
Four, yeah. Bulldog.
45 and 4 was Bulldog 2 years ago, 2 summers now, I think. 2 years?
Probably.
I know, I told a story.
Yeah, his babies will be racing this year.
Yeah, good point.
I can remember, I've told this story before, in 1972, I just graduated. I went to Greenville to hear Roger call races. Actually, my wife and I were going that way to the drive-in. We wasn't married yet, but I talked her into going to Greenville because I wanted to hear Roger used to call races. And J-Time raced that night and went in 49-2 or 3. Was unheard of. And I can remember announcing races, and a couple years later at Lima, and the guy I used to work for, Samples, a horse by the name of Absalom, went in 2 minutes. Thought that was something. And a few years ago, 4 or 5, I filling in at Hoosier Park one night, and a horse called Fortify went in 47-3. I never dreamed I'd call a mile like that.
I bet you get just as excited when you see these fractions posted, don't you?
Yeah, you do. Yeah. So that you're going to go on another assignment here in mid-June. You're not going to be on the air for a while, right?
I am going to be gone. Not many people know this. This is actually going to be my first and last fair for about 3 weeks. I won't be back on till Wilmington. Wilmington will be my next on-air.
June or July 7th, 8th, 9th, something like that.
Somewhere like that. I'll be there the second night of Wilmington because I'm going to take a hiatus and I'm getting married.
Okay.
Yep.
So now you had to tell it all.
I thought that's what you were going to say when you said first and last. I'm going to take my first, or this is my first and last. I thought you were going to say married. Like, well, we hope so. Then you went into
You
fair.
never know.
Okay.
You never know.
Yeah.
Hopefully he's not listening to that.
But you do like to travel, don't you?
Yeah. Yep. So more or less what's happening is I am eloping. I'm not paying the $30,000-$40,000 it costs anymore to have a wedding, and I'm going out to Colorado for a few days and doing that. And actually getting married. And then we're going to the Dolomites in northern Italy. I'll be spending about 10 days up there. So that's the traveling part. We said that we wanted to spend our money on a honeymoon, I guess you can say.
Now, will you be watching some of the broadcasts?
Oh, of course. I would say, but with that, I have to figure out the time difference, because I don't even know what it is, what time it is over there. I say I can't tell. Are we post-parade?
I think we are.
Well,
maybe Bill's not ready to post-parade.
Matt down there is still deep into the Righteous Brothers, so we can't cut him off.
Say, well, we'll just keep on. We'll keep on talking until Bill interrupts us, and we'll get a quick look at our field of 2-year-olds here in just a moment. But yeah, that's kind of where I spend my money, is unfortunately on this bad horse habit that we all tend to have. And I do like to travel. I try to go pretty big international trip about once a year.
I know one of your favorites, your mom's Go Jim Dandy, named after your late dad. He dead heated the other night.
He did. He had a very impressive start for me. I just love this horse. And he's kind of a quirky. He looks like his mom. His mom had a big Roman nose. He looks like his mom.
But I noticed like the week before that she qualified him.
Mm-hmm.
Was it just because he was going to be off, or did she switch something on him? Or
nope, just wanted to keep him tight. But usually like last year, we had that horse race about every 2 weeks, and he was good on that. But I think she just wanted to keep him tight, so threw him in a qualifier. His very first start. Well, I shouldn't say very first, but the Buckeye Stallion, the first leg, he didn't get a check because he was in with some pretty nice sire stake level horses, truthfully, that dropped down for that first leg, but still went 51 apiece. And we never dreamed, I shouldn't say we, I just never thought that horse would bust out a mile like that, and was happy with that. And then finally just went back for that second leg up at Northfield a couple days ago, and slow, right? Quotation, slow mile, went 54 and dead heated to win. So it's always fun, and he's a homebred, so it's a little extra umph for us.
Beach, Florida, trained and driven by Ronnie Gillespie. Number 2 is Willowdale, owned by Kurt Schaub of Attica, Ohio, trained by Robbie Brooks, the driver, Pierce Henry. Number 3 is Pumpkin Skin, owned by Kimber Clegg of Matamoros, Pennsylvania, trained by Betty Clegg, the driver, Nick Clegg. Number 4 is the Muffin Man, owned by Gary Gillen of Molina, trained by Chad Williamson, the driver, Greg Bateson. Number 5 is Western Encore, owned by Rosie Beaver of Beach City, Ohio, and Heartland Acres of Walhonding, Ohio, trained by Rosie Weaver, the driver, Drew Deal. Number 6 is I'll Bet Your Boots, owned by Judy Rogner of Roswell, Michigan, trained by Judy Rogner, the driver, Hank Levan. You can give him a turn and take him right to the gate. Give him a turn.
All right, so sounds like we're going to get rolling. So this is our 3rd division of 2-year-old colt Pacers. Purse of $3,840, a field of 6 on the rail. My Boy Pank. Ronnie Gillespie trains and drives for Sam Bowie of Palm Beach, Florida. This is a gelding by Catch the Fire out of a Western Terror mare. This is the first colt for this mare, and in her career, she made $478,000. He was a $20,000 purchase out of the Ohio Select sale.
The 2 is Willowdale. Pierce Henry drives for Robert Books. 2-year-old bay gelding, son of Western Vintage, out of the Feline Frisky mare Carly Sue. Her first career start.
I do think Carly, if I'm looking at Susan's notes here, in her career, I think she made $322,000, and Willowdale does have a half sibling that has made $266,000 with a mark at 7 and 150 and 3. Our 3 horse is Pumpkin Skin, interesting name. Nick Clegg in the bike for Betty Clegg, of course owned by Kimber Clegg. This is a gelding by Summa Cum Laude out of a Shadow Play mare. It was a $15,000 purchase out of the Ohio Selected sale. Brent Hopper of Kentucky did breed. Pumpkin Skin is a half sibling to the Onyx Dragon, who did we see the Onyx Dragon? No, we saw the Ebony Dragon earlier. The Onyx Dragon, however, is a 3-year-old this year. Just last year was 2nd in the BSS Championship and 2nd in the OSS Consolation. Has made $94,000 in its racing career.
Next, the 4, the Muffin Man, is a Catch the Fire 2-year-old bay gelding son of, we said, Catch the Fire, out of the Rock and Roll Hanover mare Smiley Rocks. Chad Williamson trains, Greg Bateson will drive.
Maybe you can jar my memory. You called it Urbana Matinee, right?
Yes.
We did see the Muffin Man had a pretty nice start at the Urbana Matinee. Do you recall?
I can't remember.
I'm pretty positive that's who I'm thinking of.
I think it was Salina. Might have been Salina.
Somewhere, but I remember this name because it was the
Muffin
Man.
He raced really good, yeah.
Most likely Salina. I just can't see Chad Williamson going to Urbana that far,
point.
So
good
it was
point.
probably Salina.
Regardless, one hopefully to keep an eye on, but our 5 horse is Western Encore. This is trained by Rosie Weaver. She owns in partnership with Heartland Acres. Drew Neal in the sulky. This is by Well Said. Finishing out the field is our 6 horse, I'll Bet Your Boots. Judy Rogner trains. Hank Levan in the bike. This is a colt by Summa Cum Laude. We'll throw it up to Bill for the call of the 10th.
Here they come. Off and pacing the first horse away at the rail is My Boy Pank. Coming in 2nd is Willowdale. Moving up 3rd up the rail, that is I'll Bet Your Boots. On the outside 4th is the Muffin Man. Racing in there 5th is Pumpkin Skin. And the last horse is Western Encore. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over to that quarter-mile mark, Ronnie Gillespie has My Boy Pank on top by 3 lengths. Racing in there 2nd along the rail, that's Willowdale, driven by Pierce Henry. Racing 3rd is the Muffin Man, driven by Greg Bateson. 4th is I'll Bet Your Boots, driven by Hank Levan. Racing in there 5th is Pumpkin Skin, driven by Nick Clegg. And the last horse is Western Encore, driven by Drew Neal. First quarter paced in 30 and 2/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time, that's My Boy Pank by 2 lengths. Willowdale continues to pace in there 2nd with the Muffin Man 3rd. Racing 4th is I'll Bet Your Boots. 5th at the rail is Pumpkin Skin, the last horse Western Encore. Horses are bunching up pretty well coming past the half-mile mark. That's My Boy Pank with the lead, and right there close 2nd is Willowdale. First half paced in 1:02. as they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is My Boy Pank. Racing up on the outside second now is I'll Bet Your Boots. At the rail third is Willowdale. Fourth now is Pumpkin Skin. Fifth is the Muffin Man. The last horse is Western Encore. Going down to the backside of the 3/4 mile mark, My Boy Pink continues to lead. On the outside second, I'll Bet Your Boots. At the rail third, Willowdale. Fourth is Pumpkin Skin. 3/4 in 132 and 1/5. As they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's still My Boy Pink with the lead. Willowdale regains second along the rail. I'll Bet Your Boots drops back third on the outside. Less than an eighth of a mile to go. That's My Boy Pink with the lead, but here comes Willowdale with a rush. My Boy Pink and Willowdale as they race through the lane. My Boy Pink and Willowdale. It's going to be My Boy Pink, wire to wire, and here they all come. Willowdale up for place, up for third is I'll Bet Your Boots. Mile and 2:02 and 3/5.
2:02 and 3/5.
Minute and 3/5 back half for the winner, My Boy Pank. 2-year-old Bay go to Son of Catch the Fire. Owned by Samuel Bowie of West Palm Beach, Florida. Does that name ring a bell to you, Sam Bowie?
It kind of does. Say we've been blessed with his presence a couple of times actually on air when he's over at Greenville.
Yes.
So far, that seems to be the fastest division of our 2-year-old colt pacers. First division went in 2:04 and 4. Second was 2:03 and 2. And of course, today our mile time was 2:02 and 3. So we're not sure if it is the fastest yet. We do have one more division of 2-year-old colt pacers before we can give that crown away. Sure, Ronnie's pretty happy with that start.
Yeah, gate to wire, 30 and 2/5, 102, 32 and 1, home 2:02 and 3. Sure, you're going to hear a lot about this guy. He might be jumping up too, you know, in another starter to the Buckeye Stallion.
All right.
I would think the way he looked. I'm sure he's probably staked about all of them, I would think.
You know, I'm not sure how Ronnie does stake his horses. We have some trainers that stake clear across the board in everything just to make sure, and then some are a little bit more.
Well, I'm just going by Sam Bowie as the owner.
Oh, man, good point. Here is Ronnie making his way back.
Into the winner's circle, where the winners go. Coming in from West Palm Beach, Florida, comes number 1, My Boy Pink. Owned by former NBA basketball player Sam Bowie, trained to deliver victory by Ronnie Gillespie. Now the blanket for this race is given in memory of Marie Davis, and members of the Davis family are in the winner's circle for the trophy presentation. Let's have a big hand here for Ronnie Gillespie, Dalton Walls, and My Boy Pink. And for members of the family of Marie Davis for giving this blanket in Marie's memory.
We'll wait for that official rundown, but I do believe they came across the wire 1, 2, 6, 3. Say, Hank Levan was on our 6 horse, I'll Bet Your Boots, and he came first up, and it gave a pretty solid effort. Just got a little tired. It's tough out there.
The winner returns $3.80 and $4.
My Boy Pink was the winner. Number 2, Willowdale was second. Number 3, Pumpkin Skin was fourth. Number 4, The Muffin Man was fifth. Number 5, Western Encore was sixth. Number 6, I'll Bet Your Boots was third. Time of the first quarter was 30 and 2/5. The half was in 1:02. The 3/4 in 1:32 and 1/5. With a mile in 2:02 and 3/5. From the top it should read 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 3. A mile in 2:02 and 3/5.
Exact is today, that exacta there, 1-2 combination, $20.40. The exact is what I've noticed, a lot of them $17, $20. Exacta's paying pretty good
I say
here.
we've had some prices up on the
Yes.
board. We don't talk about it too much, but we've had, and there's been a nice crowd the last couple of days here at Paulding. I'm sure the windows are kind of thankful for that too.
Yes.
Before we hop on to the 11th race, I've seen a couple comments congratulating me, so I just want to thank everybody.
Well, I opened it up. That was a big secret, huh?
Oh, no, not really. No, it wasn't a big secret. But my friends don't know.
No. Oh.
But they don't listen. It's all right.
Okay.
But regardless, thank you to everybody. I do appreciate it. And I've had a couple questions, like personally, of like, oh, you're going to change your last name? And I'm not. I'm always going to be a Daly through and through, especially professionally. I'm always going to be a Daly. He's all right with that. He knows. But so thank you again, everybody. We're going to move next into the 11th race. It's going to be our third division of 3-year-old Philly Pacers, a purse of $3,724. Right now, it's looking like the only change I have is actually a scratch. The 2-horse, Don't Cheese Be Off, will be a scratch. But again, we'll wait for that post-parade and see any further from Bill. Join us back here in just a few moments.
The roots of harness racing are born at the county fair. For over 150 years, people have gathered to watch horses battle it out for fame and glory. Catch the thrills this summer at an Ohio Fair Racing Conference County Fair. The OFRC races at 22 fairs in 20 Ohio counties. Trotters and Pacers put it all on the line to be called the best in the Buckeye State. The Ohio Fair Racing Conference, where the path to greatness begins.
Who feeds your need for new ideas for your family's best farm future? Ohio Farm Bureau. We work with our members to shape ag policy that will positively impact our industry. Farm Bureau is advancing business solutions to give you a competitive advantage. We help you gather information to stay ahead of important topics and technologies. Plus, Ohio Farm Bureau creates opportunities for growth. Ohio Farm Bureau, feeding your need for new ideas.
Headed now into the 11th race of 19. Thanks, everybody, for joining us at the Paulding County Fair. It has been 2 beautiful days to kick off the 2025 Ohio County Fair racing season.
I saw it so hot here a few years ago when I worked. I remember they brought ice cream up here, and that was probably 3 years ago, and you couldn't even eat it fast enough, it would melt. And then a couple years later, I worked OHHA here, and we about froze to death.
I was going to say, we've been talking about it all last couple of days. I shouldn't say all week, but last couple of days we've been amongst the team talking about, wow, how did we get so lucky, especially our first fair out? It's been blazing hot. Matt said that yesterday. And also, I'm pretty sure we got some nasty rain last year, or in a recent year at least. And so I was nervous coming here yesterday morning. I live just north of Dayton, and it was pouring rain. I don't know if you got any in Salina.
Well, took my son and his family back to Rickenbacker Airport in Columbus. And we was driving back towards Salina about 2:30 and on 275 there till we got up to 33 exit at Dublin, headed toward Marysville. It just poured. I was about ready to pull off. You couldn't see.
Oh, no. That sounds
and
like
I
it's
was
scary.
talking to Susan. We go to Circleville this weekend, Saturday and Sunday for racing, and she was saying they've had a couple barns flood, and they've had a lot of flooding there in Circleville.
Which is such unfortunate timing for them too, because they're this weekend. Their fair is this weekend.
There's a lot of rain again for Saturday and Sunday.
I don't know if that's historically been a problem for Pickaway County to have barns flood like that.
I don't know.
But regardless, they are working very hard to have it in top shape once we get there on Saturday, Sunday of this weekend.
Now, will you be working OHHA at Circleville? Or?
I know, I will not. Susan will be on air, though.
Okay.
Alma Levan Stables of Woodstock, Ohio, Dharma Fall Racing Enterprises, Sylvania, Ohio, and Megan Levan of Woodstock, Ohio, trained and driven by Hank Levan. Number 4 is Play On Player, owned and trained by Kurt Kane of Adrian, Michigan, the driver Pierce Henry. Number 5 is Song of a Dragon, owned by Tom Phillips of Davisburg, Michigan, the driver trained and driven by Mike Durantz. Number 6 is Section Line Flame, owned by Hagerman Racing of Mount Vernon, Ohio. Charles Reeve of Broadview Heights, Ohio, trained by Herman Hagerman, the driver Emmanuel Miller. We have wines to be announced here on both the number 1 and 4 horses. Number 1, Kylie K, started on June 7th at Northfield, had post position 7, was 7th at the quarter, 13 lengths behind, 8th at the half, 10.5 lengths behind, 9th at the 3/4, 6 1/4 lengths behind, 9th at the top of the stretch, 6 3/4 lengths behind, finished 7th, 7 3/4 lengths behind. Her actual time, 1:56 2/5. Last quarter and 30 1/5. Dollar odds, $42. Driver Logan Ebersole. Trainer Betty Clegg. And the number 4 horse, Play On Player, also started on June 7th at Northfield. Had post position 8. Was 9th at the quarter, 12.5 lengths behind. 9th at the half, 12 lengths behind. 9th at the 3/4, 9.5 lengths behind. 8th at the top of the stretch, 7 lengths behind. Finished 8th, 7 1/4 lengths behind. Actual time, 1:56 1/5. Last quarter in 29 1/5. Dollar odds, $35.90. Driver Jeremy Smith. Trainer Kurt Kane.
All right, well, there was Bill giving us a little bit about a couple of our horses. So we'll take a look. A field of 6. Reminder, we do start 5 wide here. We score 5 wide, so our 6 horse is always going to start from that second tier. On the rail, we have Kylie Cash, Nick Clegg in the bike for Betty Clegg. This is a brown filly by Fear the Dragon out of Glorious Virgin, and always a virgin mare. She's had 9 starts on the year with a single win and a single second place finish. However, she had quite a year last year. It's one that I'm sure on the fair circuit, if you listened last year, you might recall. She had 28 starts, 10 wins, 4 seconds, and 8 third place finishes as a freshman, made $57,000.
Actually, the 3, Legendary L. Hank Levan, trains and drives the 3-year-old bay filly by Bit of a Legend. Owned by the Levan stable, Darmafall Racing and Megan Levan. 3 starts this year, yet to hit the board, but raced in the McCoy, the Buckeye Stallion Series, and back in the McCoy at Souda Downs. Paced a mile in 54 2 earlier in the year in a qualifier. But Lifetime has 18 starts, 4 wins last year, 4 seconds, 2 thirds, 20,000 last year. Took her mark of 2:01 3 at Bucyrus.
The 4 horse is Play On Player. Kurt Kane bred, owns, and trains this filly by Dancing Yankee out of a Manhart mare. Play for keeps. I believe Pierce Henry was in the bike in the post parade. Yep, he's coming in front of us one more time. Bill gave us some lines. Very last start out, she was out of the money, went in 56 1. However, she showed quite a bit more speed early on. Most recently, she at Scioto Downs, very end of May, went in 153 2, and a start before that up at Northfield was in the Buckeye Stallion Series. Wasn't a little bit in the money. Had a 4th place finish last year as a freshman. She did make $21,000 and took a lifetime mark in 154 4.
5, Song of a Dragon. Michael Durantz trains and drives his 3-year-old bay filly by Fear the Dragon over Thomas Phillips of Michigan. 3 starts this year, has yet to hit the board. Lifetime 27 starts. 2 seconds last year with 7 thirds, just a little over $10,000 lifetime.
Rounding out the field from the second tier is Section Line Flame. Herman Hagerman does train Manny Miller in the bike. This is a filly by Catch the Fire out of Section Line Aqua, and Major and Art mare. Herman Racing of Mount Vernon own alongside Charles Reeve of Broadview Heights. She's had 5 starts on the year, still looking for that first seasonal win. However, last year she had 9 starts with 1 win, 1 second, and still made $38,000. This year as a sophomore, just 3 back. She did start in the Buckeye Stallion Series, put a nice effort in. Was actually 2 wide at the 3/4 pole. Had a 2nd place finish in 156 1. Even more recent start, she put up a mile at Scioto Downs in 154 3. Looks like we are slowly gathering.
Well, I'm going to jump off set here and let Susan back in. My ride is getting ready to go after this race.
I know we pulled you into work, didn't we?
Yeah. Oh, I enjoy it. I enjoy it.
Now, what is the first fair you're calling?
Calling will be Circleville.
Is Circleville? Well, hey,
Circleville.
So I won't be there in person, but I hope everything is a very smooth card for everyone.
I'm sure we'll be working together some on the set throughout the year.
We are. Don't ask me what days. It all runs together at some point, and they're definitely, you get it. Doug, you're all over the place way more than we are even, and things run together, and you look at their calendar either the night before or the morning of, that's where I got to be today.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Doug.
Here they come. Off and pacing the first horse away is Legendary L. At the rail second is Kylie Cage. Up on the outside third, that's Play on Player. At the rail fourth is Section Line Flame, and the last horse is Song of a Dragon. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Nick Clegg has Kylie Cage along the rail with the lead. On the outside second is Play on Player, driven by Pierce Henry. Racing at the rail third, that is Legendary L, driven by Hank Levan. In their fourth is Section Line Flame, driven by Emmanuel Miller. The last horse, Song of a Dragon, driven by Mike Durantz. Past that quarter-mile mark, that's Play on Player on the outside with the lead. First quarter paced in 29 1/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stand for the first time. Regaining the lead along the rail is Kylie Cage. Hung out on the outside second is Play on Player. Racing at the rail third is Legendary L. Fourth is Section Line Flame. And the last horse is Song of a Dragon. Horses pretty well bunched as they come to the half-mile mark. That's still Kylie Cage with the lead, with Play on Player on the outside, pouring on the pressure. Legendary L right there third. First half paced in 59 3/5 seconds. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over to that 3/4 mile mark. It's Kylie Cage along the rail with the lead. One length back, second on the outside is Play on Player. Legendary L third along the rail, and fourth moving up fast on the outside. 3 wide is Section Line Flame. Section Line Flame goes right to the top. That's Section Line Flame with the lead. Dropping back second is Kylie Cage. Legendary L paces in there third. Play on Player fourth. The last horse, Song of a Dragon.
32 and 3.
The 3/4 is in 132 3/5 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's Section Line Flame along the rail. On the outside, it is Legendary L. They're only heads apart as they turn for home. At the rail, Section Line Flame. Legendary L on the outside second. Kylie Cage in there third. As they race through the lane, that is still Section Line Flame and Legendary L. Legendary L and Section Line Flame. Legendary L and Section Line Flame. It's Legendary L. Section Line Flame up for place. Up for third is Kylie Cage. A mile in 2:03 1/5.
2:03 1/5 for our third division. So if we take a look back, 3 Filly Pacers. That was not our fastest. Regardless, we every single one of those fillies left the gate. It was a battle between, I believe it was Kylie Cash and Play on Player. But at the end, it was our 3-horse Legendary L. Kind of took advantage of those fractions. Very fast. It was by far the fastest opening quarter we have seen. 29 1 to the half and 59 3. We slowed down significantly on that back half, and for good reason. Unofficially across the wire, I have 3 6 1 5. So again, our final mile time for this division was 2:03 1. Our first division of sophomore filly pacers went in 2:03 3. However, currently Our fastest division was D2, was 2:02 and 1. Here comes Hank back into the winner's circle. Looks like brother Harrison Levan grabbing the horse.
Yeah, comes number 3, Legendary Al. Owned by Levan Stables, Verifall Racing, and Megan Levan, and trained to win a victory by Hank Levan. The blanket for this race is courtesy of Buffman Tile Company. Hank and Harrison Levan and Buffman Tile Company, the donors of the blanket.
Susan, I'm making sure we have updated
So we have
stats.
top down.
2 races that you were off air for.
Race 11 from the top. Number 1, Kylie Case was 3rd. Number 2, Don't Cheese Me Off had been drawn. Number 3, Legendary L was the winner. Number 4, Play On Player was 5th. Number 5, Song of a Dragon was 4th. And number 6, Section Line Flame was 2nd. Time of the first quarter was 29 1/5. The half was in 59 3/5. The 3 quarters in 132 3/5, with a mile in 203 1/5. From the top, it should read 3 scratch 1 5 4 2, a mile in 203 1/5.
I was going to tell everybody my Sam Bowie story. When in 2008, I went down to Lexington, Kentucky to winter train, get ready for the inaugural meet up at Running Aces in Minnesota, and jog around the Red Mile, which, first of all, was extremely cool to be down there training. But I'd see this extremely tall guy sitting on a bench every morning watching the horses go around. And after a couple weeks, I said, "Who is that guy?" And they said, "That was Sam Bowie." He'd come every morning, sit there and watch the horses train. So he's quite the fan of harness racing.
I was gonna say, we've had him on air. I'm not sure if you interviewed him, but I know he's been on air when he's over at Greenville for their big night at Greenville.
That's right, he was.
He's been on a couple of times, but I didn't know
right.
his history with it, or why he is still so invested in harness racing.
Yeah.
Do you have any idea?
I do not know how it came about. I just remember, I guess he was with the University of Kentucky, and just always was a big fan. And I don't know when the timing come when he got into actually owning horses, but it was just always kind of a big thrill to see him.
A 7-foot man, hard to miss.
Yeah, sitting on a bench under this tree coming out of the last turn, and just pretty cool.
I say he's always been very kind. He's always been very kind to us about coming on air. Hopefully we'll get a chance to maybe ask some of those questions later on in the season. We are going to head next into the 12th race. Plenty more still to go. This should be our 4th, but not the final. It is the 4th, but not the final division of 2-year-old filly trotters. Another field of 6. Join us back here in a brief moment.
Cool Winds Farm in Lima, Ohio is a full-service standardbred breeding farm. Cool Winds stands the popular dancing Yankee, a 2-time world champion, along with 2019 jug winner Southwind Ozzy, the son of Some Beach Somewhere. Cool Winds also stands the royally bred $2 million earning Western Fame. Be sure to inspect the Cool Winds yearlings at the Ohio Selected Jug Sale at Pickaway on Friday, September 13th.
With more than 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. Much of that value comes from standardbred horse owners, breeders, trainers, and drivers who participate in the sport of harness racing. The mission of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association is to preserve, protect, promote, and serve the entire standardbred industry in Ohio and beyond. To learn more about the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, go to ohha.com. That's ohha.com.
Headed next into race 12. Thanks for joining us. Day 2 of 2 at Paulding. While we were off air, we're listening to Matt, who is entertaining us this evening, and he's playing some Randy Travis, and Matt actually got to see him live.
It was one of the best shows I've ever seen. Like, I would love to be able to go see Randy Travis again, which unfortunately I don't think is going to ever happen.
Right.
And it was just a crazy coincidence. We just showed up that night and had a room, and they had some extra tickets at the front desk and said, like, show's going to start. You want to go? I'm like, yeah, sure.
Wow.
And it turned out to be so good.
So this is the stuff that I grew up on. You say you're not really a country western fan. This is what I grew up on, like 90s countries was still my jam. Is what I listened to, and he is one of my favorites. He has a song, I think it's Digging Up Bones. Do you listen to much of him? Okay, he does. I know he does. Digging Up Bones. And it was like one of my favorite songs when I was itty bitty, and I still love him. But he had that terrible stroke, and he still tries. Like I've seen some videos pop up of him kind of like hopping on stage really quick and trying to get one of his songs out, and it's tough. It's very tough. I can't imagine, but he's still such a wonderful vocalist.
Well, our Matt here certainly does entertain the crowd well. A lot of different songs. He goes from genre to genre. He's just all over the place. Yeah. Something for everybody.
He plays some things that we haven't heard in decades.
Yeah.
This is our 4th division of our 2-year-old filly trotters. If we look at our track records for 2-year-old filly trotters, it says 206. I'm going to say, is that correct?
I think that's correct.
All right, then we have, our fillies have gone faster than that today.
210 and 1, 210 and 1, 210 and 2.
Look at me, everything's run together already on me. So 206 flat is currently the track record here at Paulding for just 2-year-old filly trotters. Not sure if we're going to break that today, but you never know.
I love that when we have track records for all the divisions. It's really nice, and we're trying really hard to make sure that we keep the track records, even those, once they've been broken, it's nice to have that history of who had that, because, who knows? Oh, yeah, my grandpa held that record, back in the day, and it's just always nice to keep those.
Especially when, as horses our breed just keeps evolving, whatever. But there are plenty of horses that are still racing that hold many track records.
Yes.
Was it Night Pro? There's a handful of them that just have them left and right all over these county fairs.
Yeah, and what's interesting is Night Pro was a sire of PBR that was in that PBR night. That was a Night Pro baby. So Night Pro holds track records. And
trotter of Bob Rowland's that he was breaking his own records. That's it.
I get it. Yeah.
I think he's still racing out east, or he was last year. I haven't noticed him lately, but he was a force on the circuit there for in the signature series. He couldn't be beat.
And like you said, then the next year he'd come back and break his track record.
There were some good battles between him and Stony Ridgetop there for a couple years.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just, I'd love to see those old horses do that. Or Tattler's Jet held so many track records, and I was lucky enough to take care of him one year up at Running Aces when we used him for giving people rides, and I said, you don't know what this is to sit behind this horse, people just say, oh, he's just a horse. No, he's not. He's an incredible horse.
No.
He was 17 that year that we did that, so I doubt if he's still around anymore. That would have been in 2012.
Speaking of Gene Miller, we run a signature series race out here. It was scratched down to a field of 2, us and his horse Bingham.
Oh.
It had rained so hard that's basically why everybody scratched. So we were going to too, and then we're like, well, there's only one other horse in there. Well, let's go. We'll see. But he was going for like his 100th win.
Oh.
And anyways, it rained so hard we finished the 5 wide here. We were in the 4 and 5 path. Like it was that bad of a track. Yeah.
One is Meljack, owned by Sean McGee of Swanton, Ohio, trained by Ty Bates, the driver Pierce Henry. Number 2 is Knoxville Lindy, owned by Madison Global of Dundee, Ohio, trained and driven by Ronnie Gillespie. Number 3 is My Secret Money, owned by Mike Sweeney of Delaware, Ohio, and Lemmer Racing LLC of Rockwood, Michigan, trained by Mike Sweeney and the driver Curtis Harper. Number 4 is Go Get the Money, owned, trained and driven by Rosie Weaver of Beach City. Number 5 is Castle on the Hill, owned and trained by Paul Russell of Pinckney, Michigan, the driver Ryan Verhaeg. And number 6 is Grace's Acres, owned by Martin D. Yoder of Mount Eaton, Ohio, trained by Chris Beaver, the driver Emmanuel Miller. We have a change in drivers on number 4, Go Get the Money, to Drew Neal. Drew Neal driving number 4, Go Get the Money. There's
Win. He had, and he just raced those horses forever, and they just win and win like Bingham.
I mean, like 60 starts a year, and they just kept, they raced until they were, like.
Yeah, till they had to retire.
Yeah, till they had to retire.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, looking into our 4th division of the 2-year-old filly trotters, got a field of 6 on the rail. We have Meljack, Pierce Henry in the bike for Tyler Bates. This is a 2-year-old filly by In Rain. Out of Chambers Cove, an Explosive Matter mare owned by Sean McGee of Swanton. Jack was a $5,000 purchase out of the Buckeye Classic sale and is the first foal for the dam Chambers Cove. However, going back a little bit deeper, the second dam did produce a $212,000 winner, I believe still racing up around, I think in Canada.
Knoxville Lindy and Ronnie Gillespie from the 2-hole. Ronnie is also the trainer for Madison Global from Dundee, Ohio. This is a Ready for Money filly out of a Love You mare, Nashville Lindy. This makes Knoxville Lindy a half-sister to Shake It Off Lindy, $250,000, and 3 others that won well over $100,000 each.
Our 3-horse is My Secret Money, Curtis Harper behind the lines for Mike Sweeney. Sweeney also did co-breed and co-own still this 2-year-old filly by Ready for Money out of Muscle Secret, a Muscles Yankee mare alongside Sweeney. Limmer Racing did co-own and did co-breed this filly as well. Sweeney also has the siblings Uncle Johnny's Secret and Secret Chaos Theory. Those are 2 that if you've watched Ohio Fair racing for the last handful of years might ring a bell, because I do believe that they are both still racing too.
Go Get the Money. Drew Neal takes the lines for Rosie Weaver. Rosie owns and trains this Ready for Money filly. She's out of an Andover Hall mare, Habit of Creature. And this makes Go Get the Money a half-sister to You Can't Habit, $120,000.
And Ryan Verhage is now behind the lines of Castle on the Hill. Paul Russell does train and own this filly by What the Hill out of a My Lucky Princess. Didn't see much on her, however, going back further, that second dam produced Golden Endeavor, who's made $139,000 and is still racing. Castle on the Hill was a purchase for $16,000 out of the Buckeye Classic.
And from the second tier, Grace's Acres and Emmanuel Miller for trainer Chris Brever and owner Martin Yoder from Mount Eaton, Ohio. This is a Credit Fashion out of RC Queen Moves, who is by Evasive Moves. This is just the second foal from this mare.
There they come. They're off and trotting. The first horse away is Knoxville Lindy. Up on the outside second is Go Get the Money. At the rail third, that is Grace's Acres. Up on the outside fourth is Castle on the Hill. And their fifth is My Secret Money. And farther back sixth is Meljack. Off stride now went Go Get the Money. As they head down the backside, the race over toward that quarter-mile mark. Ronnie Gillespie has Knoxville Lindy on top by a length and a half. Trotting in there second is Grace's Acres, driven by Emmanuel Miller. Racing third is My Secret Money, driven by Curtis Harper. Fourth is Go Get the Money, driven by Drew Neal. Fifth is Castle on the Hill, driven by Ryan Verhaeg. And the last horse, Meljack, driven by Pierce Henry. First quarter was trotted in 33 and 2/5 seconds. as they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time. That's still Knoxville Lindy by a length and a half. Racing in there second, that is Grace's Acres. Moving along third is My Secret Money. Trotting fourth as they come down to the half-mile mark is Go Get the Money. Moving up a little closer, fifth now is Grace's is Castle on the Hill, and the last horse is Meljack. First half trotted in 107 and 4/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over to that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Knoxville Lindy. Moving up on the outside second now is My Secret Money. At the rail third is Grace's Acres. Fourth on the outside is Go Get the Money. Racing fifth is Castle on the Hill, and the last horse Meljack. Going toward the 3/4 mile mark, front four well bunched. That's still Knoxville Lindy with the lead. My Secret Money hung out on the outside second. Along the rail third is Grace's Acres. Moving up on the outside fourth, Go Get the Money. 3/4 in 139 and 2/5. As they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's still with the lead Knoxville Lindy. On the outside is My Secret Money. At the rail third, Grace's Acres. On the outside fourth, Go Get the Money. Racing through the lane, that's Knoxville Lindy at the rail. My Secret Money on the outside. Knoxville Lindy and My Secret Money. It's going to be Knoxville Lindy, and here they all come. My Secret Money up for place. Up for third is Grace's Acres. A mile in 2:10 and 3/5.
$2:10 and 3/5. Knoxville Lindy. Do have them unofficially across the wire. 2-3-6-4.
Got a couple tidbits about what we were talking about. Mick Foster said Sam Bowie stopped at the Red Mile when he was at the University of Kentucky and got hooked. He's been involved in the sport ever since. And then Mark tells us that Nitro has this track record at Bowling Green still in 57-1. He says, and I put the blanket on him. So that's a good memory. So our 2-year-old filly trotters have been pretty consistent. 2-10-1, 2-10-1, 2-10-2, and 2-10-3.
We have still one more chance.
Yeah.
To break that 210 though. One more division up. Still waiting for Ronnie to make his way over. So this filly is by Ready for Money. This is the first Ready for Money crop, right? I'm not getting my... I think it is.
I think so.
I think this is the first racing year for them. And they've been shaping up to be pretty decent. Hopefully that continues.
Horse going by with elbow boots on, you don't see that much anymore.
One of Ed Greeno's, right?
Yeah.
I thought I saw that earlier. Yep.
Circle where the winners go. Coming in from Dundee, Ohio, comes number 2, Knoxville Lindy, owned by Madison Global and trained into a victory by Ronnie Gillespie. The blanket for this race is courtesy of Milan Center Feed and Grain. Again, we only have the one blanket for 4 divisions. We'll have the picture taken, but this horse has no chance of winning the blanket.
No chance.
Let's have a big hand here for Ronnie Gillespie, Dalton Walls, and Knoxville Lindy, and the Milan Center Feed and Grain, the donors of the blanket. Here are the official placings for race 12 from the top. Number 1, Meljack was 6th. Number 2, Knoxville Lindy was the winner. Number 3, My Secret Money was 2nd. Number 4, Go Get the Money was 4th. Number 5, Castle on the Hill was 5th. And number 6, Grace's Acres was 3rd. Time of the first quarter was 33 and 2/5. The half was in 107 and 4/5. The 3/4 in 139 and 2/5, with a mile in 2:10 and 3/5. From the top it should read 6:12.453, a mile in 2:10 and 3/5.
You know, they asked if I'd help paddock a couple of those things. I don't know if Ronnie pays extra for winners or not, but I should have took him up on it.
You should. That horse, I don't know if anybody noticed, but she did not have an overcheck on. She did have a tie down on, which Dalton took off really quickly, but no overcheck. So highly unusual for a 2-year-old filly trotter to not have an overcheck. Moving to the 13th, we've got the, let's see, this would be the second division of the 3-year-old colt trot. We've got a scratch. Glamorous Pete has been scratched. We have quite a few people that are sad about that because they came specifically to watch.
I know. I kind
Roger
of I'm a little bummed too for Roger.
So we're going to take a short break and then we'll be back with the 13th from Paulding.
Bell Fountain, the county seat of Logan County, 48 miles northwest of Columbus, is home to Campbell Hill, which at 1,549 feet above sea level is the highest point in Ohio. The name means beautiful spring in French, as the original travelers found lots of springs in the area. With over 56 newly renovated buildings downtown, in 2023, the city of over 14,000 was named one of the best hometowns in Ohio. There are numerous golf courses and camping sites, and it's a perfect starting point for your adventures. Visit Ohio Cabins in nearby Libertyville as you descend 40 feet underground and see stones that glow in the dark. Or take a day at the 5,100-acre Indian Lake. Built in the 1850s and the second largest man-made reservoir in Ohio, is a great time to be had by boating and fishing. In downtown Bell Fountain, it's a short walk, and I do mean a short walk, on McKinley Street, which, at a total of 20 feet, 6.1 meters for you metric chaps, is the shortest street in America. Then stop by Court Avenue, the oldest concrete street in the United States, set in 1891. A quick stroll brings you to a fully restored hall and theater, which has been host to performances since the 1930s. This all comes together at the Logan County Fair, which runs from July 7th to July 12th, and be sure to catch the thrills and excitement of the Ohio Fair Racing Conference stake races on Monday, July 7th and Tuesday, July 8th. Host time at 6 p.m. It's all Bella Bella and Bell Fountain.
Here we are. 13th, headed next into the 13th, I guess I should say. Second division of 3-year-old colt trotters. We are scratched down to a field of 4. Susan, I was scrolling through Facebook earlier and I saw a countdown. I think we're like 54 days away from the 100th Hambletonian. And you said, I'm taking some vacation. I'm going out there.
Yep. Oh. I am going. I absolutely want to go. It's a pretty big deal. I've only been to a few of them. So, yeah, I'm pretty excited about going out there. We're going to take the boys out so they can be part of that historical day. And we already decided we're going to take the boys to the Statue of Liberty and see Ellis Island and then go to the Hamiltonian. So that'll be a lot of fun.
That is so cool. Are the boys pretty interested in racehorses? I mean, they spend how much of their life at Scioto Downs?
Yeah, I think the older one, Wesley, is quite a bit. He's not as. A couple of years ago, man, he would sit for the whole race program and Marcus program and do everything. He's got a lot of other interests now, so I don't think it's quite as big. But it's. I think it'll probably stay with him. At least for a fan for the rest of his life.
Oh, yeah.
You can't help it.
But I went through a stage, too, where I wanted nothing to do with racehorses.
Yeah.
Growing up around it 24/7, you couldn't get away from it. And I always had an appreciation for it. Like, I knew my way around, but I never left horses. I guess I shouldn't say that. I never left, but I wanted to rodeo. That's what I wanted to ride horses, and that's what I wanted to do. And it took a minute. I really didn't get interested into it actually right before my dad passed away, about my sophomore year of college. That I was like, hey, this is kind of cool stuff. Maybe I'll dive a little deeper back into this one that's going. But we were talking yesterday. We had a young man, 20 years old, hop on air, and he even got to call a harness race, and he was fantastic. Nathan Klein, Nathan Klein, and Matt and all of us were like, who would have ever thought, at 20 years old, I wouldn't have known what I wanted to do. Right. But he did. He was dead set on it, and I agreed. I was like, I would have never guessed that I would be sitting doing this kind of stuff. Only 7 years ago. I'm only 27, but I would have never in a million years thought that I would have found my career in the racehorse industry, because I, for so long, did not want it to be.
I still haven't. waiting for that time when I don't want to. It hasn't happened
Susan,
yet,
it's
so
not
I don't
going
think
to
it's going to
happen. It is not. You love it. I think you are too humble sometimes in everything that you have done in your career. Truly, I've admired it from the time that I've met you. And like every once in a while we'll get a sprinkle, like, oh yeah, I was in Minnesota and Wisconsin and here and here and here. And you also did a lot of. Well, you groomed for a bit, didn't you?
Yeah. Well, I work for different people down in Pinehurst, North Carolina. Go down there for the winter, and I've done a lot of different things in the industry, so it's always been fun.
Yeah.
It's been fun.
Matt, did you shoot the Hambletonian, or what did you go out for last year?
I did. I was on a scissor lift, like 60 feet in the air, and it unleashed rain as soon as they went to the gate.
So it was the Hambletonian.
Yeah, it was the Hambletonian. It was a lot of fun. Carl won it. What a cool horse he is. Looking forward to seeing him race again this year if he's not going to stand stud.
Yeah.
Because he is a very, very nice trotter. I mean, that was a lot of fun. It was one of the coolest things I've ever done. I will say, I hope that you've saved up for this trip because everything out there was so expensive.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I would love to go back for sure.
Well, there's two big things on the list. We're going to go there, and then I want to go to Woodbine to the Breeders' Crown, so kind of know what to expect for it when it's coming to Scioto in 26.
Right.
How exciting that's going to be.
That is... Oh my! That just the opportunity. I'm so proud of Scioto. I guess maybe that's a way. Jason, your son-in-law. Well, we'll talk about that in a moment. We'll throw it over to Bill.
For a purse of $4,520 and a blanket courtesy of Trutton Tim and Tupper 2. Number 1 is Our Boss, owned by Kimber Clegg of Matamoros, Pennsylvania, trained by Betty Clegg, the driver, Nick Clegg. Number 2, Glamorous Pete, has been scratch lame. Number 3 is Big Dilly Billy, owned by Trina Hohenstein of Hillsdale, Michigan, trained by Brian Boring, the driver, Clifton Bell. Number 4 is Beat the Odds, owned by Heartland Acres of Wall Hunting, Ohio, and Rosie Weaver of Beach City, Ohio, trained by Rosie Weaver, the driver, Drew Neal. And number 5 is Dublin's Date Night, owned by E.G. Trod LLC of Findlay, trained by Ed Greeno Jr., the driver, Cody Greeno. Horses will take one long score and go to the gate mutual.
I was talking about something, and I already lost my train of thought.
We were talking about the Breeders' Crown at Scioto Downs.
And how, Scioto caught a lot of flack there for a minute just because of the grandstand situation and everything else. And they are doing everything they can to be back to the showplace of racing.
Yeah.
And they've done a fantastic job. I give all the kudos to Jason, Joe Morris, the whole team at Caesars. They really care about racing. They really do.
Absolutely. It's so nice to see. Everybody talks about the Racinos and everything that they just don't care and they want to push it out, but boy, Caesars really does care.
There are
about
people
racing.
that do. Yeah. I understand the frustration sometimes, and I'm not going to pretend that I don't fall victim to that. But if you go in and talk to people like the racing directors, there are people that care.
Yeah.
And sometimes going up against corporate is difficult, but absolutely, the Scioto's done a great job.
Yeah, it's just going to be so exciting next year to get ready for that. It's going to be great. We can take a quick look at these horses in the 13th, the 3-year-old colt trotters. Sponsored by Trotting Tim and Topper 2. I remember that. They sponsor a blanket here every year. So from the rail, Our Boss and Nick Clegg for Betty Clegg and Kimber Clegg. This is an Enterprise out of a Master Levesque mare. Don't even know my name. 23 starts this year. Had one win. That was at Bucyrus in 2-7. Has just had one start, a couple qualifiers, and one start this year. Still looking for that first trip to the winner's circle this year.
2 is a scratch. Our 3 horse is Big Dilly Billy. Brian Boring trains. I believe Clifton Bell is in the sulky. This is a gelding by Bullville Powerful out of Midwest Hottie, the big dog mare. Owner is out of Michigan, was originally a couple years ago just a $12,000 purchase out of the Buckeye Classic. Big Dilly Billy. This is the first seasonal start. Last year was shut down pretty early, only had 4 starts and did not hit the board.
Beat the Odds, I believe it's Drew Neal up for Rosie Weaver and Heartland Acres, and Rosie also owned. This is a What the Hill out of an Angus Hall mare, Somebody to Love. purchased at the Lexington Selected Sale for $30,000. Just had 4 starts last year, and the win of those 4 starts came right here at Paulding. So as a 2-year-old colt, won here at Paulding in 2:08, and this is the first start of the year.
Rounding out the field from the far outside is Dublin's Date Night. Ed Greeno Jr. trains Cody Greeno in the bank, owned by E.G. Trott of Findlay, Ohio. Dublin's Date Night was originally bred by Dublin Valley Farm. He is by Enterprise out of My Place Anytime, a Cantab Hall mare. This will be just his 3rd seasonal start. Last year, as a 2-year-old, did make almost $15,000. Recently at Scioto Downs, early June, was in the non-winners of 159-1. So there we go, scratch down to a field of 4 for our 13th race. This is the 2nd division of 3-year-old colt trotters. Here is Bill Peters with the call.
Here they come. The year off and trotting the first horse away is Beat the Odds. At the rail second is Our Boss. Moving up third is Dublin's Date Night. And the last horse is Big Dilly Billy. Big Dilly Billy now goes off stride. As they make the turn now to head down the backside, they'll race over to that quarter-mile mark. Drew Deal has Beat the Odds on top by 4 lengths. Trotting second is Our Boss, driven by Nick Clegg. Third at this Dublin's Date Night, driven by Cody Greeno, and farther back fourth is Big Dilly Billy, driven by Clifton Bell. Going to the quarter-mile mark. It is still Beat the Odds with the lead. Closing in a wee bit. Second now is Our Boss. Third is Dublin's Date Night, and then comes Big Dilly Billy. First quarter trotted in 33 and 4/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time, that's Beat the Odds by 2 lengths over Our Boss. Still racing in their third. That is Dublin's Date Night. Closing in a wee bit. Fourth now is Big Dilly Billy. Front 3 pretty well bunched as they come down to the half-mile mark. That's Drew Neal and Beat the Odds, bringing the horses down to the half. Sitting there second is Our Boss. Third is Dublin's Date Night. And then comes Big Dilly Billy. Past the half-mile mark. That's still Beat the Odds with the lead. First half in a leisurely 1:08. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4-mile mark. They've got to catch Beat the Odds. The closest horse second is Our Boss. Dublin's Date Night trots third, followed by Big Dilly Billy fourth. The pace picks up a little bit heading down the backside. That's Beat the Odds with the lead. Closing in second, Our Boss. Moving up third, Dublin's Date Night. The last horse, Big Dilly Billy. Going past that 3/4-mile mark. Beat the Odds still by about 2.5 lengths over Our Boss. 3/4 in 1:40 and 1/5. Racing around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's Beat the Odds still with the lead. Our Boss second, and now Cody Greeno goes to work on Dublin's Date Night. As they race toward home, with the lead along the rail is Beat the Odds on the outside second. Our Boss, and 3 wide comes Dublin's Date Night. As they race through the lane, that's Beat the Odds, Our Boss, and Dublin's Date Night. Our Boss takes over now. Our Boss, and closing fast is Dublin's Date Night. It's Our Boss. Tight for second there between Beat the Odds and Dublin's Date Night. 1 mile in 2:11 and 1/5.
What a great finish.
Right.
I'm pretty sure it was Our Boss for the win, but I'm not sure who was second or third in that.
I do think they came across wire. I'm pretty much right on it, but that doesn't mean anything. I do think unofficially 1, 4, 5, 3 across the wire.
Mile in 2:11. So it came last half in 3 and 1. So pretty nice last half.
Say once Nick Clegg asked for Our Boss, he responded very well. Very well. I mean, pretty slow fractions for even what we've seen just here today. And Beat the Odds is a big, clean, moving, nice looking horse. But once Our Boss was asked, he responded very quickly.
First win of the day for Nick and Betty Clegg.
What did our first division go in?
2, 5, and 3.
2, 5, and 3. I say that was That looked like a pretty easy, almost training mile for a couple of those horses.
Yes. Just nice to see them all trying so hard right at the end. And it was a pretty nice picture, 3 trotters like that going across the line. Either we've got a lot of people that have stayed a long time, or else we got the second shift coming in.
More people coming up.
People probably coming into the fair for the evening and come up and watch a few races.
So here is Nick coming back into the winner's circle, and saying our golf cart and Betty are following behind.
Nice that the fair gives everybody rides here so they can join in the winner's circle.
Winner's circle, one of the winners go. Coming in from Matamoros, Pennsylvania, comes number 1, Our Boss. Owned by Kimber Clegg, trained by Betty Clegg, and driven to victory this afternoon by Nick Clegg. Blanket for this race is courtesy of Trotton Tim and Topper 2. Tim Holtzberry is in the winner's circle for the trophy presentation. Hand here for the Cleggs and Our Boss, and to Tim Holtzberry for presenting this blanket for Trotton Tim and Topper 2.
That was the first seasonal win for Our Boss and just the second lifetime in 25 starts.
13 from the top. Number 1, Our Boss was the winner. Number 2, Glamorous Pete had been drawn. Number 3, Big Dilly Billy was 4th. Number 4, Beat the Odds was 3rd. And number 5, Dublin's Date Night was 2nd. Time of the first quarter was 33 4/5. The half was in 108. The 3/4 in 140 1/5. With a mile in 2:11 1/5. From the top it should read 1 scratch 4 3 2 on the bottom. The mile in 2:11 1/5.
So I was incorrect. I thought it was 4-5 across the wire, but it was not. So we go 1-5-4 for our trifecta in the 13th.
Next race coming up, the 14th, is another non-winners of $1,000 lifetime. Also eligible maidens. We are scratched down to a field of just 3 horses. 1 driver change we know about. The 4-horse Topless will be driven by Drew Neal. We'll be right back to take a look at these horses.
Midland Acres is proud to stand the prominent stallions, TCI, Long Tom, Ready for Money, Monty Mickey, Summa Cum Laude, and Bit of a Legend. With such great pedigree and speed in the stallion barn, Midland Acres will provide a diverse group of top yearlings in the sale ring for 2025. Visit us this fall at our consignments at the Blooded Horse Sale on August 26th, the Ohio Select Jug Sale on September 12th, and the Lexington Select Sale on September 29th through October 3rd. Let Midland Acres experience in the industry lead you to the winner's circle.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year. Our expert team of boarded surgeons, sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sport horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
Headed now into the 14th race. Say Susan has stepped away to handle some passports. Remember, if you plan on attending any Ohio County fairs this year, make sure you stop up in the grandstand. You'll find us. It's hard to miss us with this big camera everywhere and our headsets. Stop by, grab a passport. It's a free program to participate in. Every single fair you go to, you'll grab a sticker for possible prizes at the end of the year. And last year what we did, if you attended 5 county fairs by Delaware, which is by the 3rd week of September, you got a free t-shirt too. So it's just fun to participate, and we're hoping to encourage everybody to get out and about and see some new counties, see some more racing across the entire Buckeye State this year. Our 14th race has been scratched down to a field of 3. It's just an overnight class. It's a non-winners of 1,000 lifetime pace, also eligible maidens. It's a total purse. This will be technically the 2nd division. Total purse was $1,000. This race will just go for $500. So far, we'll take a look at Susan's records. I believe so far today our fastest mile time was a 3-year-old filly pacer. That 2nd division went in 2:02.1. But we do have 19 races total today, so there are plenty more chances. 5 more races to try to beat 2:02.1, Susan. That's our fastest time of the day. Yesterday was 2:01 and a piece. So I'm surprised, especially with the amount of material that was removed this morning, that we haven't touched that yet. But realistically, I mean, it was our 3-year-old colt pacers that put that time up, and those tend to be our fastest out of all 8 divisions anyway.
Yeah, they're supposed to be out there. I see Pink Jammies coming. We can always tell that's Pink Jammies by the equipment. Now she is
hard to miss, that's for sure. She is in the next couple of races, right?
Yeah, I think she's in the 16th. They put all the pink gear on her. I mean, it's really bright pink stuff too. I heard the last commercial was Midland Acres, and I wanted to mention them because we are headed out to Midland Acres on Thursday afternoon with Explore Ag kids. I don't think we've talked about that today. We've got 17 or 18 kids coming, high school age kids that are going to spend all day with us. We're going to go to Winter Circle Training Center in Asheville. First in the morning, kids will be paired up with trainers and grooms and get to see what gets done on a daily basis. And then we'll head over to Midland to talk about the breeding end of the business and end up at Scioto, where we'll get to see the races, get to ride in the starting gate. Maybe go up and see what the judges do, the announcer. Maybe we'll find another budding announcer.
Oh, true.
In that group. Wouldn't that be great?
True, and that's what we are. That's a program put on by Ohio Farm Bureau. We've been doing it for a handful of years now, and we are the only species that gets a full day dedicated to it. So not just horses, but specifically harness racing, and we get kids that have backgrounds of all kinds. I mean, they could be, livestock kids, or they could be inner city kids that are just wanting to see what else is out there.
Yeah, they get to stay at the OSU campus, and they get to do a lot of different things for the week. But one day we've got them, and we just immerse them in harness racing.
Say the morning spent at Winter Circle is pretty cool for a lot of kids. They're not just watching what's going on. They try to get their hands dirty, and really, for a couple hours. A couple hours they're out there.
Yeah, they get to visit the blacksmith, see what that is. The kids really like that, and going through the pile of shoes, they all take home a couple of old shoes.
Oh, do they?
Yeah, so they like that. Here's the post parade for the 14th.
He's Little Legend, all by Waseca Lauder of Taylor, Michigan, trained and driven by Ed Conrad. Number 2 is Beautiful Image, all by Irvin Wicke of Auburn, Indiana, Michaela King of Butler, Indiana, trained and driven by Scott Christner. Number 3, Ain't Playing Nice, has been drawn. And number 4 is Topless, owned by Gary Wilmot of Erie, Michigan, trained by Ryan Verhaeg, the driver, Drew Neal. Horses will take one score and go to...
So all 3 of these horses fit both conditions of this race. None of them have $1,000 lifetime. Topless knocking at the door. It's got $960 life. and none of them have ever won a race, so they fit that maiden category too. We've got Addie's Little Legend and Ed Conrad. Ed also trains this horse and is driving it. Wasika Lauder is the owner from Taylor, Michigan. This is just a 3-year-old, bit of a legend out of a Stonebridge Regal mare. Had 3 starts last year as a 2-year-old and has been racing at Northfield Park this year. Has had 6 starts in the $10,000 claimers, non-winners of 1. Hasn't been able to get any checks yet this year. Did come off a start last week, a couple weeks ago. Made some breaks in the mile, so we'll see what this Addie's Little Legend can do this time.
Scott Christner trains and drives Beautiful Image. This is a 5-year-old mare by Rockin' Image out of the Better's Delight mare. I will say she's been very lightly raced. Although she's 5, she only has 2 lifetime starts. Did not start at all in 2024. Most recently at Hoosier Park, her last start was actually just a qualifier in the middle of March 15th. At Hoosier, she went in 2:02 and 3. This mare is owned by Irvin Wicke and Michaela King of Indiana.
Always makes you wonder about a horse like this, 5 years old, just those 2 lifetime starts. You must show them flashes of brilliance in order to keep going. I mean, it still shows a qualifier on here. Her 2-year qualifier at Hoosier Park in 2022 finished 3rd in Pacer Mile in 57-4. So I think off of that, you think, well, boy, she's going to be a good one. Maybe she just had a few trouble here and there, but we'll come back. So we wish the best of luck to Beautiful Image. And from the outside topless, change the driver to Drew Neal. Ryan Verhaeg is the trainer. Gary Wilmouth, the owner. This is a 3-year-old filly by Fool Me Once. No starts yet this year, but did have 4 starts last year as a 2-year-old and had 1/3. Paced in 2-3 at Hastings. So just looking to see how these horses can all improve. This is funny because I said that horse or somebody was from Hastings, and my phone just gave me directions to Hastings, Michigan.
They're always listening, right?
They are.
Susan, you had a late night yesterday. I say no one's really close to Paulding to begin with. But you, between the 3 of us here today, you've had the longest drive. Oh, is that Rosie hanging on?
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there. It's a interesting spot to watch the races.
It is. I bet she's looking for a shoe.
Oh. Huh. But anyway, you had the longest drive. You probably didn't get home till 11:30.
Midnight,
yeah, midnight last night.
But I was the same way, like you said. You can't go to sleep right away.
No.
Mostly because I was reading all the comments from
because you had to catch up.
I had to catch up because I didn't see them while we were on the air, so I had to read everybody's comments, and it makes you feel kind of good. Everybody enjoys it, so. That Mike Webkenberg, he'll give anybody a ride any place, won't he?
True.
If you're ever at any fair that Mike is at, and you just ask him, you'll get to ride in the starting gate, and you'll get a little tutorial about racing. He's just absolutely great about sharing his passion, and him and his wife Becky do this. And
he's got a lot of cars, a lot of trucks. I don't know how many he sends out anymore, but there's at least two others that I know of.
Yeah. And every once in a while he brings out that old red one. Goes to a few. He's got an old red truck that he still uses.
Yeah, I don't know if I know what you're talking about. Which one?
He's got quite a few.
Because he builds them and he sends them all over the place too. And so we haven't mentioned that. Of course, doing this full time, he's one of the last starters that we do have hanging out around this side of the world.
Yeah.
He also builds them and ships them all over the place internationally.
Places you would never think of.
Didn't it like
Belfast?
I said, was it Belfast? Yeah. Here we go. Scratch down to a field of 3 for the 14th.
off and pacing the first horse away is Beautiful Image. Dropping in there second is Topless, and the last horse is Eddie's Little Legend. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Scott Christner has Beautiful Image on top by 2.5 lengths. Pacing second is Topless, driven by Drew Neal. Racing third is Eddie's Little Legend, driven by Ed Conrad. No change heading down the backside. That's still Beautiful Image with the lead. 2.5 lengths back second, Topless, and right there third is Eddie's Little Legend. Past the quarter-mile mark, it's still Beautiful Image.
33 and 2.
First quarter paced in 33 and 2/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stand for the first time, that's Beautiful Image now opening up about 4.5 lengths. Topless continues to pace second, edging up on the outside third. Now is Eddie's Little Legend.
.209 and 3/5. I do think we lost Bill, unfortunately. I'm sure we do. We have any comments? Probably, but so I'm not sure what happened there. We kind of lost it within the grandstand itself. But that final mile time did go in 2:09 and 3. I have him across the wire 2:41. Beautiful Image. 3 lifetime starts. First start of the year as a 5-year-old. Finally notches a win for Scott Christner. You know, Susan, when you were talking about it, like, because we really can see all of her lines
Yes.
in our program, and I wonder if it was an injury at one point. That's because if we, you know, are looking at all the trainers she's been under, somebody will have her for about 2 starts. I mean, a period of time, but really 2 starts, and then they'll move her on. And she had a very nice 2-year-old qualifier, 157.4 in 2022.
Yep.
And she did not finish her very first purse start just about a week later. And so I wonder if there was an injury that held her up, and she's just had some issues here and there, and took basically well, she did take the entire 2024 off. She was supposed to start at Hicksville last year and was scratched lame out of it.
Yeah, like you said, when she pulled up and did not finish in that race, then it was a whole year before she started again, qualified again. So it's been a rocky road for Beautiful Image.
Right, and somebody saw something there. She was a $22,000 purchase out of the Hoosier sale originally.
Big, good-looking mare, too.
I know, that's what I did her gait, you know, watching from afar. Like, there was nothing wrong with her.
Nope.
She might have got a little tired at the end there, but she hasn't raced much in her life.
Right.
kind of repeat that for you. So top down was 3-1 scratch 2. Quarters went in 33 and 2, 106, 138, and final mile time 209 and 3. Beautiful Image takes it, gets her first lifetime victory. We are going to move on into race 15th. The fourth division should be the fourth and final division of 2-year-old colt pacers, a purse of $3,840. That is up next, a field of 6. Susan and I will walk you through what to expect after a brief message.
The Ohio equine industry needs your help. I'm Scott Mogan, president of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. With over 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. That means jobs that pump millions of dollars into the local economy and support thousands of families. For Ohio's equine industry to remain strong, we need to send a clear message to our legislators about the important role that the agricultural small businesses play in Ohio's economy. To do that, we need your help. PACER, the Political Action Committee for Equine Racing, helps support and inform on issues that could positively affect Ohio harness racing. Please consider a donation to PACER. To donate, visit our website at ohha.com or call 614-221-3650. Your donation will help keep harness racing strong in Ohio. Thank you for your support.
Who feeds your need for new ideas for your family's best farm future? Ohio Farm Bureau. We work with our members to shape ag policy that will positively impact our industry. Farm Bureau is advancing business solutions to give you a competitive advantage. We help you gather information to stay ahead of important topics and technologies. Plus, Ohio Farm Bureau creates opportunities for growth. Ohio Farm Bureau, feeding your need for new ideas.
Are we back? Okay. We're having a little audio trouble. This is our little lavalier.
Say our lavalier unfortunately went dead because we have already been on air for over 4 hours, and there's unfortunately only so much battery on those little things. So we probably will not have Bill for the post parade, but we are gonna try to just keep it charged in between and then have him still call the races with it.
That last little segment about PACER, want to encourage everybody to send in a little donation for PACER if you can. It's very important to keep that going, keep us in front of the legislature, so we can keep what we have for racing in Ohio. It's really important, and it doesn't have to be much. You know, if you want to send in $10 or whatever you can, it really helps that PAC fund, and great things can be done with it.
Say we just had Scotty Mogan, our OHJ board president, and Frank hosted. I know he was the Ohio House Finance Committee chair. What is his name? Oh, Representative Brian Stewart.
Yep.
Just actually headed over and saw Winter Circle Training Center near Scioto Downs today to get a understanding of what we do for a living. So many of us, over 23,000 jobs in Ohio, are affected by harness racing.
That's such a great way to get them to know about it, is to actually go to the barn, see what everybody does.
Yep. Yeah.
Oh, we're getting ice cream again? Oh. Susan, you want another one? Oh. Thank you. This is multiple scoops today.
Thank you.
Very appreciated. Man, we've been offered ice cream twice today.
Yeah.
Not like I really don't need it, but I'll eat it. Hey, vanilla suits us
That's
just
it.
fine.
Yep, we are fine with it. So come to Paulding because you get ice cream.
Yeah, and it's good. It's homemade ice cream. It's not just.
We sure want to thank everybody for hanging on with us. It's been a long day. I know some of you had to bounce in and out. We had this morning, I walked into Frank's office early, and he said, "You want to know how many views we had yesterday at Paulding?" And I said, "Yeah." 15,000 views, different views had been on. That's just amazing. And how many on YouTube? Matt, you said there was quite a few on YouTube also.
It was about 1,800 or so.
Wow.
So that's pretty good.
The one cool thing about YouTube over Facebook is you really can pop it up on your smart TV and just let it run, right? Let it run like RTN, let it run like anything else versus Facebook. But we do tend to, maybe we should be better about it, but we really only look at Facebook comments when we do have a chance.
Yes, and you can comment on
Yes,
YouTube,
you can.
right?
You can.
So,
We're just not very good about checking it
right.
just because our Facebook is, our app's right on our phones. It's a little bit easier for us to access when we're in the middle of something. But regardless, no matter where you're watching from, even if it's from harnessracingohio.com, we appreciate it. You know, that you guys are the reason that we do what we do. We love it, but we have to have people to show. So thanks for tuning in, as always. And talking about that, I know we're towards the end of our program, but if you want to hop over to harnessracingohio.com, that program is free and available for you.
I tried. That wasn't working too good. I just tried to turn my microphone up so we could hear it, but we got a lot of other action going on here at the fair.
Which is good. We have plenty of people in the grandstand. But Susan and I can walk you through this field a little bit more in depth than Bill anyway. So let's take a look. The 4th division of 2-year-old colt pacers. What time are we aiming for here?
Fastest one, 2, 2, and 3.
2, 2, and 3. We'll see if we can get it done. It should be the 4th and final division. So here we go. On the rail is Race On. Manny Miller in the bike for Isaiah Shrake. This is a gelding by Western Vintage out of Miss of Many Matters, a man of many missions. Mare owned by Michael Soline. I probably butchered your last name. My apologies. Out of Dalton, Ohio. The second dam actually made $175,000 in her racing career.
Dancing in Country, and Jeff Neisanger from the 2-hole. Jeff is also the trainer, and Neisanger Stables owns, along with Kate Gorby and Mike Mitchell, Standardbreds from Jacksonville, Florida. This is a Dancing Yankee colt out of an on-the-tack mare, Shamey Pants, making this horse a half-brother to Mr. Wiggle Pants, who got a mark of 49-4, made $520,000, and Sassy Osborne, who made $208,000. This was just a $12,000 purchase at the Buckeye Classic sale, which doesn't sound very much when you know he's a brother to a 49 horse.
I Am the Sea will be driven by Nick Clegg for Betty Clegg, owned by Kimber Clegg. This gelding is down by the seaside out of Sassy Q, a rockin' image mare. Originally bred by Country Acres and Joseph Bracco. This was a $7,000 purchase out of the Ohio Selected Jug Sale. I Am the Sea is a full sibling to Coastline, who does race over at Hoosier Park. This Coastline, the full sibling, won 6 of 8 in 2024 with a mark of 153-3.
From 4, Hank Levan and Fired Up Henry L. Hank also is the trainer for Levan Stables from Woodstock, Ohio. This is a Catch the Fire out of an Art Major mare, Mistra. Mistra herself has a record of 150-4, made $597,000. And Fired Up Henry L. is a half-brother to LL Maestro, made $216,000.
Smoke on the Water will lead from the far outside in our 5th post position. David Lake in the bike for Mike Lee, who also co-owns this colt with Dr. Jill Dental. He is by Catch the Fire out of a Western Hanover mare, Unsolved Mystery. Smoke on the Water was a $20,000 purchase out of the Ohio Selected. Does have half siblings that have made quite a bit of money. One half sibling made $230,000 with a mark and 151 and 3. Another one, $368,000 with a mark and 151 and 2.
I think we do have a late driver change on the 5. Drew Neal.
I was going to say, I didn't see him here, but I didn't look far enough away.
And from the second tier, Smith and Western, Pierce Henry up for trainer Chad Williamson, and Red Rock Racing LLC from Convoy, Ohio. A Western Fame out of a Sunshine Beach mare, Sunshine Leela. This is just her second foal, but Sunshine Leela is a half-sister to horses that have earned over $1 million. Horses are headed into the stretch, so let's turn it over to Bill Peters for the 15th from Paulding.
Here they come. They're off and pacing. The first horse away is I Am the Sea. Racing up the rail second is Race On. Moving up on the outside third, that's Fired Up Henry L. Moving up fourth is Smith and Western. Fifth along the rail is Dancing in Country. And the last horse is Smoke on the Water. As they race down the backside to race over that quarter-mile mark, Hank Levan moves Fired Up Henry L up the in command by 2 lengths. Racing second is I Am the Sea, driven by Nick Clegg. In their third is Race On, driven by Emmanuel Miller. Fourth is Smith and Western, driven by Pierce Henry. Racing fifth is Dancing in Country, driven by Jeff Nysonger. The last horse, Smoke on the Water, driven by Drew Neal. First quarter paced in 30 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time, that is Fired Up Henry L by about 3 lengths. I Am the Sea paces in their second, followed by Race On third. Fourth is Smith and Western. A little farther back, fifth then, as they race down to the half, is Dancing in Country, and the last horse, Smoke on the Water.
Minute 4.
First half paced in 1 minute and 4/5 seconds. That's still Fired Up Henry L with the lead. 2 lengths back second is I Am the Sea. In their third is Race On. Racing fourth, that is Smith and Western. Moving up fifth now is Smoke on the Water, and the last horse is Dancing in Country. Going toward that 3/4 mile mark. That's still Fired Up Henry L with the lead, but Nick Clegg makes his move now with I Am the Sea on the outside, and 3 wide down the backside comes Race On and Emmanuel Miller.
131 and 4.
3/4 in 131 and 4/5 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's I Am the Sea with the lead, with Race On the outside second. At the rail third, that's Fired Up Henry L, and now flying up on the outside comes Smith and Western. 4 horses pretty well bunched as they race into the lane. That's still I Am the Sea with the lead. Race On closing on the outside. I Am the Sea and Race On. It's going to be I Am the Sea, and here they all come. Race On up for place, up for third is Smith and Western.
202 and 4.
1 mile and 202 and 4/5.
Very nice mile still. It's a little bit slower back half. They went the back half in 102 flat, originally to that first half in 1 minute and 4, but regardless, it's a very nice mile put up by a 2-year-old. I Am the Sea.
Fired Up Henry L took the lead early and just got beat at the wire.
I say, I've got a little tired. Can't blame him. You know, going to the half in 1 minute and 4, but it didn't look like Hank couldn't hold him. He looked like he had complete control of him through that opening half, by all means. Hopefully, though, you know, Hank has a nice little horse in that one too, and Fired Up Henry L. But that makes for 2 wins today for the Cleggs.
4 on the weekend. Looks like our leading trainer so far is Rosie Weaver. She had 3 yesterday and 3 today, so 6 total.
You called it the weekend, Susan, and we've been racing on a Monday and Tuesday.
That's right, sorry.
Kind of feels like a break. We're not in the office all the time, right?
the winners go. Coming in from Matamoros, Pennsylvania, comes number 3, I Am the Sea. Owned by Kimber Clegg, trained by Betty Clegg, and driven to victory by Nick Clegg. The blanket for this race is given in memory of Ray and Ted Stahlbaum. Ray and Ted were both harness racing drivers for many years here in the Paulding County area. And I think I've mentioned in the past, the first harness race I ever announced was right here at the Paulding County Fair in 1960. And Ray Stahlbaum won the first race I ever announced with a horse named Don Chief. Let's have a big hand here for the Cleggs and I Am the Sea, and the family of Ray and Ted Stahlbaum for giving this blanket in their memory.
So we talk a lot about, Roger and people who've been around for a very long time. Bill has too.
Yeah.
Bill does a lot of different hats. He is the OFRC coordinator for a handful of different fairs, and I work with him a lot when it comes to putting the Huff's Guide and things like that together, and he does more than announce, even here at Paulding.
He was taking the entries. He was selling programs. He checks everybody's coggins. He takes the entries, and he does it all here when he is a clerk or charter at a fair.
Entry was 6th. Number 3, I Am the Sea, was the winner. Number 4, Fired Up Henry Al, was 4th. Number 5, Smoke on the Water, was 5th. And number 6, Smith and Western, was 3rd. Time of the first quarter was 30 seconds. The half was in 1 minute and 4/5. The 3/4 in 1:31 and 4/5, with a mile in 2:02 and 4/5. From the top of charade, 2:61, 4:53, a mile in 2:02 and 4/5.
And I don't want to say something I shouldn't, but Bill's in his 80s too.
Bill and Roger, this is what Doug said when he was on the air earlier, they have both been announcing now. This is their 66th year of announcing. And it is Doug's
50 something.
56, I think. Yeah.
Is it 56? We just celebrated. We did a big thing in Urbana for Doug.
Yeah, that was his 50th.
And that was just a handful of years ago. So it might be like 53, somewhere around there. Because I've only worked for OHJ for 4 years. So it was within that time. So regardless, very remarkable careers.
Yeah.
Give or take 1 or 2. But there we go.
Yeah, for Bill to do what he does, it's just like I said, it's not just the announcing. He is just doing everything, and he is so helpful to all the fairs.
And
if anybody has a something problem, he helps out.
Going to say that we were having some issues with, maybe not issues isn't the correct word, but there was a fair we were putting together, the Huff's Guide, that needed some extra help. And Bill is not their coordinator, but Bill was more than willing. Yeah. They had just lost their their superintendent at speed, and just the office was just kind of at a loss, and Bill called him up and took care of all of it, and made my life easier too. Yeah. He's wonderful, he really is.
And I have to say that we talk about these Colt circuits, the 4 Colt circuits, and everybody is so helpful with each other. Everybody helps each other out. If there's a problem with it's not like, well, because they're in the home talent, OCRA doesn't help or anything. Everybody helps everybody, and it's just great.
Very true. It's all a community here in Ohio.
Yeah.
Now we are going to head next into the 16th race. This should be the 4th and final division of 3-year-old Philly Pacers, another field of 6. Join us back here after a brief message.
Who feeds your need for new ideas for your family's best farm future? Ohio Farm Bureau. We work with our members to shape ag policy that will positively impact our industry. Farm Bureau is advancing business solutions to give you a competitive advantage. We help you gather information to stay ahead of important topics and technologies. Plus, Ohio Farm Bureau creates opportunities for growth. Ohio Farm Bureau, feeding your need for new ideas.
With more than 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. Much of that value comes from standardbred horse owners, breeders, trainers, and drivers who participate in the sport of harness racing. The mission of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association is to preserve, protect, promote, and serve the entire standardbred industry in Ohio and beyond. To learn more about the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, go to ohha.com. That's ohha.com.
I have a feeling that Matt's going to run up to the crow's nest again. And
I said we forgot. We forgot. I even meant to mention that to him, and I forgot to tell him to grab it because it's probably dead already.
Yep. He's going up and giving Bill the lavalier, and then he comes back down, charges it up, goes back up.
We just saw Pink Jammies. This is her race coming up.
Says she's coming off of 2 wins up at Northfield Park. One of those was in the Buckeye Stallion Series, so it's kind of a nice start. She had 3 starts this year, 2 wins and a third. Racing came off of her 2-year-old season, obviously, very well.
You talk about a tough filly to deal with is Pink Jammies, and I didn't know that. We just went up there and recorded Freshman Focus a couple weeks ago now. And Rosie's Freshman Focus will air this Thursday on the OHJ Facebook and YouTube at 7 p.m. But regardless, we just focus on 2-year-olds for that episode, but we like to roam around and see how everybody and just hang out for the day with them. And I didn't know, but Pink Jammies is very tough. Very tough in a stall. You can't turn her out with anything. She's a grumpy mare. She's a grumpy mare.
That surprised me, too. She is the definition of sour.
Truly. I try to put it the nice way, I guess, but she is. She's pretty sour. She's a tough racehorse. Say what you want. Yeah. She wants to do her job.
Yeah, it translates, because when a horse goes to go past her, she won't let it. She also isn't going to try and open up by 20 either, because, if somebody's asking her to.
She does things her way, you're telling us.
Oh, yeah. Like right now, she's kind of throwing a fit right now, too.
She doesn't exactly feel like going that direction, so she won't.
So I'm not gonna. I can see her over there. She needs a little help.
So I couldn't tell if Drew was trying to turn her there, or she just wanted to go off the track and wanted to make it known.
It's like that other horse that was in the winner's circle and they had to take the bike off. Sometimes you need to let them have somewhat of their way. As long as they're racing good, they can do other stuff.
Oh, if they're making you good money and you like them, you'll put up with about anything. That is very true. Earlier, you had mentioned, the last decade or so, we've seen our horses, as an industry, we've leaning more towards turnout and things like that. And speaking of divas, we have one. We basically, it's changed a little bit, but he's good out of the field. Hates being in the barn. Hates being in the barn. He just gets real anxious, but doesn't. If we turn him out, he's an old racehorse now. We don't have to teach him anything. At first, we couldn't do that, right? But he knows his job, and it keeps him pretty fit. He just hangs out in the field with my old racehorse most of the time. But he's finally back to his old self too. It just took us a while. And always been a diva. He likes a pocket trip. Well, don't we all? But this horse, oh man, doesn't want to be first up. Doesn't really want to cut the mile. You know how it is.
Yeah.
But he made us a lot of money, so you put up with the corks.
Yeah, they are, as we say often, they're not machines. They've got their own personalities, their own quirks.
Don't they? And this horse I'm talking about, we also try to put him under saddle. We knew we were going to keep racing him. That was, we weren't necessarily trying to find a second career yet, but just another way to keep them in shape, I guess. Keep their minds engaged and put them under saddle. Actually, we might do it with a 3-year-old we got right now anyway, but that's a different story. And he hated it.
Oh, really?
Hated it. Would not take to a saddle. Will not take to a saddle. We haven't tried it for a couple years. We don't want to try it anytime soon. But it's so funny. We did very little breeding. My family did. I had a couple nice racehorses, a couple millionaires, actually, my mom bred. But we did some quarter horse breeding at a time too, and we would always break our quarter horses to a harness before we ever put a saddle on them.
It's amazing how many standardbreds do take to the saddle just like nothing.
Thinking of horses that I made in their career, we're talking about really nice trotters. Somebody just went under saddle and is doing very well. Oh my goodness. I mean, a Grand Circuit level trotter.
Homicide Hunter.
Yes. Yep. I mean, a phenomenal racehorse, and then is just leaps and bounds. He's doing Hunter under saddle, I believe was what I saw.
And really fast, too. I mean, it didn't take him long to adjust to it at all.
No, because he's not been out of the game that long.
Right.
Our game.
Yes.
Our game that long.
I think he's a world record holder.
I mean, it just speaks volumes to the athleticism of some of these horses. They want jobs.
They do.
Really do. They want
like
jobs.
to do stuff, yeah.
Well, we can take a look at our field of 6, the 4th and final division of 3-year-old filly pacers. We've mentioned her multiple times already this evening. Pink Jammies is leaving from the rail. Drew Neal in the bike for Rosie Weaver. This is a filly by Fear the Dragon out of Think Pink, a Yankee cruiser mare. She is owned by Heartland Acres and Weaver in a partnership. Just 3 starts on the year, 2 of those wins, and an additional 3rd place finish. She's looking for her 3rd win in a row. Her most recent win was a Buckeye Stallion Series up at Northfield Park and won 56-1, and that was a lifetime mark for this 3-year-old filly. Lifetime, she has also made $104,000.
She had a pretty good mark as a 2-year-old also. She had a mark of 56-4 as a 2-year-old, so she's been good ever since she set a foot on the track. Whiskey Hill and Pierce Henry from the 2 for trainer Robert Brooks. Robert also owns this Racing Hill filly out of a Woodstock mare, Connie's Desire. 7 starts on the year, 2 wins. The fastest of those was 56-2 at Northfield Park. Been racing at Northfield Park. The last start was at Scioto, where she finished 4th in a fillies and mares, non-winners, a 2 condition race. Paced her mile in 54-3 at Scioto, last quarter in 28 seconds flat.
Ella Jo is our 3 horse. She actually started last year in the Jeff Nysonger barn, if I'm remembering correctly, but Ronnie Gillespie has had her at the end of her 2-year-old season and continues to. She is by Racing Hill out of Cinderella Story and Always a Virgin mare. Stephen Butler and Eric Butler do own this filly now. She's had 4 starts on the year, still looking for the first seasonal victory. However, last year she did make $25,000 and had 5 wins. Recently, at Scioto Downs, she did post up a mile in 152-1. Unfortunately, was out of the money in that McCoy mini series, but still very, very nice effort by her. She, just a couple years ago, was just a $12,000 purchase out of the Buckeye Classic.
Midwind Seashell with Nick Clegg up for Betty Clegg. Betty owns this filly, now down by the Seaside filly, out of a major and art mare, K.O. Justice. 24 starts last year as a 2-year-old, had 2 wins. The fastest of those was 2-4-1 at Paynesville. Has had a qualifier at Northfield Park this year, just finished 2nd a couple weeks back, and paced her mile in 58-3.
Leaving from the far outside, our 5th post position is my girl, Lizzie, Jeff Nysonger, in the bike for Brian Jones. Mandy Jones of Greenville does own this filly by Well Said, out of a Mach 3 mare, Radar Trap. She's only had 2 starts on the year, but one of those was a win, and it's actually her very first lifetime win. It was a non-winners of 1 with a claiming tag at Scioto Downs. She won by a neck and won 54-3. Not necessarily lightly raced, just had to figure it out last year as a freshman. She did have 9 starts, no wins, 1 second, and 3 third-place finishes. She's now notched about $10,000 in her short career.
And starting from the second tier, Granite Ridge Lady. I believe Hank Levan is in the bike for trainer Chad Williamson and owners Red Rock Racing LLC. This is a Dancing Yankee filly out of a vintage Master Mare Vintage Babe. Was sold as a yearling for $11,000, has not had any starts this year. Did have a qualifier at Hoosier Park where she paced in 57-1. Had 7 starts last year and had a win at Upper Sandusky in 2:01.
I don't think the one likes the overcheck. Joe Yoder just was walking her down the backstretch and then last second checked her up and then turned her loose. So I think that's what was aggravating her.
She likes to leave, too. Her last 2 starts at Northfield, she left and was on top right away. Let's turn it over to Bill.
Here, off and pacing the first horse away at the rail is Pink Jammies. Up on the outside second is Midwest Seashell. At the rail third, that's Whiskey Hill. Dropping in there fourth is Ella Joe. Racing fifth is My Girl Lizzie, and the last horse is Granite Ridge Lady. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Drew Neal has Pink Jammies on top by a length and a half. Pacing at the rail second is Whiskey Hill, driven by Pierce Henry. Dropping in there third now is Midwind Seashell, driven by Nick Clegg. Fourth is Ella Joe, driven by Ronnie Gillespie. Racing fifth is My Girl Lizzie, driven by Jeff Nysonger. The last horse, Granite Ridge Lady, driven by Hank Levan. First quarter paced in 30 1/5 seconds. Horses are on straight alignment as they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time. That's Pink Jammies by a length and a half over Whiskey Hill. At the rail third, Midwind Seashell. The first horse to make a move now is Ella Joe out of that 4-hole. Also on the move is My Girl Lizzie. Closing in 6 now is Granite Ridge Lady. 6 fillies well bunched as they come to the half-mile mark. There's 3 in and 3 out. Past the half-mile mark. That's Pink Jammies with the lead. Now on the outside second is Ella Joe. First half paced in 1:02 as they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over to that 3/4 mile mark. That's Pink Jammies along the rail. Only a head back second on the outside is Ella Joe. Moving up third now is My Girl Lizzie. At the rail fourth is Whiskey Hill. Fifth is Midwind Seashell. Granite Ridge Lady is sixth on the outside. Going to that 3/4 mile mark. Coming back along the rail is Pink Jammies. She regains the lead along the rail. On the outside second is Ella Joe. And moving up third, that is My Girl Lizzie. 3/4 in 1:31 2/5 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. On the outside is Ella Joe with a lead by a head. At the rail second is Pink Jammies. They're only heads apart now, racing in a lane. On the outside, Ella Joe. At the rail, Pink Jammies. Ella Joe and Pink Jammies. Ella Joe and Pink Jammies. It's going to be Ella Joe, and here they all come. Pink Jammies up for place. Up for third is My Girl Lizzie. 1 mile and 2 minutes flat.
There we go. There is our fastest time of the meet so far. 2 minutes flat. It was Ella Joe. She got it done. Drew was asking a lot of Pink Jammies. He had to get on her pretty early on, to make her mind stay engaged there. But she's so game. I know you had to pick it up on camera going into that final turn. I really thought Ella Joe had her, and then she fought back hard. She wants that cat and mouse game. It's quite remarkable.
Yeah.
But Ella Joe got it done at the end, and I knew between those two, right? Pink Jammies is so game herself, and Ronnie does not let a horse give up either.
Right.
You know, he's going to keep them on their toes.
Alive. That's a last half in 58 out here. That's a darn good mile.
Yeah.
2 minutes
Absolutely.
flat. Fastest, not only the fastest of the 3-year-old filly pacers, but the fastest of the meet.
I was saying that's aged horses. We do have our aged pacers in our signature series later, but we did have our signature series trot, I guess, yesterday, and still by far.
Ella Joe is owned by Stephen Butler and Eric Butler from Salesville and Quaker City, and bred by Sheila Kitchen.
So I remember her last year. She was, pretty prominent early on her freshman season. She started with Jeff Nysonger. I can't remember exactly when. It might have been kind of like mid to late season when Ronnie bought her and brought her over into his stable. And it looks like actually very beginning of April, Ronnie had her up here qualifying and getting ready under somebody else.
Where the winners go, coming in from Salesville and Quaker City, Ohio, comes number 3, Ella Joe, owned by Steve Butler and Eric Butler, trained to deliver the victory by Ronnie Gillespie. Now the blanket for this race is given in memory of Lonnie Miller. Lonnie was a longtime Fair Board member here at the Paulding County Fair, was a member of the speed committee, also helped out on the track a lot. Very valuable man throughout the fair here at the Paulding County Fair. This blanket is given in his memory by his family. Let's have a big hand here for Ronnie Gillespie and Ella Joe, and to the family of Lonnie Miller for giving this blanket in Lonnie's memory. Here are the official placings for race 16 from the top. Number 1, Pink Jammies was second. Number 2, Whiskey Hill was sixth. Number 3, Ella Joe was the winner. Number 4, Midwind Seashell was fifth. Number 5, My Girl Lizzie was third. And number 6, Granite Ridge Lady was fourth. Time of the first quarter was 30 1/5. The half was in 1:02. The 3/4 in 1:31 2/5, with a mile in 2 minutes. From the top it should read 2:61.534, a mile in 2 minutes.
I noticed the track record here for 3-year-old pacing fillies is 58-3. So we weren't real close, but not a whole lot far off. That record's been standing since 2017. Lila Ray.
Well, we are getting close. We're now going to turn the page into race 17 of 19 today here for day 2 of Paulding.
Make summer memories this year at the Ohio County Fairs. The Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association will be live streaming every race this year, and we want you to be there. Be a part of the excitement with the 2025 Ohio County Fair Racing Passport. Stop by the OHHA broadcast location in the grandstand to pick up your passport and stamp. Get stamps at every fair you attend. Prizes will be awarded to those that attend the most racing programs. Get your passport at the first fair you attend or call the OHHA office at 614-221-3650. Harness Racing, the fastest ride at the fair.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1976, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com for fast shipping. Most orders ship that day. Or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
Oh, we are back here at Paulding with the 17th race coming out. We still have a pretty good amount of people in the stands and along the fence. We said before we may have gotten some second shifters in, people that have come over to the fair for the evening, and they came in to watch our races, but that's a great thing. We've given out a number of passports over the last 2 days, so if you didn't get your passport, you always run into us at a fair, and we'll give you your passport and your first sticker in there. Great prizes. We're going to do some fun stuff all summer long with those passport people, so get your passport if you can. Well, you got to come to the fair to get your sticker, so you got to come to your first fair to pick up your passport. We'll always have them at the broadcast area. So this race coming up, the 2-year-old filly trot. This is the 5th division. I think these baby trotting fillies, they've been waiting around all day for this. So we've got 6 in it, a couple driver changes that we know about. The 4-horse What the Bee, Ryan Verhaeg is going to be driving that horse, and the 6 Chip Shot, looks like Drew Neal is up on that one. So those are a couple of changes that we have. We just saw Big Mile with the 3-year-old filly Pacers going in 2 minutes flat. That's been our fastest mile of the week. We do have the Signature Series 4-year-old and up Pacers coming on, so they usually tend to be the fastest of the card. So we'll see if they can beat the 3-year-old filly Pacers. I've been lucky enough to have Matt Richardson here all day singing for the crowd. The crowd has really enjoyed that. I wonder if when he signed up for this, he knew it was going to be 19 races. It's a long day for him, too.
It's got to be testing the limits of his whatever repertoire that he's got.
Yes. I haven't heard many repeat. I don't know if I've heard any repeats, so he must have that's a pretty long list because he's at least a couple of songs in between each race. So that's a lot of songs to sing, and I don't see anything that's showing the words, so he's got those all memorized.
Yep, I can do it.
Now, Good Guy shows up at a lot of our fairs, especially up in this corner of the state, so it's and usually sponsored by the Joe and Fran Darmafal, so it's nice that they do that for everybody in the stands. This has been a beautiful day here at Paulding. You can't ask for a better day than this was.
No, 2 days stretch. I mean, it's as nice as any fair I've been to in years, it seems like. I mean, it's just been perfect.
Yeah. Yeah, not too hot, that's for sure. Just a little bit of a crisp in the air. And we're windy before, but the wind has really died down, and it's just a really nice day. When we were driving out last night, turned around and looked, because I had told Stephen, one of our new employees, that he came with me yesterday, and I had said that they don't really have rides at this fair. But they must have had, I'm going to say, at least 15 bounce houses out there. I don't know if you guys saw them or not.
I did see them when I pulled in.
Yeah.
I haven't really walked the midway much yet.
So they've got like 15 bounce houses out there.
Is that because there's no rides? I haven't heard any rides. So
I haven't seen, yeah.
I figured...
they made up for it in bounce houses.
Yeah, there's a ton, and they're all like interconnected.
Yeah. Yeah, it must be really fun for the kids to be out there and going around.
Come on. Oh. I forgot I had it down here charging. No wonder it's not working.
Man, a breeze is coming through. I'm getting goosebumps.
We were just talking about how perfect it was, and then all of a sudden it dropped like 6 degrees or something.
Well, we can go ahead and take a look. Say we might move a little faster. Mike's already moving in position.
Yeah.
So we'll take a look at the field of 6. Reminder, this is the 5th and final division, finally, of the 2-year-old filly trotters on the rail. We have Man, I'm Sassy, Manny Miller, and the bike for Herman Hagerman. This is a filly by Long Tom out of Pandora, Oz, a Prego Nalima mare. And I will say this dam, she's had 6 of 7 foals that have made pretty good money on the track. And I'm saying, 40,000 plus for all those foals. Also, Man I'm Sassy is a half sibling to Timon Oz, who is still racing, has made $426,000, has a mark in 152-2.
Powerful Patty and Ed Greeno Jr. from the 2-hole. Ed Greeno is the trainer. Owner E.G. Trot LLC from Findlay. This is a third pat out of a powerful emotion mare, Sneaky. This is Sneaky's first foal, but she herself is a half-sister to a horse called Litigator, made $549,000.
Pierce Henry is on the 3, Creating Dreams. Bruce Wall does train and co-own alongside Gina Bullman of Ohio. This is a filly by Creatine out of Steph's Dream and Uncle Peter Mayer. Now, Susan, if we remember, if everybody's been tuned in for as long, I said I had a story about, going further into pedigrees. And so this mare, Steph's Dream, did not race. And I was like, man, if they're buying this filly, there had to be a reason, right? Somebody had to see something. And so I take a look back. I'm going to go, look at second dam, third dam, whatever it may be. And the second dam, I looked, I was like, I like Stephanie. And I was like, why do I know that name? And I took a little bit of a deeper dive, and she was a huge producer as a broodmare. Again, this is the second dam of Creating Dreams. I like Stephanie. And I like Stephanie really jarred my memory, so I look at her past performances really quick, and my dad started this mare. I was like 5 or 6 years old, and she was a phenomenal horse, but we had her for a very short time. Because the one thing I learned from my dad at a very young age, with a racehorse, you got to sell them when somebody else wants them. Because you can't sell them when they're not good. So we only had her for her first few starts before she went to Virgil Morgan. But regardless, I loved seeing that, connection with my dad still.
That is neat.
So I like Stephanie. But regardless, moving on, the second dam was quite a producer and had a full that made $465,000.
Oh. And What the Bee from the 4-hole with Ryan Verhagen. Paul Russell is the trainer and the owner from Pinckney, Michigan. This is What the Hill filly. His first foal of this mare, Sterling herself, was a winner of $254,000.
And our 5 horses driven by Clifton Bell. Chris Beaver trains Poquito. This is a filly by Triumphant Caviar out of a Chip Chip Hooray mare. This is a full sibling to Domavoy, a $221,000 winner, and Kiki Mora, a $406,000 winner.
Chip Shot from the second tier with Drew Neal up for Rosie Weaver. John Schlabach and Walnut View Farms own this Mission Accepted filly. It's out of a Chapter 7 mare, making this filly a half-sister to Unhitched, $88,000.
Welcome back, Mr. David Myrick, to the show.
He's here?
Yeah.
Yay.
Just saw it, yeah.
Here they come. Here, off and trotting the first horse away at the rail is Man I'm Sassy. Up on the extreme out second side is Poquito. At the rail third, that is Creating Dreams.
6 in the 4.
As they make the turn now, heading down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Clifton Bell has Poquito on top. Moving up second along the rail now is What the Bee. Excuse me, that's Creating Dreams. Going toward that quarter-mile mark. That's still Poquito with the lead. Racing second at the rail is Creating Dreams. In their third is Man I'm Sassy. Racing fourth, Chip Shot. Fifth, it is What the Bee. And farther back, sixth is Powerful Patty. First quarter trotted in 33 3/5 seconds. As they race down toward the half-mile mark, Clifton Bell shows on top with Poquito. Racing in their second is Pierce Henry with Creating Dreams. Racing third coming down to the half is Chip Shot, driven by Drew Neal. No change as they come to the half-mile mark. That's still with the lead. That is Poquito. Racing in their second is Creating Dreams. Now trotting in their third is Man I'm Sassy. At the rail fourth is Chip Shot. First half trotted in 109 3/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Poquito. The horse pouring on the pressure on the outside second is Creating Dreams. At the rail third is Chip Shot. On the outside fourth is Man I'm Sassy. Racing fifth is What the Bee, and the last horse is Powerful Patty. Front four well munches as they go to the 3/4 mile mark. That's Creating Dreams on the outside with the lead. At the rail second is Paquito. At the rail third going down the backside is Chip Shot. On the outside fourth is Man I'm Sassy. 3/4 in 1:42 and 4/5. As they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's Creating Dreams on the outside. And along the rail, that is Paquito. They're only heads apart. As they race through the lane, now Paquito regains the lead. Creating Dreams on the outside second. 3 wide as they race for home. That is Chip Shot. As they race through the lane, that's Paquito and Creating Dreams. It's going to be Paquito, and here they all come. Up for place is Chip Shot. Up for third is Creating Dreams.
2:13 and 3.
A mile in 2:13 and 3/5.
I don't think Clifton Bell moved a muscle around that last turn, even with Pierce on the outside. I mean, he was just sitting pretty chilly there.
$2:13 and 3, I think, was our slowest division for our filly trotters today.
So they are going to have to flip a coin to who gets that blanket.
Oh, because they
2:10
was
and
both
1.
2:10 and 1, our first and second division. Wonder what they will do. Which the blankets are such a nice gesture, but they tend to collect.
Yeah,
they do tend to collect. So there might be somebody who says, "It's okay, you can you can have it." I do have them across the wire unofficially. 5, 6, 3, 1. Creating Dreams did put in a pretty big effort there. Pierce Henry had to ask quite a lot of her.
That's a big trailer leaving.
Oh, that's a Clegg. It
Is
has
that
to
the
be a
Cleggs?
Clegg. Yeah, I see red.
Yeah.
I'm saying there, that has to be the Cleggs.
2, 3, 4, 5. 6. Looks like probably an 8 horse. Wow.
Do you have to have is it your CDL? For
I
what's
wonder.
the length? What's the length of a horse trailer? Because you do. There are some you have to. Like
Yeah.
I think about the quarter horse world, and people love to roll up in those giant semi rigs, but I don't know what the rules are if you're
I don't
how
know
many
either.
horses.
But that's a huge truck, a huge trailer. This is Clifton's first win of the meet.
Back into the winner's circle, into the winners go. Coming in from Radnor, Wilmington, and Worthington, Ohio, comes number 5, Paquito. All by Chris Beaver, James Burnett, and Steve Z. Handler. Trained by Chris Beaver and driven to victory this evening by Clifton Bell. Now the blanket for this race is courtesy of Milan Center Feed and Grain. A picture will be taken, but this horse has no chance of winning it. Let's have a big hand here for Clifton Bell and Paquito. Now, the first two divisions both went in 2:10 and 1/5. Now, we have a representative here of in the judges stand right at this time for one of those horses, and we're going to have a flip here right now. The blanket will go to the Levan horse. Had the horse in the second division, race 5. The blanket will go to the Levan stable.
There we go.
I say you were right, Susan. We're gonna flip a coin.
Just flip.
Yeah, we did.
See, I would have gone with the fastest last quarter.
Which I actually think would have been the Levans. Let's take a look back. We got the time.
Somebody
right?
came home in 30 flat. I don't remember. 2 Philly trotters.
Yeah, it was a Levan horse in the 4th division. So really,
Okay.
they did get it.
Then I'm fine with it.
Creating Dreams was 3rd. Number 4, What the Bee was 5th. Number 5, Paquito was the winner. And number 6, Chip Shot was 2nd. Time of the first quarter was 33 and 3/5. The half was in 109 and 3/5. The 3/4 in 142 and 4/5, with a mile in 2:13 and 3/5. From the top it should read 4:63, 5:12, a mile in 2:13 and 3/5.
All right. The penultimate.
Did you hear that, Roger Houston?
I didn't see where Roger was watching tonight. He said he watched all 16 of them yesterday, so.
Well, glorious, right? Glorious, Pete? Glamorous Pete did have a scratch, so I don't know if I would want to watch either. But regardless, we have reached the penultimate 18 of 19 up next. We have a quick change. Drew Neal is now going to be on our 4-horse, spin the prize for Rosie Weaver. But there we go. There we will introduce the field of 5 here shortly.
Bell Fountain, the county seat of Logan County, 48 miles northwest of Columbus, is home to Campbell Hill, which at 1,549 feet above sea level is the highest point in Ohio. The name means beautiful spring in French, as the original travelers found lots of springs in the area. With over 56 newly renovated buildings downtown, in 2023, the city of over 14,000 was named one of the best hometowns in Ohio. There are numerous golf courses and camping sites, and it's a perfect starting point for your adventures. Visit Ohio Cabins in nearby Libertyville as you descend 40 feet underground and see stones that glow in the dark. Or take a day at the 5,100-acre Indian Lake. Built in the 1850s and the second largest man-made reservoir in Ohio, is a great time to be had by boating and fishing. In downtown Bell Fountain, it's a short walk, and I do mean a short walk, on McKinley Street, which, at a total of 20 feet, 6.1 meters for you metric chaps, is the shortest street in America. Then stop by Court Avenue, the oldest concrete street in the United States, set in 1891. A quick stroll brings you to a fully restored hall and theater, which has been host to performances since the 1930s. This all comes together at the Logan County Fair, which runs from July 7th to July 12th, and be sure to catch the thrills and excitement of the Ohio Fair Racing Conference stake races on Monday, July 7th and Tuesday, July 8th. Host time at 6 p.m. It's all Bella Bella and Bell Fountain.
Talking about our little Eye on Ohio bits. That was Tom Pye, the harness guy, doing that. We're going to show those, we're going to play those for you. First one is Bell Fountain, so we'll talk about Bell Fountain until that race, and then we're going to do Wellston, Hilliard, and Washington Courthouse are the next 4 up. Just going to give you a little bit more of a feel of what that town is like. So let's say you're going to go to Wellston. You want to go to Wellston for the races, and maybe you'll find something in that little tourism spot that will make you want to stay for another day. Same with Hilliard, Washington Courthouse.
Let's talk about Wellston. Same time as Bell Fountain, right? I think.
Wellston is the 11th.
Bell Fountain
11th
is.
And the 11th and 12th.
Okay.
Nope, it doesn't butt anything.
Does not butt anything. Okay, that's what.
Except for Briarfest.
Well, oh no, forgot about that. Anyway, why we bring that up? Wellston is doing a very special memorial this year for Hunter Myers. So if you get our most recent publication, our magazine will be shipped to you. We just actually sent them out to the printer the last couple of days, so you'll be getting a magazine if you are an OHHA member the next couple of weeks. And the very first story in that is dedicated to Hunter Myers. And there's a little ad in the corner that talks about Wellston, the Jackson County Fair. I believe the first day at 6:30 p.m. is their post time. That whole evening on the backstretch, they're going to pull their FFA trailer around, and they're going to dedicate, and all the profits go to Hunter's family. So I wanted to give them a shout out. We'll keep reminding people of that as we come closer to that July 11th date. But also before the races start, they are going to have an on-track memorial. And that was kind of spearheaded because Hunter won his very first race at the Jackson County Fair.
And some of his favorite things to eat were bologna sandwiches and ices or popsicles, and they're going to sell both of those at the FFA trailer.
They will. Yep, I guess they're kind of known for their bologna.
Yes.
But there will be, if that's not your thing, that's okay. There are plenty of other options and ways to support Hunter's family if you are able to come down and hang out with us for the evening in Wellston.
I have never had the fried bologna sandwich, but that'll be my first one there for Hunter's family.
I think that's a good thing to do.
Where is it? From where?
Wellston. Is doing.
Oh yeah, no, I know that
okay.
part. Where's the bologna from? I thought you said world famous bologna or something.
Well,
but that was just
sure,
his favorite
it's
sandwich.
local famous bologna is the FFA trailer.
Okay, I would like to try that.
Are you at Wellston this year?
I am not.
We don't. Oh, we'll send our thoughts and love.
Yeah.
And Susan, you'll just have to buy 4 bologna
I will
sandwiches
have
for
to
all of us.
bring one back.
That's the third division of the 3-year-old colt trot, going for a purse of $4,520 and a blanket courtesy of U.S. Coast Guard veterans of Paulding. Number 1 is Groove Pavement, owned by Suzanne Bates of Gibsonburg and Joel Shivak of Woodville, Ohio, trained and driven by Ty Bates. Number 2 is Dr. Speed, owned, trained and driven by Tom Moore Jr. of Napoleon. Number 3 is Ryan the Lion, owned by Mike Lickard of Cannonsburg, Pennsylvania, trained and driven by Jimmy Smith. Number 4 is Spin the Prize, owned by Heartland Acres of Wall Hunting, Ohio, and Rosie Weaver of Beach City, Ohio, trained by Rosie Weaver, the driver, Drew Neal. And number 5 is RB's Can't Be Touched, owned by Hagerman Racing of Mount Vernon, Ohio, and Ron Burks of Cypress, Texas, trained by Herman Hagerman, the driver, Emmanuel Miller.
All right, third division of our 3-year-old colt trotters on the rail, Grooved Payment. Ty Bates in the bike of his own trainee, owned by Susan Bates and Joe Shavak of Woodville, Ohio. This is a gelding by Long Tom out of Lady Glider, a Glide Master mare. This is the very first seasonal start. However, a couple months back, early April, did have a qualifier at Miami Valley and went in 2:01 and 4.
We don't often see Ty Bates driving.
No.
So he it looks like he did drive this horse last year at Upper Sandusky, but otherwise we don't see him in the bike very much on race day. Dr. Speed and Tom Moore Jr. from the 2-hole. Tom is also the trainer and the owner of this Enterprise gelding. It's out of a DeJarnbro mare, Alania's Way. 12 starts last year. Had some nice races. Had a second and a third. Made $6,400.
Ryan the Lion. I was about to say, I recall this name. It looks like he actually started very early last year with Rosie Weaver. But Ryan the Lion will start out of our third post position. Jimmy Smith trains and drives this gelding by Uncle Peter out of a Broadway Hall mare stage show. Mike Lickert of Pennsylvania does own 3 seasonal starts. Most recently had a second place finish in a non-winners of 1 with a claiming tag up at Northfield. Went in 2 minutes and 3/5. One that is still looking for a very first lifetime win. However, career has made almost $12,000.
Spin the Prize, change the driver to Drew Neal. Rosie Weaver trains and co-owns along with Heartland Acres. This is an Enterprise colt out of Spend It In, who's by Muscle Yankee. 13 starts as a 2-year-old, 2 wins. The fastest of those was 2, 5, and 3 at Croton. 2 starts this year and had 1 win. That was up at Northfield, 2 minutes and 3/5. That was in a non-winners of 1 pari-mutuel race.
The far outside on the 5th post position is RB's Can't Be Touched. Manny Miller in the bike for Herman Hagerman. This is a gelding by Enterprise out of a credit winner mare. Hagerman Racing of Mount Vernon and Ronald Lamar Burks of Cypress, Texas own one that is still looking for a first lifetime win. 2 seasonal starts. The first per start did come back middle of May at Scioto Downs. Another non-winners and 1 pari-mutuel. Had a 3rd place finish, timed the mile in 1:58 and 2, final quarter in 29 and 3. Susan, there are 5 horses in this race. Only 1 has had a single win in its entire career, so there is a good chance that we might have somebody break their maiden.
Absolutely. The 2 other divisions are 3-year-old colt trotters. The first division went in 2, 5, and 3, and the second went in 2, 11, and 1.
So there we go. From the rail out, Groove Pavement, Dr. Speed, Ryan the Lion, Spin the Prize, and RB's Can't Be Touched. Here is Bill Peters with the call of the penultimate.
Here they come. They're off and trotting. The first horse away on the outside is Spin the Prize. Dropping in there second is Ryan the Lion. Racing third is Dr. Speed. Up on the outside fourth is RB's Can't Be Touched. And the last horse is Groove Pavement. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Emmanuel Miller has RB's Can't Be Touched on top. Charging up on the outside second. Going down the backside, that is now RB's Can't Be Touched. That's Spin the Prize dropping back second. Racing in there third is Ryan the Lion. Racing fourth, Dr. Speed. And the last horse is Groove Pavement. First quarter trotted in 32 seconds. That's Emmanuel Miller with RB's Can't Be Touched showing on top. Racing second, Spin the Prize, driven by Drew Neal. Third is Ryan the Lion, driven by Jimmy Smith. In there fourth, Dr. Speed, driven by Tom Moore Jr. The last horse, Groove Pavement, driven by Ty Bates. Horses are in straight alignment as they race down to the half-mile mark. That's Emmanuel Miller, and RB's Can't Be Touched, bringing the horses down to the half. Sitting in the golden chair second, that's Drew Neal with Spend the Prize. Third is Ryan the Lion. Dr. Speed is in there fourth, and the last horse, Groove Pavement. First half trotted in 104 and 1/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over to the 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is RB's Can't Be Touched. The closest horse second at the rail is Spend the Prize. Racing third down the backside is Ryan the Lion. Dr. Speed is fourth. Up on the outside fifth comes Groove Pavement. Going to the 3/4 mile mark. Now Spend the Prize takes over. Also on the move is Ryan the Lion. Dropping back third is RB's Can't Be Touched. Dr. Speed fourth with Groove Pavement on the outside fifth. 3/4 is in 137 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. Let's Spend the Prize with the lead. 2.5 lengths back second. That is Ryan the Lion. Off stride third goes RB's Can't Be Touched. Also off momentarily off stride went Groove Pavement. At the rail fifth is Dr. Speed as they race toward home. Let's Spend the Prize and Ryan the Lion. Let's Spend the Prize and Ryan the Lion. It's going to be Spend the Prize, and here they all come. Ryan the Lion up for place. Up for third is Dr. Speed. A mile in 2:07 and 2/5.
.207 and 2/5. Spend the Prize. We did not have anybody break their main today, but that is 3 seasonal starts for Spend the Prize and the second win of his sophomore season. Drew Neal, how many does that make for him today?
That is 6.
Oh, nice.
6 wins, 2 yesterday, so 8 wins on the card or on the program.
Plenty for Rosie as well.
Mm-hmm. So we were all trying to figure out what piece of equipment that was on Ty.
It's a pool noodle.
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's like a stud support. Is that horse a colt?
Sometimes I personally have done that with a pool noodle to try and widen them out.
Spread them out behind?
Yeah.
I was wondering like a spreader type situation, but.
Huh.
I'm not sure if that's what his is for, but that's what I've used that for. Sometimes 2 pool noodles. And it
Really?
still didn't work. Horse was still hitting.
We're gonna see Bolt one last time for the evening.
Go coming in from Walhonding and Beach City, Ohio, comes number 4, Spend the Prize, owned by Heartland Acres and Rosie Weaver, trained by Rosie Weaver, and driven to victory this evening by Drew Neal. Now the blanket for this race is courtesy of the U.S. Coast Guard Veterans of Paulding.
Rosie's probably.
Nice blanket for Rosie's colors.
For Rosie Weaver, Drew Neal, and Spend the Prize, and the U.S. Coast Guard Veterans of Paulding, the donors of the blanket. Things for race 18 from the top. 1, Groove Pavement was 4th. Number 2, Dr. Speed was 3rd. Number 3, Ryan the Lion was 2nd. Number 4, Spend the Prize was the winner. And number 5, RB's Can't Be Touched was 5th. Time of the first quarter was 32 seconds. The half was in 104 and 1/5. The 3/4 in 137 with a mile in 2:07 and 2/5. From the top, it should read 4, 3, 2, 1, 5 on the bottom. The mile in 2:07 and 2/5.
And there that is. We are finally there. We have finished up the 18th race. It was Spend the Prize. We're going to turn the page for the last time this evening. Going to close out the Paulding County Fair program with our 19th race.
Cool Winds Farm in Lima, Ohio is a full-service standardbred breeding farm. Cool Winds stands the popular dancing Yankee, a two-time world champion, along with 2019 jug winner Southwind Ozzy, the son of Some Beach Somewhere. Cool Winds also stands the royally bred $2 million earning Western Fame. Be sure to inspect the Cool Winds yearlings at the Ohio Selected Jug Sale at Pickaway on Friday, September 13th.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year. Our expert team of boarded surgeons, sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sport horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
Welcome back for the final time for the Paulding County Fair, the 2025 kickoff season. The Ohio County Fair Racing. So we kind of ended on an awkward note there. I was trying to listen for drivers changes. I got a couple for this race, but I believe we have a change on the 3, 4, and 7. The 3 is now going to be Ed Conrad driving. Matt just ran upstairs to get the 4 horse for me. Not sure who is going to drive him. And then the 7 is now going to be Clifton Bell on EA Boyne. But regardless, let's kind of take a quick look at what our 19th race is. This is the Signature Series, the Paulding County Pace. It's for 4-year-olds and older. Purse of $2,350. This is a very full field of 7. We score 5 wide here at Paulding. And so 6 and 7, of course, are going to start from that second tier. Yesterday, we had very big fields. We had 7 horses in almost every single race. We haven't had that. I think this is the very first today that we've had this many horses. Did you get a change? Hank Levan on the floor. Ah, perfect. So I almost had them all. Say we'll wait just a moment till everybody gets out. Sure, we'll roll right through them. I'm seeing 3 in the second turn, 4, 5. We've got 5 of 7, at least 5 of 7 out that I am seeing already. Reminder that we are coming right back this weekend. Susan Schroeder, and I believe maybe Jenna Otten might be on a day. I can't remember who is co-hosting this weekend at Pickaway County, Circleville, Ohio. We have post time Saturday and Sunday is going to be 1 p.m. at Circleville. So remember, June 14th and 15th, not that far away now. 1 p.m. at Circleville. Susan, you're hosting on air. Do you remember who's with you? I think Jenna Otten might be on a day, but I'm not sure she's there both days.
Michael Langer, I
Michael
think,
Langer.
is on Saturday. Yep, and Jenna's on Sunday. And then we go to Ottawa. Well, that's a whole 9 days later. Gosh, we have 9 whole days.
It's so funny because this time of year is so spread in between. It's like, oh, the fair season has started, but then you've got weird spaces of time, and then July hits, and it's like, oh no, we've got 7 back to back, and later on it's 4 in a day.
And in the past, we've only had 1 day where we had 4 races, and I think, or 4 places to race. And I think this year we have 3 days that there's 4 fairs. So.
Which makes it hard for our teams.
Yeah.
Because realistically, we only have so many bodies. There's so many full-time staff that can do this for OHHA. Yeah. And we have lots of great people, freelancers that work for us. Doug Ballinger, Michael Langer, you name it. There's a slew of people that we love working with and trust. But we also only have so much equipment.
That's the big thing, yeah.
And people to run the equipment. I shouldn't just say that we have great freelancers. We also, work with a handful of people that do some really cool camera work for us too.
Yeah. Yep.
Stephen, a new hire, Stephen, but also Steve from Northfield Park does a lot of camera work for us.
Chris Santacaterino.
Yes, yep.
Yeah, he does a tremendous amount for us. So.
County Fair. This is the Paulding County Pace, 4-year-olds and up. part of the Signature Series, going for a purse of $2,350. One is Union Station. He's a bay gelding, 9 years old, by some beach somewhere out of Hit the Curve by Art Major. Owned and trained by Jacob Baird of Mount Blanchard, Ohio. Driven this evening by Kyle Ladd. Lifetime earnings over $198,000. A lifetime mark 152 and 1/5. Number 2 is Cherokee Joe A. He's a bay gelding, 8 years old, by For a Reason out of Regalative by Stonebridge Regal. Owned by Hagerman Racing of Mount Vernon, Ohio. Trained by Herman Hagerman, the driver Emmanuel Miller. Lifetime earnings over $88,000. A lifetime mark 153 and 1/5. Number 3 is McDagger. He's a bay gelding, 10 years old, by McCardle out of Lovely Dawn by Donovan New Day. Owned by Ryan Ryder, Lennon, Michigan. Trained by Barb Redder. Driven this evening by Ed Conrad. Lifetime earnings over $129,000. A lifetime mark 153. Number 4 is Just Barley. He's a brown gelding, 4 years old, by Charlie Barley out of Just Thinking by Ponder. Owned by Isaiah and Terry Shrake of Navarre, Ohio. Trained by Isaiah Shrake. Driven this evening by Hank Levan. Lifetime earnings over $47,000. A lifetime mark 156. Number 5 is Skipping Stone. He's a bay gelding, 8 years old, by Pet Rock out of Skinny Dip by Western Ideal. Owned by Sherry Watts of Daytona Beach, Florida. Trained by Brian Georges. Driven this evening by Jeff Nysonger. Lifetime earnings over $174,000. A lifetime mark 152 and 3/5. Number 6 is Big Bad Whammo. He's a brown horse, 8 years old, by Big Bad John out of Another Wild Woman by Village Jolt. Owned and trained by Robbie Brooks of Van Loo. Driven this evening by Pierce Henry. Lifetime earnings over $153,000. A lifetime mark 151 and 4/5. At number 7 is E.A. Voyne. He's a bay horse, 4 years old, by Bit of a Legend Inn out of Pistol Packin' Baby by Big Bad John. Owned by Mike Raker of Fayette, trained by Russ Sutherland, driven this evening by Clifton Bell. Lifetime earnings over $23,000, a lifetime mark 159. Those are your horses for the 2025 Paulding County Pace.
Well, Bill stole the thunder for us. He always does such a great job introducing our signature series, so that was a nice overview of the field that we are looking at.
Yeah, he always likes to do that special for the signature series. It's kind of a neat touch for these horses. You know, we've got horses for all ages in here, too. We've got 10-year-old all the way down to 4. We've got horses that have had 238 lifetime starts and one that's just got 24 lifetime starts. So it really goes the gamut. So we can talk about some of their starts. Kyle, I'm not sure who's driving the 1. Is it still Kyle Ladd?
I believe so, yep.
Okay, Kyle Ladd driving 1 Union Station for Jacob Baird. Jacob trains and owns a 9-year-old some beach somewhere, 228 lifetime starts, 19 wins, coming in on $200,000 lifetime and a 4-year mark of 152 and 1 at Philadelphia.
Cherokee Joe A. is driven by Manny Miller for Herman Hagerman. 2 starts back at Scioto on May 20th, was in a horse and geldings on winner of 1,000 last 4. Even though he started from the 2nd tier and the 10th hole, he was a winner in 153 and 3.
McDagger, Ed Conrad up for trainer Barb Rudder. Ryan Ryder is the owner. This is a 10-year-old McCardle. 238 lifetime starts, mark of 153.
Just Barley, still looking for his first seasonal board hit. However, just 3 back, posted a mile at Northfield in 156 and 3.
Skipping Stone, the 8-year-old with 186 lifetime starts.
Big Bad Whammo, 3 back, was a winner at Scioto in a 6,000 claimer. Went wire to wire at 151 and 4, a 6 claimer.
And E.A. Voyne with Clifton Bell up for Russ Sutherland. Just a 4-year-old with 24 lifetime starts. First start in 2025.
They come. They're off in the Paulding County Pace. The first horse away on the outside is Just Barley. At the rail, 2nd is Union Station. In their 3rd is Cherokee Joe A. On the outside, 4th is Skipping Stone. At the rail, 5th is Big Bad Whammo. At the rail, 6th is E.A. Voyne. And the last horse is McDagger. As they make the turn now, heading down the backside to race over to that quarter-mile mark, Kyle Ladd has Union Station on top by 2 lengths. Racing second is Just Barley, driven by Hank Levan. Racing third is Cherokee Joe A, driven by Emmanuel Miller. Fourth is Skipping Stone, driven by Jeff Neisauger. Racing fifth, Big Bad Whammo, driven by Pierce Henry. Sixth is EA Voyne, driven by Clifton Bell. And the last horse, McDagger, driven by Ed Conrad. First quarter was paced in 29 3/5 seconds. Racing around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time. That's still Union Station with the lead. 2 lengths back. Second is Just Barley. Cherokee Joe A is in there third. Fourth it is Skipping Stone. Racing fifth as they come down to the half-mile mark is Big Bad Whammo. Sixth, EA Voyne, and the last horse, McDagger. Past the half-mile mark, that's Union Station by 2 lengths over Just Barley. First half pace in a minute flat. That's Union Station still with the lead. Just Barley second. Racing in their third, that is Cherokee Joe A. Fourth is Skipping Stone. Big Bad Whammo is fifth and pacing fastest of all on the outside. Sixth is EA Voyne, the last horse, McDagger. Front 6 well bunch as they head down the backside. That's Union Station with the lead. Up on the outside second is Cherokee Joe A. And 3 wide is Big Bad Whammo. Fourth and looking for racing room is Just Barley. Skipping Stone is fifth. EA Voyne sixth. And McDagger trails. Past the 3/4 mile mark, the 3/4 in 1:31. That's Union Station still holding on along the rail. On the outside second, Cherokee Joe A. And 3 wide, that is Big Bad Whammo. Locked in with no place to go is Just Barley. Racing toward home, that's Union Station and Just Barley, the real second on the outside. Coming through the lane is Cherokee Joe A and Big Bad Whammo on the outside. It looks like it's going to be Union Station, and here they all come. Just Barley up for place, up for third is Cherokee Joe A.
202 and 1.
A mile and 2:02 and 1/5.
Kyle Ladd was just toying with him.
He was.
He's old Raceway Park guy.
Oh, really?
He used to train and drive pretty good over there. He was a real good horseman.
Well, he waited all day for this.
I haven't seen him in 15 years. I haven't seen his name.
Really?
Yeah, I haven't seen him in forever.
Gosh.
I don't know where he's been.
Well, this is his first start. I mean, he doesn't have any starts.
Mm-hmm.
So, Union Station had already won this year, had one start at Scioto Downs in the slop, 54-4, and wins today out here at Paulding in 2-2-1. Not our fastest race of the day. That prize goes to the 3-0 Philly Pacer. Giving Terry Adams a big hand for getting all those blankets out and getting them all arranged. And
it's a big job today with 19 of them. Might have an inquiry.
Union Station is less than $500 away now from having $200,000 in earned lifetime earnings.
Wow.
So I'm sure he'll get it done this year.
Yeah.
Hopefully the next start, right?
Wait a minute. There's no inquiry. He's 99-1. There's no tickets on that horse.
Oh, that's why. Well, that's interesting.
I didn't see anything happen on the track. I was like, man, what did I miss? But I just looked over at the tote board. Wow. Yep. Nobody's got it.
Wow.
I say if we waited till the 19th race to all of a sudden have a 20-minute inquiry, Bill and I are going to have rounds after this.
And Paul Combs will be down here wanting to look at it.
Yeah.
So we could be in
it wasn't even, I'm saying Bill, but it's not even his decision.
Well, it has been a great couple of days here at Paulding. I want to sure thank Gus Davis and his whole crew, Bruce Farquhar. Got the track in excellent shape, everything. They're so accommodating to the horsemen. A great job they did here at Paulding.
And giving us ice cream every day?
That's right.
Yeah.
We need to let everybody know if you bring us ice cream, we talk really nice about you.
Yeah, keep listening.
Coming in from Mount Blanchard, Ohio, comes number 1, Union Station. Owned and trained by Jacob Baird and driven to victory this evening by Paulding County native Kyle Ladd.
I didn't know that.
This race is courtesy of Paulding County Agricultural Society. stand here for Kyle Ladd and Union Station, the winner of the 2025 Paulding County Pace. Here are the official placings for race 19 from the top. Number 1, Union Station was the winner. Number 2, Cherokee Joe A was third. Number 3, McDagger was seventh. Number 4, Just Barley was second. Number 5, Skipping Stone was fifth. Number 6, Big Bad Whammo was fourth. And number 7, E.A. Voyne was sixth. Time of the first quarter was 29 3/5. The half was in a minute flat. The 3/4 in 1:31 with a mile in 2:02 1/5. From the top it should read 1:37 2:54. 6 on the bottom. A mile in 2:02 1/5.
So I think if you had the 4 to win, you actually get the win money because nobody had the 1.
Oh.
So it's, if you had the $2 to win on the 4, you get $150 back at the county fair.
But still, I mean, yeah, he was a long shot by all means, just taking a look at his lines. Well, what a way to close us out.
Absolutely. So our leading driver for the 2 days is Drew Neal. He had 8 wins. Hank Levan had 3. A number of people had 2. And as far as trainers, Rosie Weaver with 7.
Well, we still have 125 racing cards to go and 65 more remaining independent and county fairs. I mean, what a way to start. We've got beautiful weather. We had great racing, and I am just that much more excited for the rest of the year.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So for the entire OHHA team and Ashley and Matt especially here today, we want to wish everybody a great night, and we'll see you at the next fair.